afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first ever Beastcoast Safari Zone. My name is Turned Down for Walt, and I have requested the highest level of competitor to explain the game to me in a way that I can understand. Justin Karras, how are you doing?
When you said highest level of competitor, I was like, wait, was that supposed to be somebody else? But, yep, glad to be here, Walt. And this is, a little bit different than what you might expect the Safari Zone to look like. Instead of going out, throwing some bait, throwing some rocks at Pokemon, instead we are going to have trainers facing off for quite a hefty prize pool, thanks to our sponsor.
$5,000 on the line for this tournament. Thanks to Control, the sponsor and presenting partner for this event. I'm super excited to get into it, but we've been keeping you guys waiting for so long. We figured we might as well hop in here and just talk to you. So I actually have the chat open right here, and we can just talk to you guys because we don't know when the first match is going to start. So what's going on?
I don't know if we've gone over the players yet.
Yeah, talk to me about that.
But we are going to have our first match is going to be Justin Tang versus Christopher Hahn. Two players that sort of kind of live in this same general region. If you separate MDVA from, like the tri-state area.
Sure.
If you don't have any background on who Justin Tang is, he is a rookie phenomenon. He won 2 regionals last year, which is almost unheard of in our history. There's very few people, probably less than I can count on one hand, that have done something that impressive in their first season. And then Christopher Hahn is actually somebody that is in the seniors division, which is the level right below the masters. Anybody over I think 15 or 16 and up gets to play in the masters division. Chris Hahn last year was one of America's best seniors. He was a 2-time regional champion. I know he won in Milwaukee, and I believe he also won in Fort Wayne as well. And then Justin Tang was the regional champion, also a 2-time regional champion last year that had won Knoxville and Fort Wayne. So the 2 Fort Wayne champions facing off here.
From different divisions, though, too. That seems like it's rare, or almost an impossible thing to happen, right? Especially for more officially sanctioned, Pokemon events, right?
Yes, they can never square off between seniors and masters and official events when you do grassroots stuff like this, especially, in smaller brackets.
Right.
Sometimes you won't have enough people to fill up the smaller divisions, like in seniors and juniors. So the masters and the seniors, sometimes even the juniors, I think, are in this bracket as well. We'll have to square off. I actually have experience playing against Chris Hahn myself at a local in a similar situation, and his little brother. I played both of them back-to-back in top 4 and then in finals of that tournament because they were cooking all of the masters.
That's so cool. And you were saying, we were talking about it before the broadcast as well, just like the way that these players come up in competitive VGC is super interesting because a lot of these players who are topping the younger divisions ultimately become the greatest players in the senior, master, and so on, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, it's like a graduating class that you will get out of seniors with. Like, we have current greats, like Justin Miranda was one of the best juniors to ever do it. Like, he had I think 20-something regional championships and then won ICs as well. Now in the seniors division, still killing it, doing an amazing job. If you go a little bit further back in time, people like James Evans, he was a 2018 world champion here at this event as well. Was one of America's top 8 players last year, day 2 worlds competitor. Going further back into history, too, you have some all-time greats, people like Alex Gomez from Spain, who was just incredible in the seniors division. Sagen Park, who was incredible in seniors and then became a world champion. There's so many people that graduated from that class, as you would say, that were competing against each other in seniors that are now dominating at the masters level.
Totally.
We have that next generation right here now.
That's super cool to watch. Have you taken a look at the bracket at all? Who do you have for our top cut making it to tomorrow?
Ooh, all right, so I have taken a look at the bracket, thankfully. I did my homework. I did my homework, Teach. We have players like James Evans in attendance. Justin Tang is here, as you already see. Regional champion from Milwaukee, Brian Hume. Yotam Cohen, who day 2'd every single regional that he went to last year. I think that we also have some other locals from the area. Joe Ugarte is a big one. Can't miss him. Probably the best player in North America, most consistent player in North America. Can't beat me in a regional final, but best player probably in the world for the past 2 years, coming out of North America. Just his consistency abroad, he's kind of made Pokemon like a profession for him. He's one of the few that have been able to kind of turn it into a full-time gig. And he's also an immaculate coach. And, again, great player, not against me. Everybody else, I've seen him do some amazing things. So
why you got to do that? You got to
throw
throw it
Joe
in.
knows I
You
love
gotta throw
him,
it in
and I
there.
just want to, get my licks in now.
I'm seeing a team appear on our screen I don't believe the chat can see that, but maybe that's signs of a match coming up soon.
I do believe we have this match starting pretty soon. The cool thing about this tournament, as you know, this is going to be one of the first like serious stakes on the line tournaments for Regulation E,
That's
which
right.
has not been officially announced yet. We are using our algorithms to calculate what we
The
think
best
is
guess.
going to be the best
Yes.
guess for the
Right.
format. But we have our first regional for Regulation E starting next week, actually, in Peoria. So players have no idea if what we are actually using will be that format next week. But we are hoping, praying that we don't, get hit with like a random ban list,
Right.
or that something like Walking Wake will be legal, and then you have powerful
Everything
Pokemon added
changes.
in or powerful Pokemon taken out. The entire metagame shifts.
Exactly. Yeah, I've been seeing some discussion now that I've become more endemic to competitive Pokemon via osmosis of working with the channel and everything like that. I've saw some conversation about some of the kind of heavy hitters that have taken staple forms in Regulation E. Run me through, I guess, what that is. Do you expect them to stay come the decision from, official VGC? Where are we at right now?
It makes most sense to me that they would add a DLC, give us all these new competitively viable Pokemon that even feel meta balancing in a
Sure.
way. Like the Ogerpon forms, I think pretty much all of them are viable, and 2 of them are really, really strong. Maybe even 3 of them are really, really strong. There's the Ogerpon Wellspring form, which is grass water, kind of like Ludicolo. And then we have the most popular one, at least for now, which is the Hearthflame form. Fire Grass is ridiculous offensive coverage, and it has basically an ability that we were used to in 2022. Similarly to Zacian's, its Intrepid Sword, I believe was the name of the ability. It gets a +1 when it enters battle. Ogerpon Hearthflame gets a +1 attack when it goes for Terastallization. They
Oh,
convert
wow.
into
Okay.
that typing, that secondary typing of fire. They can't Terastallize into something else. And each of them get a specific boost into every one of their stats, be it attack, defense, or special defense, based on the type of mask that you have. There's also a built-in mechanic with the masks where they get a 1.2 damage.
I don't think I've ever like.
We also
Yeah, I don't think we ever played before. I've seen you around. I know you, but it's the first time.
Otherwise known as the Wolf Player, right?
Okie dokie. I don't get it.
Didn't someone name it that? That's the dog one, right?
Is it because it's a wolf?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, sorry. That's me not getting the joke, not him. That was a great joke.
The
Wolf.
way that you got stun locked
I was
as
like,
soon as I said that.
What happened? I was just worried. I'm like, what event did I miss?
Oh my god.
All right, but yeah, so we have the Loyal 3. I would say that Okidogi is probably the one that's going to see the most competitive play, but there's a lot of different value to each of the Pokemon. Guard Dog on Okidogi is what makes it so strong, in my opinion. It's like Defiant. And then is it Pheasantipede is the other one, the bird-looking one that's not a flying type.
Okay.
Has significant bulk stats. So I'm excited to see that. We also have some returning Pokemon from added Pokedex entries with the DLC, like regular Ninetales, Alolan Ninetales, Politoed, Snorlax is a big one, Clefairy, and then even Como, which we're learning pretty quickly on through some of the online tournament results. When it can shed its 4-time weakness to Fairy is quite the threat because it has a decent move pool.
Right. The terastallization is such an interesting mechanic as someone who came into this scene not understanding a lot of the mechanics of the game. It's like crazy to think of how many added layers of complexity it's added to the competitive format. It's interesting that you bring up the Ninetales and the Politoed as well, because how much do you expect to see Weather shake things up, I think, in the future?
Well, so we have, as I said, Joseph Ugarte in attendance. He is like the all-time GOAT of Sun teams. He's done well with pretty much any iteration of Sun that he has ever touched. And Ninetales being a faster Sunsetter with Drought is awesome. I don't know that it's going to be able to hold up compared to other options that they have for weather, like Rain and Pelipper, and then slow Trick Room teams with Torkoal.
Sure.
But love to see if that type of archetype can work. One of the first things I did was hatch Shiny Hunt a regular like Ninetales form.
Right.
But I still I'm not a capable enough team builder to carry something like that to the finish line. I would have a lot of faith in Joe to be able to do something like that. The other form of Ninetales, however, is probably just like immediately good. It's Snow got buffed this generation. So instead of it being Hail, where you get your HP chip for 1/16, every turn of Hail, now it's Snow, and there's no chip, and you get a defense boost, like a flat 1.5 defense boost.
Amazing. Okay.
Which importantly is great into things like Urshifu Rapid Strike. And the reason is because instead of it critting through that defense boost, you kind of always have that defense buffed. It's like kind of like an Assault Vest in reverse. Functions similar to like the way that Sand does. And it gets Aurora Veil, which is like adding double defense, double special defense, or 1.5 times your defense and special defense.
I see.
Immediately to your entire team. You can hold a light clay.
Oh, it's for the whole team.
Yes.
I was going to ask, is it similar to, I guess, old school Sand, where it was for like rock types, where you would get the special defense boost?
The Snow is for the user. That's an ice type. So
Gotcha.
Ice types get the 1.5 defense buff built in, but the screens move Aurora Veil actually is like a light screen and reflect combined into one. The condition being that Snow has to get activated in order to use it.
Okay.
Or already be set, and then you can hold a light clay with that item as well, still get that boost.
Dang, that's
so
amazing.
Screens teams kind of have a new tool to work with. Again, also Ice coverage is just great offensively. Fairy coverage is great offensively. It gets tons of supporting moves. It's a great Pokemon. I think it's going to end up seeing the most use out of all the new Pokemon that get added. I would also think that Clefairy that I mentioned is going to be good, but in terms of the weather setters, Politoed, people are still talking right now about whether Pelipper having access to that stab hurricane still too strong for it to be replaced by Politoed. But
sure.
Politoed has better bulk. The main thing that kind of is working against it is that it lost access to Scald, even though the move came back, which is hilarious, but an insult, if anything, a slap to the Toad, that it didn't get Scald. That's a big thing hurting it.
Right, exactly. Let's talk about some of this upcoming match, right? Because if you're a fan of Beastcoast Pokemon, and you should be subscribed if you're not already.
Definitely subscribe.
We just released a video about one of our subjects coming up in our first match of the day, Justin Tang. Tell me a little bit about his competitive history, because we did a little bit of an exhaustive review about his first time coming into a VGC event and just winning the whole dang thing, which is pretty remarkable, actually. I think pretty unheard of until he came along.
Yes, and I have first-hand experience with this because he actually robbed me of a regional championship in Knoxville.
Oh, no.
And by robbed, I don't mean that he stole it. There was no if anything, I actually got lucky in that set. But this kid who I'd never heard of basically came in, and he beat me in Swiss in day 2 in a game 3, extremely close game. And then he beat me in top 8 as well in a game 3, extremely close game. I couldn't sleep for 4 days. I was like, who is this kid?
Okay, maybe I pinched a nerve there. I'm sorry about that.
I'm a huge fan of Justin Tang, and I support him wholeheartedly. He was one of the nicest, most sportsman-like competitors I've ever faced immediately. It was great. I rooted for him as soon as he beat me. That's kind of how it is, carry my hopes. I told him, I was like, you got to win this now. If you're going to stop me, you better be the one that's going to win it. And that's exactly what he did, and then even carried more of that momentum to, a regional after 2 other tournaments. I think it was his 3rd total tournament. So he won his 1st and his 3rd ever regionals that he ever went to, which is crazy. And it just felt like he was built for this out of the gate. On the other end of that, you have Chris Hahn, who is also kind of built for this, but not in the Masters division. He doesn't have a lot of experience playing against Masters, but I did mention in that one local that I played him, he made it to the final there. And he actually beat me in one of the rounds of Swiss because he just outplayed me. I didn't realize, that he was maybe younger, more inexperienced. I assumed that he might be that way, but he played like he was an elite, Masters competitor. So both of these players, they tend to use, from my experience at least, they use teams that are strong, that are well-rounded. They want to use the things that have the high base stats. They want to be able to position well. And immediately looking at the board of teams that we have some really high base stat Pokemon coming out.
I had an observation, and you can tell me if I am right or very wrong, but I'm seeing a lot of similar overlap here with the Iron Hands, the Landorus as well. The big difference for me, I think, is the Iron Bundle versus the Fluttermane pick between Justin and Chris. Is that just speedy attacker difference? What are we looking at here for that?
So on any team that needs a special attacker, you can usually just throw a Fluttermane. I think it was even at 65% usage in some of the other regulations.
Sure.
But early Series 2 and even a little bit extended into Series 3, Iron Bundle was probably one of the best speed control Pokemon that we had, other than maybe Talonflame, or some of the Trick Room setters like Indeedee. Iron Bundle is very difficult to deal with defensively.
Sure.
Freeze Dry can hit water types for super effective, which is a type that should normally resist ice. So if you have water coverage and ice coverage, plus you hit water types for super effective, the amount of things that you hit super effectively between the two is, I think it covers more than, I think it's like 8 or 9 types. I'm literally just...
That is crazy, too. Yeah, water very common defensive, strong defensive type, too, if I'm not mistaken.
Usually, yes.
Right?
So having Freeze Dry is very
Right.
important. And again, it's also just extremely fast. Most of them are going to carry the booster energy item. They're going to get really fast. Get that 1.5 times speed boost.
All right. It looks like we're underway. It's going to be the Chi-Yu and Among Us from Justin Tang. Among Us, excuse me. I don't know how to pronounce that guy's name. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I thought you did a good job.
Rillaboom putting down the grassy surge, and we're going to get underway, Justin.
So a lot of grass types on the field here right now, and grassy terrain currently active, only 2 of which really are going to be utilizing their offensive pressure. I really like that Justin ended up leading the Chi-Yu here. You immediately have some type of offensive threat, but Chris Hahn is the one with the Rillaboom, which has fake-out pressure. Normally, Chi-Yu will carry something like Terra Ghost, but I know from experience, Justin usually likes different types of Terras on Chi-Yu to get more defensive value instead of just beating that turn 1 fake out. So looks like it's a good position if he does have Terra Ghost. It's going to depend on if he does or not.
Now, I did see Justin hovering a switch there. Run me through, I guess, tempo advantage of a turn 1 switch if that were something to happen, especially against something like a fake out from that Rillaboom.
Well, the main thing is you can pull something out that, might be weak to the Ivy Cudgel, which would be fire type, and then cycle in either Intimidate to drop the attack of both physical attackers on Chris's side, or maybe even pull in something that also has fake out, so you can reset kind of a position where the other Pokemon can't protect and then fake out, get a big attack.
Sure, absolutely. Terastallization coming through turn 1. Is that fire type?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. First turn going to be coming through. It's a spiky shield for the blocks. Put a little protection up right there. Of course, Chi looking for potentially a spread move here and the fake out like you had pointed out earlier.
Heat Wave targeting into that Ogre Pond Protect, probably not going to do too much. Usually Rillaboom carry the Assault Vest item, and even still after terastallizing into a fire type, it does resist that. I like that play immediately out of Chris, but it's not really like a bad thing. There wasn't any ground lost for Justin. Now, usually that Landorus is probably carrying a Choice Scarf. I imagine it's going to be the fastest thing on the field.
Sure.
Ogre Pond sits at around like 110 speed, so it should outspeed the Chi-Yu, depending on if they have, max speed or not. The Landorus, though, will have a Choice Scarf, should be the fastest thing on the field, and threatens possibly a Terra Flying, Terra Blast into everything.
And a switch to Landorus, of course, like we pointed out. Intimidate going to come through back on the other side, spread to drop that attack on the side of Justin Tang. Rock Slide for a little bit of chip coming in through, but not too much. Barry's going to get taken right there. That's Citrus.
Yeah, revealing that it isn't that Assault Vest set, which means that it might actually have access to Protect.
And our players do know this coming in thanks to open team sheets, correct? So you're saying Citrus Berry is usually the other go-to if it's not Assault Vest, or? Yeah,
either Citrus or Leftovers, sometimes Miracle Seed.
Gotcha.
That Heat Wave taking the KO on the Landorus, immediately we know it has to be Choice Specs because of that. We didn't see a critical hit notification. But U-turn still kind of giving, oh, sorry, they flipped the players actually. Sorry.
Oh, so they did. Okay, so Justin Tang going to be the first one to drop one of their mons.
I don't know if they switched the cameras yet, though, because they're not on the right players
okay,
still.
Okay.
So we're just kind of, vibing here. Whoever's got what. Iron Bundle, as we talked about in the beginning of the game, coming out here, going to be able to throw out tons of damage into both Pokemon. Can hit both for super effective and on a pretty good special attack stat. Usually you throw a lot of investment into the special attack stat for the bundle. And it has high base power on Hydro Pump. So Hydro Pump would hit either of these super effective. Even if the Landorus went for Terra Flying, still taking damage from the Freeze Dry. And Chi-Yu being on the field, having Beads of Ruin, makes it so that the Iron Bundle on the other side is actually boosted in how much damage it's going to do because the special defense of each Pokemon on the field is
across the board. That's correct, yeah. Crazy stuff. And I know you had mentioned the term speed control as well. For the fans in chat who maybe not be as familiar with VGC terminology, can you just explain a little bit about what that actually means to have a Pokemon with good speed control?
Because speed is so important in Pokemon, the it's like a turn-based game. You go first if you have the higher speed stat. We do things with the board to try and maintain that speed advantage. Tailwind, Trick Room, Icy Wind. There's also priority moves, too, which kind of ignore speed control altogether unless you have a way to block the priority. Immediately, though, I'm assuming this is actually Chris and not Justin here, is going to get that swap into the Iron Hands with the Assault Vest item and Iron Hands' massive bulk, able to kind of tank that pretty effectively. The Beads of Ruin that I mentioned before took it off the field so that way they could properly tank an attack, not hurt their own Pokemon effectively.
Okay. We do see the bundle go for Protect, so it's not locked into a choice item. Knowing that without taking a look at the sheets, that's pretty good. And the Pollen Puff out of the Amoonguss. A little bit of healing right there.
I think that was... All right, so I know Justin is actually the one that has the bundle now. I remember him saying that he's bringing it to this tournament. So that Fake Out and Pollen Puff, excellent play there coming out from Chris. Again, still, it's really interesting watching him play. He looks like an experienced Masters player. And again, it's kind of a very positional game here. Both of these players are utilizing their Fake Out tools, their recovery, sustain with Pollen Puff. Now there's also kind of like reversals that happen. Iron Bundle came out, it expended its item with booster energy. Now Amoonguss is threatening to Spore, and now we kind of play a game of chicken. Am I going to swap out again and try and maintain my positional advantage, or are you going to let me Spore your Iron Bundle? Maybe you might even get a KO here because the Amoonguss is pinned, and you have to go for a switch out.
Is that a double Protect?
I believe it is.
Did I just miss the last turn?
And the reason that they had to go for it, too, is because of that Spore pressure
scare.
Again, yes.
Okay, looks like we do get the Swords Dance coming up from the Ogre Pond as the bundle gets that second Protect off. A little bit of a lucky maneuver right there. And a boost coming out on the side of Justin Tang.
Yeah, that double Protect was actually huge. It probably doesn't... I doubt that the Iron Bundle would have actually gotten knocked out by the Iron Hands attack. Usually they're trained with bulk enough to survive stuff like that. But... The Ogre Pond capitalizing on that defensive switch, going for the Swords Dance here, and again, Icy Wind being a huge factor.
Right.
You can go for the Icy Wind here, pick off the Lando, pick off a possible Amoonguss switch in, even Chi-Yu swapping into this if the Ogre Pond is at +1 because it has been intimidated once. It's still probably going to get the KO on Chi-Yu. I think it's at least doing like 80, 85, and then it's even in something like a Grassy Glide range.
Terrestrialization coming through for this turn on the Landorus. What's it going to be here?
That's the flying one.
That is the flying.
That's the flying one.
I don't know the
colors.
Will tell
you
I'm just gonna
no worries, no worries.
I'm just staring at it, trying to discern any possible information from that. Super effective hit there as well. Speed control, like you had brought up before, the Icy Wind is going to hurt. But that +1 Ogre Pond is what we're really scared about, right?
Yeah, again, and this is what I'm talking about. I mentioned before pinning down Pokemon. This is something that's an extremely important concept when you are playing a doubles format. If you are unable to protect, and you have two things that are going to be able to target a slot, and they don't have a defensive switch in, because of the bring 6, pick 4, you maybe didn't bring something that can switch in there. The Landorus was essentially pinned. Chi-Yu had chip on it, might have gone down to a +1 Ivy Cudgel there.
Sure.
Amoonguss is an extremely important resource and kind of can help you even stall out the end game, so he didn't want to do that. He knew, basically, Justin knew he was taking either the Lando there or whatever it switched into, most likely the Lando.
Right.
And at the cost of that, too, Chris went for the Terrestrialization. That might have been a read where they thought they were going to be able to get like a Terra Blast off, counter the Ogre Pond. Iron Bundle, I don't believe, went down that turn. They swapped out. Rillaboom in with a little bit of health. Fake Out pressure once again reset. And Iron Hands can't protect, so you can Fake Out right into this Amoonguss and then go for an Ivy Cudgel into the Iron Hands. And he doesn't have Fake Out either.
Perfect prediction again there, Justin. Yeah, amazing stuff. We'll see. Amoonguss does not hang on right there. It's going to be 2 Mons down on the side of Chris. Justin Tang still all 4 up, if I'm not mistaken, or did he lose one?
I don't remember precisely. I don't even think we've seen the 4th one. Rillaboom hasn't gone down yet. Iron Bundle hasn't gone down. So I think, yeah, Justin is now at a 4-2 advantage. And a big thing I want to point out there, I had mentioned that the Ivy Cudgel can go into the Iron Hands there. If the Amoonguss doesn't have Protect, you go for that every time. You just Fake Out. If you could take that that one thing that's going to be a really problematic piece. Even if Chi-Yu swapped in, maybe that goes down. Amoonguss comes down, you can Ivy Cudgel again, and you should be able to get that Rillaboom with Fake Out onto the Assault Vest Pokemon, Iron Bundle. You have all that damage just piling up into that one slot.
Okay. Hovering a couple moves as we go into our next turn right there. The Rillaboom looking real juicy for a kill. Come up soon, or KO, excuse me. Grassy Glide will come through first, though, for a little bit of chip, possibly before that Rillaboom goes down. But we'll see how this turn plays out. Chi-Yu barely hanging on right there. Going to strike back with the overheat, and that's a knockout in return.
I am actually so shocked that that survived, and I'm guessing that probably makes me think the Ogerpon is max speed, not adamant, but jolly. And what's crazy is that survive was actually also just as clutch, because if you had taken the KO there, then the Iron Bundle would have to target the Chi-Yu, then the Iron Hands, and you probably actually win that game. But because the Rillaboom is alive now, Iron Bundle can target down with like an Icy Wind, possibly get both. The Rillaboom might be able to go for a Wood Hammer into the Iron Hands. This is going to be a close finish. I would think, if anything, the favor is in Justin Tang's side. But, again, 2 really clutch survivals there that we kind of, glossed over.
Which one do you think matters more in terms of tempo advantage? We do see the Chi go down on this turn, but it is surprising to see both of them lit right there.
Well, it would have mattered if the Iron Bundle was in the back, but we missed when it got knocked out.
Yeah.
So, sorry, following along with some of the stream graphic there. I got a bit distracted, but ends up being a pretty clutch win there from Chris. That survival was huge. I think it actually may have been winnable if they had gotten the KO on that Chi-Yu instead.
Yeah, it looks like we do have, just a note for production, we do have the cameras reversed. The names were correct towards the latter half of that match. But yeah, 1-0 for Chris going into this one. Pretty good win overall as well.
Yeah.
Crazy ending going through the finish line there, but.
Yeah, what's wild to me too, so I'm assuming that must be like a max bulk Chi-Yu that I was able to survive that. Maybe it isn't max investment into the Ogerpon on Justin's side. The maneuvering from Justin was really key in the beginning with the Rillaboom being able to tank that attack, getting out of there with the Terastallization on the Terrifier. Once Bundle came in, went for a double protect, but Chris was utilizing his Amoonguss's Spore Pressure. The threat of sleep is so important, especially at the higher level, because you can't control sleep.
Right.
You can control the things that it's trying to sleep by switching in a grass type or something like Safety Goggles, but you can't control how many sleep turns you get. And if they get the maximum amount of sleep turns, it can be extremely devastating, especially if they just leave it on the field and don't even target it.
Sure. What I find very interesting, again, is this the first time I've gotten to see a VGC event live and in person. You had mentioned the pick 6, take 4 of nature of how matches work for VGC events. What kind of adaptation do you think we see from both of these players now that they've kind of understood the 4 that came in for that first game?
So both players, I would think, are afraid of specific offensive leads. Chi-Yu, I would think immediately, is something that you have to worry about. On Justin's side, the immediate pressure from Chi-Yu forced Chris's Chi-Yu forced a Terastallization into the Rillaboom, made the game plan way less flexible. Additionally, seeing the bulk on the Chi-Yu means that instead of targeting it with just a +1 Ivy Cudgel, which is a resisted attack, you probably want to put something in position against it that is super effective.
Right.
Chris also leveraged some really good switches using the Iron Hands Assault Vest bulk to be able to swap into the Iron Hands, into the Iron Bundle. Big positional advantages. That one turn with the Fake Out and then the Pollen Puff was huge as well. I think that if anything on Chris's side, he's going to want to get a better utilization out of his Terastallization. That's the first thing. They lost the Lando immediately after going for the Terra, not even getting an attack off. And then the second thing would be on Justin's side, in my opinion, addressing the Chi-Yu in the early game, maintaining, throughout turns 2 and turns 3. I have to make sure that I'm never caught out of position against Chi-Yu. And very often what that will mean is not in position where Chi-Yu and Amoonguss are next to each other and you can't knock out the Amoonguss. Because if you have Iron Bundle out and you're trying to get the KO into the Amoonguss, say it's like a Terrifier, and It goes for a Terrifier. It survives the possible freeze-dry targeting. Or it's EV to live, the Beads of Ruin, freeze-dry, even as a grass type. You don't get the KO. You don't target down the Chi-Yu. Maybe it even Rage Powdered away your freeze-dry or your Hydro Pump into the Chi-Yu, and then they get a Spore off if they want, or they're just knocking you out with a Heat Wave.
Bad news tempo either way.
Yeah. So Justin's main win condition, in my opinion, is making sure that you don't get run over by the Chi-Yu, and then maintaining effective board position while considering the possibility of an Iron Hands faking you out and cycling in for fake out, and then Amoonguss also possibly coming in, protecting that Chi-Yu. So that's the big thing, I think, on Chris's side to close this game out. Just leverage the Chi-Yu really well. The Intimidate in tandem with Chi-Yu's impressive bulk made for a really good, reversal in that last game, last turn scenario that I didn't even expect.
Absolutely. We're going to be moving into game 2 here. Justin Tang versus Chris Han. Han, is that how I pronounce that last name? Second verse, not exactly the same as the first. We'll be seeing the Flutter main here on the side of Chris for the first time in this set. But Rillaboom coming in for turn 1 again does present the fake out, at least on one slot.
Yeah, I would expect the reason that Justin is leading into these double grass leads is this is how you give Amoonguss maximum respect. Amoonguss, an established gentleman in competitive Pokemon history, you must respect him. He has a long legacy of greatness. And I like what Chris did here to mix things up. Instead of leading with the Chi-Yu and then possibly getting a reversal from the Terra situation, go right ahead with Fluttermane. Let Fluttermane bear the offensive burden right away and maintain the tempo. Possibly, get a Terastallization on the Lando. Icy Wind, go for a Terra Blast into that Ogerpon. But Fake Out, once again, also going to be a threat immediately into something like that Landorus.
And the Embody aspect you had brought up before we got into the match as well from the Ogerpon. Huge for that attacking pressure. Icy Wind is going to come through for the speed drop on the side of Justin Tang. We'll see what the counterattack is right here.
I would hope that it's going into the Landorus because, yes, the speed control item is the Fluttermane, but the threat here to both of your grass types is Landorus.
I saw a flinch as well. Was I mistaken there?
Fake Out's a guaranteed flinch.
Okay, I didn't know if it was from. I thought I saw the flinch after the Icy Wind and got very confused for a second. Was like, that's not how that's supposed to work.
And impressively, the +1 Terra Ivy Cudgel doesn't get the Landorus here. I like that Chris chose not to burn the Terra right away. Didn't go for a repositioning here. Doesn't really have a great switch into the possible double up from the Rillaboom and Ogerpon. And then not targeting the Flutter will kind of work against you here. You didn't get a knockout, but I really like that the Landorus is now in Grassy Glide range. Priority attack at all times in the game. If you have Rillaboom active and grassy terrain, you will always be able to chip off that Lando.
Right, and you had mentioned to me actually the other day that move recently got base damage nerf, is that correct?
Yes, it went from base 70 base power to 55.
That's incredibly high.
Yeah, it's a pretty big nerf.
Yeah, wow. Okay, we will see the knockout right there. Landorus will go down on the side of Chris. Time for the Swords Dance to come up. A little bit of setup on top of the +1 we saw from the Terastallization as well. So that Ogerpon's sitting pretty at +3 over there.
Yeah, and momentum riding, that is what Justin Tang is ready to do, especially like the people that are experienced in a lot of day 2 scenarios playing against high-level people. You know that when you have things, when the wind is in your sails, you have to, push forward full speed. And capitalizing on that pressure, he had a great position. Chris got a little bit defensive, went for the Protect into the Fluttermane, and now it looks like it's, downhill from here from Justin's perspective. There is still the threat of that Icy Wind. I don't know if the Ogerpon is going to be in range of something like a Icy Wind and then a Dark Pulse from a Specs Chi-Yu. That is to be determined. Also, sometimes they do carry something like Grassy Glide themselves, especially when paired with Rillaboom. So the Fluttermane actually might be pressured off the field on this turn because of that.
Right. This could be, like you said, the beginning of the end, though, where just one turn can make the whole difference here in deciding the tempo. Just like that, maybe we see an entire game even back up, Justin against Chris 1-1. Ogerpon's going to take a little bit, but not go quite down while the Rillaboom escapes right out the U-turn.
does end up being that Ogre Pond was carrying Grassy Glide. Not something we would normally expect. Usually they'll carry Horn Leech or Wood Hammer, but when you pair it with Rillaboom, you have your own way of setting grassy terrain, getting that priority, and with Swords Dance, that's actually extremely threatening.
Sure.
Doesn't get the attack off into the Chi-Yu. Does try to get that attack damage into Flutter Mane, ends up going into Iron Hands, and this is one of those reposition for fake outs things. And here's a really funny scenario. You're not familiar with this yet, but having 2 Iron Hands that have freshly switched in, we get to play a game called Who Gets to Fake Out First? Because we do not know speed tiers.
That's right.
And sometimes players will play too cautiously rather than just, kind of highbrowing it and being like, I am going to be the faster Iron Hands. I put 148 speed EVs into my Iron Hands. And maybe the people that play more passive, they know that they have less speed EVs. They don't even want to risk it.
Now let me ask, actually, in a scenario like this, we're just going to see a straight switch out. No one even wants to mess with that to begin with. But for a situation like that, is it a level where the players are so good that they just start trickling more and more speed EVs in for that specific scenario so they can win the fake out speed tie?
Yes, and honestly, I don't even think it really gets determined by player skill sometimes. I think what really people are worried about is playing against teams in simulators or on ladder and then finding that they can't outspeed specific teams that they've played a lot that are in the higher ranks.
Right.
So they will speed creep, or they'll speed creep their friends because they're jerks. Or they have the same team, they have somebody's pace, and then they want to just take the speed advantage where they can get it, or if you absolutely need it.
We didn't get to see that pan out in that situation, but there's potentially one more game if Justin takes this one where we can see it unfold, or if just another switch comes in where both the hands come around. Maybe, but that Ogre Pond is still a dramatic threat sitting on the battlefield here.
Yes.
Let's see. Chi-Yu's going to switch out. What's going to be the swap in, though? We have, who's left? The Chi-Yu Pans back in. But yeah, that +3 Grassy Glide, like you said, is just so threatening no matter what, right? You can't really switch into it. It's going to take a lot of chunk, even if you do have a resistance. It's a rough position for Chris to be in.
Yeah, and basically what happened here, I think, is Chris leveraged. I have to get this Shadow Ball off right now. The only thing I can really sacrifice is my Iron Hands. Iron Hands is going to come in, take that Grassy Glide, but Wild Charge should survive. Yeah, usually they're not EV'd with max attack. They have to invest a lot in bulk.
Right.
And Flutter Manes usually will have pretty decent amount of physical bulk so that they can survive things like a Adamant Chien Pao Sucker Punch.
Right.
Which would normally just get a knockout. So Chi-Yu coming back onto the board. Unfortunately, this is the position that I was talking about in that last game that Justin needed to make for his win condition. There was no Amoonguss this game, but now Iron Bundle is coming in at an effective time to threaten that Chi-Yu.
Right.
We saw no terrestrialization yet from Chris yet. So there's possibility that the Chi-Yu can make a defensive terrestrialization to possibly a reversal in this scenario. And one thing that people know very fondly about Iron Bundle, my Iron Bundle, very accurate. Everybody else's Iron Bundle, not very accurate. I have some cheat codes. Not everybody else does. 80% or 85%, probably 80%. To me, it's 100%. I don't even look at the accuracy for Hydro Pump.
You're just siphoning all of the accuracy
that's
away from all the
basically what
other
it is,
players.
yeah.
I get it. Okay, Protect gonna be saving the Flutter Mane for now from the freeze drive, but like you said, very, very rough position here that Chi-Yu's gonna have to put in a lot of work. And Iron Hands hanging on right there off of the overheat. This might just be curtains.
It might be, but they went for Wild Charge. Justin possibly predicting that defensive terrestrialization there. Instead of just getting the Drain Punch and keeping the Iron Hands on the field and then pretty much locking the game up, got a little bit caught in the over-prediction there. Also the possibility that they don't need to make that type of prediction.
Sure.
Now your Rillaboom can come in. You can just start Grassy Gliding and Freeze Drying into the Chi-Yu slot if it's choice specs. It's just going to go down. There's no amount of crit damage that can get through that Rillaboom in this position. Pretty much Justin has all the resources that he needs and the position, priority, etc. Should be in his favor. A little bit downhill from here.
Terrestrialization comes through, but like you said, this just may be an ill-tempered fate for Chris Han coming into this second game. How long can they hang on for is the question. Might not be that long with that priority Grassy Glide taking down the Flutter Mane.
It also depends if he went for the Hydro Pump and if Justin misses.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, looks like we will have the hit. That is going to tie up the game in favor of Justin Tang. We'll go to a tiebreaker game 3.
Yeah, and already cooking. We got two really high-level players squaring up. making the adjustments. And Justin, again, was able to recognize the threat that Iron Bundle could pose, more so in the late game rather than the mid game. Keep that booster energy. If Iron Bundle is one of the last things that comes in, then you will be able to maintain that booster speed. You won't be forced to swap it out. You can use the early game and the mid game to get rid of the threats to the Iron Bundle, get rid of the redirection, at least just put down all the pieces, maybe even least to like a 2v2 or a 2v1, and then they don't bring in an Iron Hands for fresh fake out, or at least you can protect on that turn. So very great adjustment there from Justin Tang. Chris Hahn, again, I think he's going to realize going into Game 3, Amoonguss, very crucial piece.
Super important to that team composition for sure. Yeah, you could see it almost clear as day. Even for someone like me, no Amoonguss comes through, not a bad look.
And if you were able to see it, then I'm sure anybody in the chat could have noticed the same things. Game 3s are always really fun in high-level competitive VGC at this extremely stacked, fun event. Justin, known for bringing it in Game 3s. I have been at the hand of that prowess myself twice. Trying not to get locked into like a traumatic memory there, but
it's okay. We're okay. Don't worry.
Switching to Justin Tang fan mode, I would like to see a similar approach in Game 3. I think keeping the fake out, double grass early game, you leverage all the tools that you have immediately into the respectable gentleman, Sir Amoon Gus, and keeping that pressure into the Landorus with late game Lando versus Bundle. He was able to get it off the field early, I think kind of just because there was nothing that Chris could do with that threat of fake out immediate Ivy Cudgel.
Sure.
He knew exactly when to step on the gas. This game, I would suspect, after seeing Chris hold on to Terra so much in that game, he's got to at least project some type of adjustment on that particular habit. But again, he also might know, hey, he's a senior. Maybe he's not. This isn't something that he's familiar with doing. So I'm very excited to see how Justin kind of approaches that, especially knowing the difference in the age divisions.
Absolutely. Final round coming through, ladies and gentlemen. Another different set of leads from both players here. How much can Chris leverage this Chi-Yu?
The big thing here now is first 2 games we saw fake out threat from Justin. This game, Chris is the one with the fake out pressure, and neither of these have a defensive Terra Ghost to go for. We also have Chi-Yu right out in the field. This is a very common lead. This is something I would expect Justin to lead into his own team if he was running what Chris is running. So I really like the position that Chris is in. Ogrepon, we can go for protect here. Lando maybe wants to U-turn out. Maybe you have to immediately defensively switch. I know Justin doesn't really have too many defensive pieces to switch into.
Sure.
The Iron Bundle really frail if he brought Rillaboom. If he's bringing the same pieces, still very frail. Could be quite an unfortunate situation to get stuck in turn 1.
Yeah, we'll see if this is a turn 1 spells disaster type of game. Of course, Terrestrialization will come through turn 1, though, on that Ogrepon to get the boost coming through early. We'll see how much of an impact this Ogrepon can make on Game 3, though. I don't know, especially playing off potentially the back foot there off fake out pressure. Could be tough to tell, but a Terrestrialization in response here
Terra
on
water?
the hands.
Fire, okay. People are already doing that. Back to Terra Fire, Iron Hands.
What do you mean by that? People
we
are already
switched to water for Regulation D. That was the big one.
Okay.
We had grass before that. Now we're up to fire because of the main offensive threat being a very strong fire type.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, the dance again. We saw this in Game 2. Some would say the Samsung in dance. It's a +3 Ogrepon, potentially going unchecked right there, turn 1, because the target comes through on the Landorus for turn 1 knockout.
Whoa. All right, that's big because getting one piece off the board, it can be dangerous sometimes to do that. The attractiveness of a one-hit knockout, especially early games, so they have less pieces to switch around, is very big. But sometimes you're doing that and then immediately your opponent has fake out pressure and they can start pinning. Or they go into bundle and then they have offensive pressure into everything on the field.
Right.
So sometimes it can be, again, wrong or just lackluster to take a knockout a little bit too early. I like what Justin did. He kind of knew that his Lando was at risk of getting Heat Wave there. If you Terra Fire, you're going to get Heat Wave to take a little bit of damage with the Ogrepon. You get a massive Swords Dance off. If he doesn't fake out the Lando, maybe you get a U-turn off. etc. So I think that, you kind of leverage the resources. If he takes this is what I'm going to do. If he doesn't, then I'm going to get a big, massive Swords Dance off.
Right, absolutely, yeah. Ogrepon can probably sit on the field for most of this game as well. Sitting at +3, didn't take any damage turn 1. Intimidate will come through to drop that to a +2 instead. But with the grassy glide, or the grassy terrain down, excuse me, that grassy glide from both of the Mons on Justin Tang's side is a super big threat.
And unfortunately isn't able to get there.
Oh, okay. Second overheat, -4 now from the Chi-Yu, but the name of the game was leveraging that fish, and we're getting that coming in spades here from Chris Hahn, finding 2 knockouts already.
Yeah, and that Chi-Yu is what we would call hard-bodied, because he is tanking hits left and right. That is the second time we've seen a massive survival from this Chi-Yu, and now it is a 2v4. But once again, we don't know that with all of this offensive pressure, Chris might be running out of gas. Chi-Yu cannot protect. Maybe there's an Amoongus in the back. Maybe everything in that one slot is possibly threatened by the damage output. We've already seen Terrestrialization. You can throw it in a Freeze Dry into the Landorus. This is the late game bundle versus Landorus situation that I talked about.
Sure.
He set up everything. It might look like Justin is on the back foot right now, but tons of damage. Sword Dance is up. Speed Boost is up. You have the 2 pieces. This is the position that this team wants them to be in at pretty much all times.
Still living.
I would still think that there's going to be an attack coming out.
Yeah, it has to be.
Rotation.
Okay, Lando will go down on the side of Chris Hahn. That's the first knockout right there. 3-2 now, slightly in favor of Chris, but positional advantage might be a little bit nebulous there, like you had just mentioned there, Justin.
Yeah, taking the pieces sometimes might look good. You'd think, oh, I got 4 Pokemon, you only got 2, but this is not 100% over. I would say the big thing is having access to Fluttermane, which I believe is also a booster energy and booster speed archetype on this team. Good. Additionally, the Iron Hands being Terrafire now. Even though there's Swords Dance that already went off, we know it's Grassy Glide and then Ivy Cudgel. It resists the Ivy Cudgel that's going to be coming into it. And I don't know if with Assault Vest and Terrafire, Hydro Pump and the attack from the Ogrepon are even going to be able to get the hands. So what we're going to see right now, Justin's going to go probably for a double protect. You're going to see a fake out and some type of targeting from the Fluttermane on Chris's side. It's going to depend on the follow-up turn, I would imagine. Unless also the Iron Bundle might have Encore, which we'll go into in a second.
Okay. We do see Protect come through on the bundle. Is it going to be a Protect in response from the Flutter as well? Spiky Shield from the Ogrepon. And there is an elephant in the room here, Justin. The Hydro Pump's going to miss, isn't it?
No, well, I don't know. It depends on if he took the Iron Bundle from my game or not. And I don't know really if it matters. If the Iron Hands can survive, I think they're fine. Like, if you Shadow Ball and then Drain Punch into the Ogrepon, I think every time you should be okay. At least then you boil it down to a 50-50. You might be able to get the attack off into the Iron Bundle. It's probably easy to live a Moonblast from booster speed. So, yeah, I would say that, Justin's probably in the favorable position here.
Sure.
But it's still definitely not out of Chris's hands yet.
Okay, we're seeing almost the exact move selection you pointed out right there. Shadow Ball will come through onto the Ogrepon. Let's see how much chip that does. Just about a third, a little bit over. Hydro Pump does connect as well. Halfway there on the Iron Hands.
Oh, does he just trade? Oh, okay, all right, no, he's going for the Iron Hands. Is he going to get there?
It does.
Is that a crit? Oh, wow, it just gets there. Okay.
That's great, and we actually did see Chris hover his hand stats for just a moment, so I wonder if maybe the thought crossed the mind of if that Cudgel would be able to be survived from the Iron Hands. But now, just like you said, you took away the pieces, but only the queens remain on Justin Tang's side, and it might be checkmate.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, because there was no special defense drop on the Ogrepon, there's no way for Chris to get out of the situation. Freeze Dry and Grassy Glide will always clean it up.
That's right.
Needed the hands to survive there, get the Drain Punch off, and get the KO into that Ogrepon for there to even be a chance. May have even needed another Hydro Pump miss coming out of the bundle. And unfortunately, that's not what happened. Justin kind of showing, I'm the master here, you're the senior, you definitely have a bright future. That was a masterfully played set from both players. I'm excited to see, where Chris ends up in the future, but I think we're going to see quite the run from Justin Tang. He's playing on fire now.
That's right. Easily one of the favorites to win this tournament in the big 5K prize pool we got sitting around. Isn't that right?
Absolutely.
But Justin Tang sitting there with the last couple of turns trickling through on this end game, ladies and gents, saying, respect your elders. Going to come through Icy Wind just for one last little speed drop right there. Make sure the knockout, can get confirmed. Ivy Cudgel will probably close the book on it.
Yeah, and there it is. Well played there for Justin Tang. We already get to see our first DLC Pokemon making a huge impact on the game. Some familiar faces from other formats, you know, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Iron Hands. Very common picks back in Regulation D, Regulation C. Landorus added to the mix makes things a little bit different, that archetype of team. It used to be Gyarados back in the day where people would use, we called it New Balance. There's always a balanced team kind of that everybody has.
Was that intentional?
Yeah, yeah, with the idea of the shoe, right? The other core, Adidas, no, I'm just kidding. So
that would rock. That would be so cool, actually.
It would. I wish that we had like Pokemon that had that acronym, but not a lot of A's outside of the Amoonguss.
Sure.
So we saw some of the damage output from Ugarte. I cannot believe that it did that much damage to Iron Hands. I know it was +2. He had Fluttermane, Landorus, Iron Hands, Chi-Yu. So I feel like there was an Intimidate that went down at some point. So if anything, maybe +1, and then it was +2 because of Embody Aspect.
Yes. Yeah, it was +2 at endgame. That's correct.
So it's like an unresisted attack into the Terrifier Iron Hands. I guess, yeah, it's probably heading to KO there. So just well played. Pretty much from that position, being the last two Pokemon, Iron Bundle, +2, Iron Embody Aspect, Terrifier, Ogre, you're just running away with the damage.
Right.
And it's a position I've been familiar with myself. I used to run Iron Bundle and Great Tusk, kind of do the same offensive pressure. If you get into that position, even if it's 2v4, if you're outspeeding everything, or you've like maybe chipped everything into range, or they ran out of their speed control option, you're gonna run away with it because you have Icy Wind to control everything. Great Tusk will outspeed. In this case, Ugarte is even faster.
Right.
It's in that probably like 27, 25 points faster than Great Tusk. So again, even a more potent option for that, and it has a built-in like attack boosting ability, and it has the 1.2 boost. So some DLC sauce to the Iron Bundle mix. We already saw that get popularized, not popularized to say, but brought to the table in an online tournament from the World's runner-up, McCulder Best. The team kind of looks a little bit similar to me, might be the exact same 6.
Sure.
And used to great effectiveness. So awesome play. We get to see some Regulation E tools already.
Let me ask you a question, because you did seem a little bit surprised by this, and we did talk about it a little bit during the Justin Tang set that we just saw. The Grassy Glide on the Ugarte. What do you think about that?
I think it's good. Priority damage, especially when you have boosting built in with the Embody Aspect ability, and then Swords Dance on top of that. So you can kind of mitigate Intimidates from things like Landorus. As long as you're managing Terra pretty effectively, especially in tandem with Iron Bundle. One of the ways that we get around teams that have speed control that will outpace our, extremely fast thing like Iron Bundle. It should be the fastest thing that really is out there without like a weather boost or tailwind. One of the ways that we get around not having speed control faster than like a tailwind plus a Fluttermane is priority. And priority on the physical side is usually the 90% of priority attacks. You have a built-in +1 with the Embody Aspect. You have Grassy Glide on Rillaboom. You have a little bit of recovery from the grassy terrain. It's also further boosting because terrains give you a 1.3 boost. I think it's really smart because if the Lando doesn't have access to Terra, which would resist the Grassy Glide, you can start throwing. If you get those boosts off, you can throw the Grassy Glide into it if you don't have your bundle out on the field. You have fake out pressure. I think it's really cool. It's interesting, too, because if you're running Woodhammer, you're going to kind of run out of HP as a resource because you're taking all that chip, even with the grassy terrain on the field.
Yep.
If you're running Horn Leech, you're not doing damage, and you're not doing as much damage as Woodhammer would do, and you're not doing it as quickly as Grassy Glide would because it's in that extra priority bracket.
Right.
I think that that's a smart adaptation. If you're running Swords Dance, You want to get as much value. You got that first Juicy Sword Dance off. Maybe you got a knockout with Ivy Cudgel and you took a lot of HP from the partner, as like a Drain Punch from an Iron Hands or something. The last thing you can do is you can go for a Grassy Glide. You get extra value out of that last ditch effort with the boosts.
Crazy stuff. Yeah, I think Justin Tang, an innovator in his own right, of course. There's a reason why we called him on our channel The Rise of VGC's Next Generation. Because he's one of those dudes, man, that just knows what he's doing. He's risen to the top of competition, of course, like we said before, a favorite to win this event as well. Just, top of his class in terms of everyone that moves along that graduating class you had mentioned before of seniors to masters and so on. So. We would like to thank our presenting sponsor for Beastcoast Safari Zone, and that is Control. It actually tastes very good, and I'm so glad that production put a video on because I'm going to pick up a sheet of paper. I'm not even going to lie about it because we have to read some things pretty specific. Control, CTRL, is one of the fastest growing meal replacement companies and one of the first creator and influencer-owned companies that everyone is talking about. We're very thankful that Control is here. They make the best tasting meal replacement shakes out to help gamers and the everyday person get the nutrients they need when they don't have time to make a healthy meal. Stop spending money on delivery and eating unhealthy and try their industry-leading meal replacement shakes at drinkcontrol.com/Beastcoast.
I hope my siblings are watching this, specifically for the last part. Stop spending money on delivery and
Stop
eating
spending money.
Yeah.
Don't do it. I don't know if you've actually tried these. They did send myself and a bunch of other people on Beastcoast some free care packages in the past. They're a sponsor on my own channel as well. Legitimately very good tasting.
Yeah.
I really like it a lot. I've made several shakes just as kind of like lunches or breakfast if I need to. I throw them into smoothies and some stuff like that. I really do like it a lot. Do want to say, of course, thank you guys for supporting Beastcoast and the Beastcoast Safari Zone for helping us make this event happen because it's super rad.
Yeah, it's been awesome so far, and I believe that because that last round went pretty long in terms of games and then how long some of the games were, we're probably closing in on the end of this round. The next round of pairings will probably be up soon. And yeah, again, I'm just looking forward to being able to cast a couple more matches, see some really strong players. It's been awesome teaching you about Pokemon, baby steps.
Yeah. I don't know. I hope I did okay. Guys, please go easy on me in the comments whenever we put these up on YouTube or if we're in the live chat. I don't know. Go a little easy. I'm a fighting game player. I'm trying to learn a little bit. I think I said a couple good things. Justin, it was a blast commentating with you. I hope we get a couple more blocks because I feel like my IQ has raised like several hundred points just from sitting here on this couch with you.
Nice, and I feel like mine has shed a few.
Yeah,
points.
good.
So it's a good trade-off.
Thank you guys for watching. We're going to cut to a quick break, but keep it locked right here at Beastcoast Safari Zone. We'll be back with some more pairings in just a few minutes. Psych, that's the wrong number. We got put back on for another round.
Yep.
So here we are. But I think we have a few minutes. So we're gonna skip the formalities and introductions because we were here like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
It was a nice
How we
lap
doing?
around the building that we took.
It was. We almost got a couple glasses of water, as it were,
Yes.
from the lounge area, but could not quite
You
do
know that
so.
New York water. Better than the rest.
Well, yeah, the New York water was everywhere
Yeah,
yesterday,
last
so
night.
it was. So, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. Let's hang out, talk about some stuff in the chat. How we doing today? How's everybody feeling? You guys like the tournament so far? I think we're bringing a pretty good vibe to this Pokemon event. I do like the grassy glide routes that we're bringing to here.
Yeah, grassy glide. Vibes. Grassy vibes.
Oh,
glide
wait,
vibes.
we're getting a match right away.
Yeah.
I
We're-
thought we had time to hang out.
Well, we can hang out a little bit. And, we get some questions. Ask your questions. We'll answer them. But I
Yeah.
do want to give a little bit of background right now.
Yes, please do.
Because what we have is a match that was possible in Pittsburgh that didn't happen. Because both of these players actually ended up making top 8 at the most recent Pittsburgh Regional Championships, that it being Ofamezier Amelie and Jody Azzarelli.
Mm-hmm.
2 New York locals, incredible players. Jody having one of the craziest comeback seasons ever. Took, some time off, didn't really take Pokemon too seriously since 2016. Went to a few tournaments here and there. Always got like a decent result when they played. But last year, top 4 at a regional, top 8 at a regional, top 8 at the international championships in North America.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible, run at Worlds Day 1 that ended a little bit short. I think started off 4-1 at that tournament. A little bit of a weird format. We weren't too familiar with Regulation D yet. Mezzi, though, as they like to be referred to as, a little bit familiarity there. They just barely were shy of a Worlds invite last year, and part due to the way that the kickers worked for championship points, because they had placed, I believe, top 256 at the national championships in North America, the international championships in North America, and we were like 20 people away from the kicker to get them that last 100 points that they needed, or I think it's 80 points that they needed to get their Worlds invite. So still actually ended up going to the World Championships. Didn't end up playing as a competitor, but immediately hit the season off in stride by getting top 8 at the Pittsburgh Regionals, only dropping to Aaron Trailer in top 8. Stream match, go check it out. Amazing matches also throughout day 2. I believe they were on stream as well, I think either once or twice during the Swiss rounds. Mezzi, kind of an up-and-comer, new player, actually a Smash player.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, but they play the worst game, Smash Ultimate.
Come on.
So I have a very funny story. Is like I've played Mezzi in Pokemon now, but I actually think the first time I ever played them competitively in anything was
in Smash.
Was in Smash.
Really?
At like a
Okay.
Platinum Star in New
Gotcha.
Jersey.
Huh.
And they kind of beat me up. They were pretty good.
Well, dang. Okay, I thought I was supposed to be unbiased, but this changes everything.
Oh, you know what's funny? Jody is actually also a Smash player.
Okay, we're
They
back
were-
to being
Yeah,
unbiased. Everything is
sorry.
fine. Balance has been restored to the world.
So both of these players, what's cool to me is when you transition between the two games, going from Pokemon to Smash, awesome because I felt like I took certain skills of prediction and then game planning that translated very well to Smash.
Sure.
But very often I find players that come from Smash to Pokemon have this adaptation skill and the ability to kind of just like figure things out on the fly. It's like their processing speed is at just like a higher base stat when they come over to Pokemon, because Smash in a way is kind of a turn-based game sometimes. You have your advantage, you have your disadvantage.
It is in a lot of ways a lot of fighting games. I actually just saw a clip about how a lot of people misunderstand, myself of course being a Smash player, FGC guy. You take your turns. In fighting games for sure. It's a little bit faster paced at times than Pokemon may be for a turn-based game, but you do take your turns. And taking the turns is what's going to happen right here as we go into Game 1. Mezzi up against Jody. Jody. Mirroring Tornadus as the genie of choice, though. We have the Landorus on the side of Mezzi as well, coming off the pairing there.
Instead of 3 wishes, we got 3 genies instead, and Torn Goldengo into Torn Lando would look like an advantageous position for the Landorus player, but I don't know if it's a choice band set or if it's a Assault Vest set. And Landorus might not even be able to get the KO on Goldengo, especially if there's another Intimidator possibly coming in. I believe that Jody does have an Intimidator. I don't know if Mezzy... I feel like these are actually the wrong sides again. Because I don't think there's a Lando on Emilio's team.
Yeah, I think you're correct on that. Yeah, I remember seeing the Goldengo on Mezzy's side.
All right, Terrestrialization, immediately popping that axe onto the head.
Speed control, the Tailwind coming in from the Tornadus. Will we see it? Yes, in response there from Mezzy. Okay, so roughly even, more or less. Neutral turn. U-turn's going to get that Landorus right out of trouble, though. And Steel Terrestrialization on the Goldengo will wrap up that turn. What's going to be the move out of that?
I would believe a Make It Rain is coming through here. Usually when a Goldengo goes for a Terra Steel, they're almost immediately revealing their choice specs. Pulling up the team sheet here. Yeah, it is swapped again.
Okay.
They did fix it, so we do see the choice specs.
Okay, I was going to say, is that Sash, or is it just actually just built different like that? But
Could have been built different. But we saw the Focus Sash activate. Now the Tornadus still in the field. I think sometimes that the Focus Sash item for Tornadus is a little bit undervalued. Being able to keep your Torn alive for like a later game Tailwind is really important. Into Goldengo, though, I like that Mezzy kind of immediately identified this is something I can do probably right away, because there's not much defensive switching from Jody's team to be able to, you know, pop in and take that. We did see the Ogre Pawn come out, but it's usually trained as a like frailer, offensive, speedy attacker. So it still took a lot, pretty much half of its HP, even from a resisted attack.
right. Okay, hard switch into the Urshifu is going to happen on the side of Mezzy as we see Terrestrialization now on the Ogre Pawn. Same song and dance we saw in the previous game with Justin Tang and Chris Hahn. Boost will come through. It's going to be Embody Aspect for the +1. But I'm assuming it's probably a different set than what Justin Tang was running before.
I would think so, but the Scary Face dropping the speeds there of that Ogre Pawn, or I think it went into the Ogre Pawn, Embody Aspect, actually going to get the knockout there on the Tornadus. And again, focusing on these smaller pieces here. Tornadus being alive is important. There's a possibility of a late game Tailwind.
Yep.
When Tailwind is stalled out, if yours is still around, you know, you can pivot in, get that extra Tailwind. Brambleghast, though, going to hit the field and immediately activate that new ability, Wind Rider, and gets +1 attack boost whenever hit by a wind move or whenever in Tailwind.
Under Tailwind. Okay, I see. Okay. Good stuff. A lot of offensive capability on the side of Mezzy between that Urshifu and Brambleghast. See move collection coming through. It's going to be a spread, potentially, for this move. I didn't see what was clicked there on the side of Jody.
I would think in this position with, you know, you probably have a super effective attack into both targets, but again, Wind Rider is actually immune to Bleak Wind Storm, and it would give it an attack boost.
I see. Okay.
So it's a little bit, you know, dangerous to go for this, but what Jody might be thinking is Mezzy has Wind Rider out on the field. Why would he let me keep boosting it? Why would he click Bleak Wind Storm? And Jody might just be going kind of into that next layer of Yomi and clicking the Bleak Wind Storm anyway. No Terra available, and if the Bleak Wind connects, it might actually just knock out the Urshifu.
Oh, okay. We will see the KO on the Urshifu, like you had pointed out, but the back and forth between the attack rises and the intimidate coming out from that Landorus switch in still leaves that Brambleghast at +1 at the end of that exchange.
I thought it missed, but I forgot that it has to give you the text for Poltergeist to attack you with your item.
I see.
That's like the thing of the move. It does more damage because it's attacking you with your item, and every Pokemon in VGC holds an item. So we actually get the knockout there into the Landorus, which would be the main way that Jody can kind of slow this Brambleghast down. But again, it's taken a Bleak Wind, and it's also gotten an attack boost with the Tailwind being up. So I would doubt that the Shadow Sneak would have the ability to KO the Ogre Pawn, but it is a threat.
We do see the Terra Steel Goldengo come back out onto the field. We're going to see a spread from Make It Rain or something different. Turn's going to come through in just a moment.
The Shadow Sneak into the Tornadus threat is actually pretty important here because, you know, even if the Ogre ends up attacking into the Brambleghast, it doesn't knock it out, because usually they will carry focus ashes, and then it can even get strength sapped and basically recover all of its HP anyway.
Okay. Scary Face on the Bramble slow it down even further. Ivy Cudgel going to come in. Is it a double up, or is it onto the Golden Go? No, it looks like it will be on the Golden Go instead. Okay, super effective damage right there. We'll get the knockout, and it's down to one slow Brambleghast.
One slow Brambleghast, but one
Strong Brambleghast.
And if we see a Poltergeist here, target into this Ogre Pine, which it does, but that 90% accuracy absolutely ruining that turn for Mezzy.
That's got to be a nail in the coffin, right?
I would think so. I don't know that it was 100% locked, even if you had gotten the KO there. Depends on what Jody has in the back. Without access to Terra, if it's something like Fluttermane, maybe if it's Urshifu, I would think, honestly, Mezzy might have been able to win this game if they had gotten that attack off, but now it's looking a little bit grim.
Ivy Cudgel going to be the hammer that drops down, just hanging on with that Focus Sash, but is it even worth it? It looks like the Brambleghast might get knocked out in this next exchange right here. Poltergeist comes through.
I could never run I could never run that move, Poltergeist, because the animation when it is telling you that it's gonna connect and attack with the item,
right?
It like feels just like that, like hesitation when it's about to miss,
right?
And it would just give me so much anxiety. And now, yeah, this is GG, because you can't really get the knockout before they just go for a Wicked Blow. Scary Face himself just to be
they're laughing about it. Okay. Yeah, the last hit, one-hit wonder right there. Crit to boot.
Oof.
Wow, just rubbing salt into the wound right there. Brambleghast will go down, and so will Mezzy in game one. Jody going up one game.
Jody, a bit of a poster child for having really fashionable outfits and, you know, also being kind of a darling for the camera. There was a pretty funny meme that actually popped out recently when Wolf and Jody had played, where right when the turn was about to happen, they both emoted physically into the camera. Ended up being some beautiful displays there. And so Jody kind of hamming it up, going for the Scary Face into his own Urshifu, kind of as a little bit of a flex, like, haha, you missed your Poltergeist, get good, noob. And Mezzy knowing kind of full well that that game would have been, you know, much different if that Poltergeist connected.
I mean, I would be inclined to believe that accuracy is just a skill difference.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
we call it being the better player.
That's right. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm glad some terms are universal across games.
Yeah,
that's good
exactly.
to know. What do you think coming into the second game Mezzy can do to adjust? What were the I can't recall off the top of my head the two we didn't see in this pick four, or take four, excuse me. Do you think we're going to see a change up in kind of the starting two, or is it just going to be a total swap out of the team? What comes through here?
I feel like I have to reverse engineer this one, because I know that the main pivotal turn in that last game was the Brambleghast being on the field with the Wind Rider, you know, pressure, kind of like you're immune to that Bleak Wind storm.
Right.
The Urshifu was the swap in there, and Jody said, I'm going to click Bleak Wind anyway. And even though it ended up coming down to that Poltergeist miss, we don't know 100% that that's how the game would have, you know, wouldn't have been locked for Jody anyway. I think that one turn where the pressure from the Wind Rider did not work in Mezzy's favor. And that's always like the little sweetest details to me, is when a player knows this guy is going to play higher into my skill level because I am a high skill player.
Sure.
I am going to call them on that and make them respect that I can still do like the obvious board plays. You can't scare me out of not clicking Bleak Wind. My Brambleghast isn't the threat here. My Urshifu is. So, you know, setting up that late game Urshifu was really important. I would think that Mezzy is going to bring Fluttermane this time.
Okay. Second verse, same as the first. We do see the Wind Genies coming out right here. Tailwinds are to be expected, turn one. But how do the Ogerpon and Urshifu act coming out of this one?
Tornadus and then Urshifu in Tailwind, always a scary threat. You can't click Tailwind and Bleak Wind Storm at the same time, but on the same token, the Ogerpon is also on the field for Jody, and if they have Woodhammer, they could just possibly get the damage right there, clicking Terrifier, Tailwind, and going for a Woodhammer. Neither player going for the Terrestrialization here, though.
Ooh, okay, Taunt, maybe a prediction on Jody going for turn one Tailwind. Does he fall for it? I don't know what Jody clicked right there. The attack on Bleak Wind Storm instead is going to get some damage in on the Tornadus. Is that enough to do a knockout? Probably not.
No. A little bit of damage. It would probably get the knockout into the Urshifu, but more importantly,
oh, man.
Turn 1, no Tailwind from either player because Torn on Jody's side is taunted, and they doubled right into the Torn. They were like, we know you're not going to attack. We have 2 things that are threatening your Urshifu on the field. And this is actually looking really, really bad for Mezzy now.
Yeah, super high level turn 1 just from the jump right there, especially when you consider the Brambleghast on the side of the Mezzy now gets the switch in after the knockout, but doesn't get any +1 consolation prize because no Tailwinds were clicked there.
I am actually really proud of you for identifying how important that was because Brambleghast as a
Thank
threat is extremely reduced in value. Like it just loses so much more value when it doesn't have that guaranteed +1.
Sure.
All the things that you wouldn't be able to swap into it to take 2 hits are now you will be able to do that. And especially in tandem with something like Intimidate from Melandris, this Brambleghast is almost just going to be dead weight on the field.
Got the Justin Karras stamp of approval. My work here is done. I'm going to go home.
I'm proud of you, man. That was good. That was good stuff.
Terrestrialization will come through right here. Who's it going to be on, though? The Brambleghast. Do we know what type this is?
Usually Ghost.
Okay.
This is Ghost.
Ghost? I can see that. I can see it. Thank you. We just did a Jim from The Office staring at the camera moment. All right, Brambleghast with the Ghost. Terra coming through. Wind Rider will get picked up right there for the +1. But a speed drop on the Chi-Yu.
Usually not that important. Although in this case, because the Chi-Yu survived, I would think that the Chi-Yu getting that speed drop is going to be more important.
Watch out, you're getting attacked by your own mask.
Holy cow,
gets
is that a
the
crit?
knockout. Is it?
No, it just did the damage.
Okay.
Whoa.
You said the Brambleghast might be a little dead weight right there. They did pick up a knockout. Probably what seemed like a pretty critical knockout right there on the Ugarte as well.
Commentator's curse.
Keeps things pretty even at 3 Mons to 3 here. Mezzy's got a little fight in them.
Well, the good thing now, though, is, you swap back into Lando. Honestly, I didn't think that Brambleghast was getting the KO there. That Ugarte must be more frail than I'm realizing. Chi-Yu, however, being, with that speed drop, again, I don't think it would have mattered too much. You can just click Bleak Wind again, and the Lander, but it would have probably mattered because the Landorus would be slower. If it's Choice Band, it might also be Choice Scarf.
I did notice Jody's Urshifu does not have the Aqua Jet where Mezzy's does. Is that just a Terra decision right there? Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, the single strike. This is something that everybody actually would mess up. Even competitive players get it wrong. There's no difference in the forms unless you see them like in the game.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think one of them has their foot up or something. I wouldn't know because I don't pay attention. I just read the team sheet.
Yeah.
And the single strike only has it's dark fighting. And
I gotcha.
The rapid
okay.
strike is water fighting.
Gotcha. Okay. We shall see. Priority move on the side of Mezzy. We'll see if that comes into effect later on in this game. Urshifu not on the battlefield, though, for Mezzy quite yet. Don't know if we're getting a switch out as this turn comes through. But that Terra Ghost Brambleghast, of course, putting in a lot more work than expected, especially off the back of a huge tempo swing turn 1.
Yeah, and that's just something that I think Mezzy recognized that, you're forced to click Bleak Wind to try and threaten my Chi-Yu, and go ahead, give me the attack boost. I'll take the KO right back.
Chi-Yu puts the block up. See that damage does not come through, hangs on for a little bit longer. Brambleghast, a slither of HP as well, but the Wicked Blow will finish that one off. The Brambleghast is out of the equation. Mezzy potentially running out of options here.
Yes, and I would think that, losing your Terra Pokemon, the one thing that was immune to the Torn as well, Urshifu now with no Terra, you haven't done too much damage to the Tornadus. Keep switching back and forth between Tornadus and Tornadus. Hopefully I want to get like a compilation of that later. Urshifu coming back in. I personally have a lot of faith in Urshifu, can do a lot of damage. But, it's staring down a, possible late game Torn. This is going to be, it's probably going to come down to Bleak Wind misses unless Jody can get enough damage right now into that Urshifu.
Let's see how this turn comes out. We're connecting in right now. The face-off. How much can this Urshifu put the team on his back? Terrestrialization will come through. Perhaps a last-ditch attempt right here. on the Urshifu just to stay alive for a little bit longer. This one is Poison.
Correct.
I'm just looking at Justin for affirmation
Dwight.
every time I guess the very obvious terrestrialization right there. Rock Slide will come through for the spread, takes out the Chi right there, and it is all on this Urshifu to bring this one home, but it is a pretty tall order.
I wonder if he clicked Wicked Blow or not. Oh, he did. Yeah, okay. So going for the Wicked Blow, not going for the CC because you don't want to lower your defenses. But Urshifu without terrestrialization, without support from a Chi-Yu, not going to be able to one-hit KO the opposing Urshifu here. Even with Mystic Water, which is most likely what the item is. The Landorus, I'm assuming, is what it's locked in to Rock Slide. Again, I haven't seen the item yet. But another Wicked Blow and then just any chip. Maybe a Rock Slide miss and a Bleak Wind Storm miss could turn this around, but I don't know if this is looking too good.
Yeah, there is a world. Doctor Strange is envisioning one possibility in which this this game comes out on the side of Mezzy. We'll have to see how much more work this Urshifu can put in, but it is a tough one for sure.
Yeah. Torn going to come in here so that you can reset the lock-in from the Lando, but
And not even going to matter right there. Mezzy, Urshifu finally falling right there on the side of Mezzy. Jody's going to take this one home 2-0 and a handshake.
yeah. And I got to say, from experience playing against the team that basically Emilio Forbes ran to get top 16, what probably should have actually been top 8 at the World Championships or a win. That team had a Bramblegast, Urshifu has a Chi Flutter mode, and then also Torn and I think Goldengo. Just like the most hyper offensive team that you could run pretty much in the format with the tools that were given. It also has one fatal flaw, in my opinion, and it's that it's doing so much damage, but at the price of a lot of accuracy problems.
Okay.
Power Whip. Poltergeist now. You even added a move that misses again, because normally it used to be Terra Blast. Heat Wave, Overheat, Snarl, Bleak Wind Storm. Like, I think Icy Wind. Possibly Icy Wind on Flutter. I'm not sure about that one. Tons of moves on that team that can miss. Usually you're doing so much damage output offensively that, like, you can, kind of bully through it, brute force it. I don't care if I'm doing, 90% damage here because the 10% that I miss, usually I'll be in position anyway.
Sure. Okay.
But the times when you really need something to hit and you don't have that 100% accuracy move, it will bite you so hard. We saw that in Game 1 with Mezzy.
It sounds to me like only the most highly of skilled pilots can pilot this type of team.
Yeah.
If everything is just coming down to accuracy, which as we've determined and defined at this
100%
point,
skill.
is all
Yes.
skill.
Yeah.
All
And
skill based.
that's why I imagine Emilio, one of the better players in the world, maybe top 10, top 5, can do something like that because he has such a high skill level to be able to run so
Sure.
many inaccurate moves. But I always assumed, Mezzy's pretty new to the game, but he's pretty naturally talented,
Sure.
organically. And I don't give that compliment to a lot of people as somebody who is not naturally talented organically. It's rare that I find somebody like, wow, you just know what you're doing. You just have that it factor. And he does kind of have that, so I would think that his moves are connecting. But unfortunately, RNG can be cruel. Sometimes we
Cruel
generate
mistress.
a bad seed, and it's all zeros.
Sometimes indeed, yeah. That was a rough one, but congrats to Jody on that one. So pretty solid overall. Looked very in form. See that? I'm excited to see how the rest of this bracket pans out. Right? I feel
Yeah.
like the 2 matches that we've gotten to do together so far, very high profile for the
Yes.
most part. So I'm pretty stoked that I got to do that for my first go of this type of commentary. But I'm cool to see what happens next with the Justin Tangs of the world making it their way through this bracket. Who do we have a graphic for brackets or anything like that? Oh, you're just nodding at me, just sadly. I'm sorry. It's like I just put you on the spot there, didn't I? That's awful.
If
It's
I
like,
wanted to predict who's going to end up making day 2, I think I already mentioned a few players.
Yeah.
We saw Justin clutch it up in that game 3. Jody playing in really good form. I didn't even get to touch on the game 2 where he turn 1 doubled into the Tornadoes. Or Tornadus. We're going to keep going back and forth.
it's important that we stick to alternating at this point. You have to
give
stay
me a
to
1
the
if
bit.
it's a Tornadoes and a 2 if it's a Tornadus.
Yeah, write
I'll
it in
figure
chat,
out
guys. What's the
eventually.
correct pronunciation right there?
Tornadoes. The last one, of those games. The game 2 from Jody, that first double up, like, completely set the momentum in his favor. We saw Mezzi immediately also kind of make a counter, swing for that reversal, but Jody was always positioned to be able to get that little bit of chip that they needed on the Bramblegast, the Wicked Blow, set up for a double into because it doesn't carry Protect, Strength Sap, Shadow Sneak, Poltergeist, Power Whip. Focus Sash, it's relying on that Focus Sash, so if you ever have 2 things that are faster than that Bramblegast, you can just pop it. Pop it off the field, especially if they don't have a defensive switch in. A lot of teams, especially Emilio's, do not have great defensive synergy for switching into the single strike Wicked Blow, which is Dark type. Urshifu being the thing that would have to switch into that, but you kind of want to keep your Urshifu's health high. So immaculately played from Jody. I would absolutely expect them to carry this momentum. Starting off 2-0 in a tournament like this, especially with a high-profiler win in that last one, against Mezzi, somebody just got top 8, understands this format, is carrying momentum into this next season. Jody's showing, he's always been world class and going to carry it probably to day 2. I'd be betting on him.
Yeah, I'm stoked to see it. Ton of really, really good players showing out for this event. Again, we're super excited to be able to be hosting the first Beastcoast Safari Zone here at BrookLAN in Brooklyn, New York. If you guys are in the area, check it out. We got a cool creator mixer going on tonight at around, I want to say 7 p.m. or so. You guys can meet some cool creators like Wolf Glick, James Beck, some of the cool people on the Beastcoast roster, as well as some of your favorite pros like the Justin Tangs and Jodys of the world that exist around here. But this time for real, we're definitely done now, and we're going to leave and not come back until we're scheduled to come back at a later point, which we might or might not. I actually haven't looked at the schedule or whatever.
You let us know if you want us to come back.
Yeah,
we'll come back.
Let me know. It's fine. I understand. I get it. But thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to cut to a quick break. Again, for real this time, it won't be us. I promise. If it is, I don't know, you can unsubscribe to the channel. Don't actually do that. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to Beastcoast Pokemon and catch some of the cool stuff like here. You can watch the rest of today for day 1, and we have a day 2 bracket as well for our Top Cut. But we'll be right back with some, I want to say Pokebros Pod or something like that is going to be our next caster.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. It could be
exactly
us.
What they're gonna go by.
Us.
It might be Pokebros.
Yeah.
And it could be us. It could be, who knows, a surprise guest.
It could be you if you make your way over to BrookLAN.
Taylor Swift. Travis Kelce.
That'd be insane. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back after a quick break. Keep it locked right here at Beastcoast Safari Zone.
welcome back to the Beastcoast Safari Zone Tournament. I'm Mike from Pokesports. Nice to see everybody on this wonderful yet a little wet Saturday afternoon.
Yeah. We made it by rowboat.
That's it. It's nice considering New York is practically underwater.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, if you didn't already know, I'm Nino Pokebros, and together we are Nino Pokesports.
That's it. Yeah.
We got an exciting match. We got Thomas Hayden, our boy, and we got Joe UX9, a fan favorite. So
that's right.
I already talked to Joe a little bit before the match. He does not like the size spam teams.
Of course, Indeedee and Armarouge.
He's dreading a little bit playing Tommy Boy, but we'll see how they play this out. You know, Tommy Trick Room, his own little nickname there. He's going to be fighting hard to get that Trick Room up, and Joe's going to be fighting hard to put him down before he can do anything.
Two wild competitors. People have been in the scene for a long, long time, both very good personal friends of ours.
Yes, yes.
I cannot wait to see just what Joe is going to pull out here with his Urshifu
It's
Flutter
going to be a
Mane.
good
Pokemon
one.
we haven't seen before.
Okay,
You know?
yeah, a little bit. I mean, Joe's still playing Urshifu, and I mean, Tom's still kind of playing his Armarouge and Indeedee, Ursaluna, Hatterene, and he also has a Urshifu. So we're going to have two Urshifus on opposing sides.
That's right. No, this is going to be an interesting one. Now, before we get into this match, I do want to just say that we were considering going up here for that second round. But somebody had to go and play their games. How was your second game?
It was good. It was good. You know, got a little frazzled my round one, but round two, you know, we came through, made it happen. Dozo comes through as always.
And you and the Dondozo.
The 2-2-2 is just the best thing out there right now. You know.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Love that for you. I love that for you. By the way, Nino is the one person that is here right now that can make me feel underdressed.
Oh, man.
Can we just take a moment to admire the drip? I don't know. Is it even possible for you to get your shoes up
I don't
here?
know, man. We can lift a little up here.
Look at
Got the Squirtle Air Force Ones, you know, with the Nike check mark with the Squirtle beam. So, yeah.
Everyone out here for that blue check mark, but you're just out here getting
Come on, we have fun, you know? Come on now. So, but yeah, I wanted to come out here, cast with you, and
it's going to be a good time.
I'll take an L for a W. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people in the chat calling us two old men. Going to
no, that's another reason why we didn't cast round two. We had to take our afternoon naps, but it looks like the boys are kind of getting ready here.
That's right. As you can see, we've got Thomas and Joe up on screen here. Tom Hayden and Joe Ugarte. As you can see, Tom going in with the Urshifu Hatterene.
Joe does not look happy.
No, not at all. Does not want it. Oh, man. And then Joe Ugarte, of course, going in with the tried and true Fluttermane, Cresselia, Iron Hands. Oh, we've got even some Hisui and Arcanine in here. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was talking to Joe before the day started. I was like, you bringing the dog, man? You bringing the dog? But he's had enough of the Okie Doggy. It's gotten itself knocked off the field repeatedly because it just keeps going back until it goes and falls off the map, apparently. But
he just didn't want it for technical
He went
reasons.
to this team that him and James have been playing. I think I'm not sure if James is playing the same six, but Joe went back to it. He's got all the answers he wanted to have for all the matchups when he was playing the little dog. So we'll see how comfortable he feels. Both of these guys, of course, are 2-0, so we'll see who kind of hands an L to one another.
It's a really interesting point in this kind of point of a Swiss tournament. Because 2-0 is by no means an easy place to be, right? By this point, usually the majority of people have either gone 0-2, 1-1. We're starting to see the groups of people who are, consistently winning. Getting that high
and
win
of course, we're not surprised to see these two competitors.
No, of course.
Joe's always at the top of his game,
Very seasoned.
Tommy has really come around. He's really grown in the past season or so, and he made a Worlds run last year, and it's wonderful to see him grow as much as he has. So really proud of him and how he's bringing his top game to further himself even more.
Right. And then, of course, Justin in round one, round two was calling Joe one of the more consistent players in VGC. And I would have to agree with that.
Yeah.
In so many tournaments, you usually see Joe UX9 top cutting, going near the top. He's even hosted tournaments himself. He makes his career out of being a coach and a streamer and a content creator.
X9 Academy, baby. If you aren't a part of it, you're behind it.
Wow. Okay, you're going to need to talk to him after. I think we need you on the marketing team. All right. Let's get into this game here. Of course, it's Beastcoast Safari Zone starting out with Urshifu and Indeedee.
Interesting. Oh, man. Are we doing some follow me, just putting in some damage here? I'm worried about Arcanine. Husini, the genie. Husini Arcanine is going to be scared of getting hit by some water moves here. So he goes down to an... oh, wait. It's actually a Dark Urshifu. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's a Dark Urshifu right there.
So actually it's going to be weak to close combat or just a straight Wicked Blow into Flutter Mane.
Right. It does look like we're a little flipped around, but we will get there. It looks like this, I don't know, these leads are interesting. Having set the Psychic Surge there, it's making it so that, extreme speed is not going to be a thing.
Oh, yeah, they are flip side, but we can kind of figure it out here. Joe is the one with, I'm assuming, the...
Indeedee and Urshifu.
I don't think he has Indeedee on his team.
Excuse me. Yes, Tom is the one with Indeedee and Urshifu. Yep. Joe is the one with Flutter Mane.
So we're in the point of view of Joe right now. Hitting a Moonblast straight in the Urshifu. It's gone off the board. Instantly gone. Probably it's taking the bet of just not getting a follow me, just targeting it correctly anyway. So
exactly. Joe going for that initial
the trick room comes up, tries to get the flinch, but no. I mean, the whole thing, you do not want your trick room opponent getting off trick room. So it kind of, even though he lost Urshifu, Tommy's looking pretty happy that he got his trick room up. So let's see what he does with it.
Let the Psy spam begin. Now that you have Indeedee and Armarouge out on the field with the Psychic Terrain down, Expanding Force is potentially going to be in full effect. However, you do have that Dark type Urshifu down now. So,
yeah, Joe's already vouching to bring in Cresselia Trick Room, whether it be to reverse Trick Room or to be on the better side of the speed. But if this Expanding Force is coming out, and it's still going to hurt these Mons. It looks like he's even switching in Urshifu as well. I'm pretty sure
that's right. Here
this
comes
is a Dark one.
Yep.
So he's going to... What? He's going to hit Trick Room again? What? Do it?
The Trick Room.
Double it? What a gamer. Calls the switch, gets Trick Room up for another extra turn. So he's still kind of set up. I mean, but now he's got to worry about Cress reversing the Trick Room again. So he's kind of got to make a read here.
That's right. Of course, as the overlays are switching around, this is... we're keeping up just as much as you are, folks, and I hope that you're able to keep up with us here. Armarouge going for the Heat Wave. Cress is going to avoid this, but Urshifu does take that damage.
Oh,
that burn is huge.
Not a burn! No! Uh-oh.
Hitting it with that Dazzling Gleam. Okay. Taking out the Urshifu. We're not going to see any problems there.
Is this worth reversing the Trick Room here? So let's see it. Trick Room is off again. So we're set to normal room now. So we're going to see what he's going to have to do some flinching here. He brings back out Arcanine, and he's going to just probably do some good rock damage. I think Tom does have Wide Guard, so he's going to have to see if Wide Guard's a good read here, or going to have to just single target just to play it safe.
Yes, so now I have received confirmation that everything is correct. Welcome to the stream, folks. We are right here with you. All right, we've got Arcanine and Cress on the field. Going for, it could really be anyone's game at this point. Grandmother.
So Waving Grandma, didn't we talk about this? We missed the approving dad mode, and now we got supplemented with the Waving Grandmother. I don't think they supplemented correctly.
Correct. We do have Terastallization going up on the Armarouge, going into Grass Terra. That might be a nice move by Tom, considering we've got that Hisui and Arcanine on the field. Any kind of rock slides, that's not super effective.
Oh, man, I think so. Yeah, he doesn't need a Wide Guard here. He's just going for some damage. Rock slide dodged by the Armarouge, so no flinch happening. It looks like, I think, an Expanding Force is coming out, and it's going to do some damage.
The Indeedee is going to go down to the Cresselia's Ice Beam.
You think the Cress is going to live? Is Cress staying up here?
We're about to find out. Here's the Expanding Force. Helping and expanding.
No, it's a bulky boy. It's a bulky boy, so...
That's one bulky boy.
So we got the loss of Ndidi with loss of the Urshifu. We're going to see Tom's 4th Mon here. Flutter comes back on the field. And what does Tommy have for us? The Hatterene. Okay. I mean, we need some Trick Room here.
Exactly. It is important to note that we are not in Trick Room, as Tom would like in this kind of a situation with Fluttermane on the field. So we'll see if that Hatterene can go and set that up, or if that Armorage can go and set that up.
The Crest is really good. I think this is kind of Joe's counter of how he works with Trick Room. He either leads with Crest or kind of saves in the back. He does need to deal with this. It does take the Expanding Force so well. So, I mean, he could take a lot of those hits, and it looked like a 3-hit KO kind of without a Lunar Blessing.
That's right. Terra Fairy going off on the Fluttermane, going for the Moonblast, opting to go for the single target.
We got Tom nodding correctly, thinking he's kind of looks a little surprised at the damage. Special attack drop as well.
That is huge.
And I think we get the KO. No,
That's
we
very
hold
close.
on. Expanding Force comes out again. I think Flutter is staying on. Yeah.
Yeah.
With
Fluttermane
that special attack drop.
Fluttermane doesn't have a ton of HP, but its special defense is huge. Its defense, however, not so much, as the Psyshock goes and takes it out.
Oh man. Tommy's looking okay here. We got just a Crest, not really outputting too much damage. We got Size Shocks coming out, but the terrain, the weirdness is gone. The weirdness is never gone.
The weirdness is never gone. Exactly.
Not with me around, all right?
Cresselia going for the Ice Beam is going to be able to take out the Armorage. However, might this be too little too late, as we've got Hatterene versus Cresselia. It's a little bit of a...
I think Hatterene, I don't think it needs a set trick. No, it's just sitting a Dazzling Gleam here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
That's pretty good. And it is Life Orb, so it does hit hard. I don't think this Ice Beam will be enough unless we get a crit freeze, like some good plot armor. Nope. Tommy taking
Did you just
this
call that plot armor?
Oh,
I love that.
Come on.
Okay.
It's a very consistent thing with some of these pro players. They just see through the hacks and
absolutely
prosper.
Well, at that point, that's called playing to your outs.
Is that what we call it?
If you know that your Ice Beam can freeze, you go for the Ice Beam because it can freeze.
Yes. It would have been nice to see, though. But even if it did freeze, it was looking pretty tough.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. But that was a solid game one. At this point now, Joe knows what to expect from Tom. He feels the nastiness that is losing your Urshifu.
I told you he did not look forward to playing the Armored DD, expanding size spam, whatever you want to call it. And because that combo actually did pretty well in a grassroots tournament. It took 2nd place, and I think it breathed a lot of life into those players. They're like, it was an open team sheet tournament, so people are like, It's not close team sheet, guys. It was open team sheet, and it still won. It's got a place, and they just never give up, man.
They never give up.
Never give up.
And I mean, this is the thing since, Sword and Shield even, that Trick Room has just been snowballing and getting more and more popular. And now we're at the point where hard Trick Room is even more of a thing. We're seeing tons of Trick Room coverage. People who run it to stop Trick Room. People who run it to enable their Pokemon.
They just need to let go.
That's
just let's let go. Like me, I might stop playing Dozo one day, but
I don't think you will. I truly do not think you will. As we go into game 2 between Joe UX9 and Tom Hayden.
Same leads from Tom. Tom feeling good. Joe brings the Urshout right at the get-go. They love this Wicked Blow damage. I'm sure they're both Terra Dark. They just love it. And then the Helping Hand Terra Dark, oh my gosh, it's just too much damage.
Absolutely. Again, the Psychic Surge dropping. The Hisuian Arcanine not able to use Extreme Speed because of that.
Interesting. Tommy's Urshifu has Choice Scarf, so he's going to be able to outspeed, I think, most everyone, and the Husini Arcanine is not going to be able to do Extreme Speed.
The Husini Arcanine. Meanwhile, the Urshifu on Joe's side is running with a Focus Sash, so it is going to need a couple more attacks to take that thing down. But it is important to note that, here we go. That's a Terra.
Oh, Tom thinking. Tom looking like he had to make a read here. Indeedy Terra. Okay. Dragon?
It's a dragon.
I should have looked at the sheet. I'm a little surprised here. Interesting.
Amazing. Urshifu going for the U-turn on Urshifu. That is going to break the focus sash.
Okay, he's trying to get the Trick Room up. Trick Room is definitely going, and we know Joe is probably might even trying to double the Indeedee, maybe with a Wicked Blow and a Rock Slide. What else does?
Well, that Indeedee does pose a huge threat to his game. Indeedee taking that critical hit from the Wicked Blow. The Rock Slide on the Indeedee.
It lives. Does it flinch? It doesn't.
It
flinch.
doesn't
Oh,
flinch yet again.
freaking Tommy with the fist pump. Trick Room coming up 2 games in a row on turn 1, and now the Ursaluna's burn is procced with the Flame Orb, and Ursaluna looking to do some damage.
This is a wonderful position for Tom, absolutely. Now that the Ursaluna is burned, it can just go for its massive guts attack.
Man, get these Trick Room teams out of here. I'm done. I can't watch this. It's just too much Trick Room for me to watch.
Well, I'm interested to see how Joe is going to handle this now, because Urshifu, again, with the focus hash broken, is kind of at a disadvantage if that Indeedee decides to go for any kind of Dazzling Gleam, which it does have.
Yeah, there's no reason to Helping Hand Facade or something like that. I think we might just see a Facade Dazzling Gleam here. Joe looks surprised. Tom looks surprised and happy. Oh, did he call this double switch?
I love having the face cam on for Tom, because you can really tell when those emotions are surging.
Here we go. Headlong Rush. No.
Oh, that's huge. That's going to one-hit the Iron Hands for sure. The defense and special defense drop from that, though. Iron Hands is out of here.
Tommy, chill. Tommy, chill.
Indeedee going for the Dazzling Gleam.
Not
Would have
doing
taken
much.
out the Urshifu, but
26 damage.
just going to do a full 20. You do quick math. 26 damage on that Cresselia.
Cress is probably the bulkiest one that Joe has. Of course it is, but I don't know. I was thinking maybe he was going to lead that this game, but I think he wanted to put more pressure on the Indeedee.
Arcanine coming out with the Intimidate, going to bring the
That's good.
Ursaluna's attack stat down a
That's
little
really
bit.
the trick to playing against Ursaluna, just kind of spam some Intimidates and kind of lowering the damage a little bit for some guaranteed KOs that might not happen anymore.
The Terra Fairy going on the Hisuian Arcanine. That's huge against the Ursaluna, which normally would have been quite effective on it. But
Yeah, we're might see a Terra Blast here to get rid of this Indeedee. Uh-oh. Headlong Rush into that too with the Helping Hand.
even with Terrastalization, that Helping Hand is just too powerful. Tom
looks like he's already calling it a dub. Chill, Tom.
The
Come on.
math could not have mathed harder for that Ursaluna, even though it was a -1 in attack.
Okay.
That Helping Hand really, really boosted that.
Joe was able to reverse a Trick Room. We are at normal speed now, but at what cost? We have lost his Arcanine. We have lost his Iron Hands. We just have his critical hitting Urshifu, whose sash is already broken, and a crest. So
That's right. He has managed to keep the Urshifu alive, which I will give him that. That's amazing, and he needed that against a lot of the psychic presence on this team. But the cost of keeping that Urshifu alive just was too great in this game. But let's see if he can pull it out.
All right, here we go. Wicked Blow going right into the Indeedee. Let's get rid of it right away. And he went Ice Beam on Ursaluna. I don't think that's going to KO. I just think... that's why I loved Calm Mind on Crest. Give it some more damage, but it barely outputs much damage. It's not enough to KO. I think we're going to KO on the Crest. I don't know. I think we go for the Urshifu on that turn. Why not? Was he calling?
At this point, though, the Ursaluna is -1. All right, there is the chance that it doesn't actually KO.
I think Tom was reading to protect there, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe.
But now we won't be able to get any protects off here because we have a Choice Scarf Urshifu on Tommy's side, so he's going to be able to outspeed his Urshifu and be able to probably get rid of this. Ooh, he's going to leave Crest. He's just going to choose to get rid of the opposing Urshifu, and now I think Crest's going to try and KO the Ursaluna, but
Absolutely.
that Wicked Blow next turn is going to be...
It's going to hurt.
Game ending.
Certainly. Now, this was an interesting match just because we could see the different kinds of breadth that the Urshifus had. You know, you've got your Choice Scarf, the Urshifus to go first. You've got your Focus Sash Urshifus. Of course, the Armor Rouge is going to come out just to add salt to this wound here.
Man. I wanted to see Tommy's fourth one. It looks like he did have Armor Rouge in the back, and it looks like he's probably just going to either Armor Cannon or Expanding Force and take it out.
Yeah. really important to note that Tom in this match had such value from that Ndidi. So far into Scarlet and Violet's life cycle, we're still seeing Ndidi putting in that much value. That helping hand,
Oh, yeah.
you can look at the helping hand's damage output and see just exactly how much damage that Ndidi caused.
Dude, that headlong rush onto that Iron Hand swap was just, it's clutch. I mean, it was too late to reverse the Trick Room. The damage is done. And saving the Choice Scarf Ursh in the back for when they reverse the Trick Room and he comes out the fastest thing, it's like, thanks, I've got my fastest Choice Scarf. Now I could just dominate here, so.
Trick Room's an interesting one because even with an open team sheet format, right, both players know exactly what moves each other have. But the thing that's hard to keep up with without going and checking in the back end every single turn, which some people don't do, is if Trick Room is up.
Oh, man. Right? The good old Jin Fury
is it
saying.
up? Is it off? Who knows?
I remember Jim Fury telling me one time, man, I lost because I Trick Roomed my Trick Room in the own game. Like, come on, Jin. Come on. You got to know them turns, buddy.
Yeah. So anyway, a quick 2-0 from Tom versus Joe. Congratulations for Tom.
Tom played really well.
Yeah,
I mean, I knew Joe wasn't looking forward to that match, but it's well played by him. I mean, keep you Armor Ndidi players, there's hope for you. I mean, we got Tom sitting 3-0 with his Trick Room team. So yeah, keep on trucking, you
absolutely
explicit gamers.
Absolutely. We are going to be talking right now before we move on to a little break.
Wait, hold on a second.
Uh-huh.
Do you know about our sponsor, Control?
Do I know about our sponsor, Control? Tell me about it.
You don't, bro. Do you know Control stands for Catered to Real Life?
I actually didn't know that. Yeah.
Well, that's right. When you're gaming, creating content,
that's us.
I think we know something about that. I think.
Yeah.
Working long hours? Dads unite?
Yep.
Oh, my gosh.
Control is there for you. Control with 15 grams of protein, 4 grams of collagen, and I'm really up on collagen right now. I think that's actually
I saw your nails. Chill, all right?
Okay, please. I like good and healthy bones and nails.
Yeah, can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with the
Go and check out Control. You can go to drinkcontrol.com/Beastcoast. That's drinkctrl.com/Beastcoast.
I am probably going to take this home with me. Don't mind me. We're going to probably need another, prop here. I'm
really, is
taking
this. Is this for us? Because thank you. Cool. I'll leave it here for the set.
No, I'm not leaving it. I'm taking it.
Absolutely. So, coming up later on today after the break, we've got more games in Swiss.
I'm looking forward to the VIP cocktail party, baby.
Listen, don't tell any people, though. It's fine. It's fine. We don't want to give FOMO from the fun things we're going to be doing today. Okay?
I'm really happy that the event, there's a couple people that couldn't make it that had some flight difficulties and whatnot, but I'm really happy that Beast Coast was able to still make the event. I was really looking forward to it. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with everyone, and it's cool to be at a non-official event, just kind of the esports organization running this, and it's cool to kind of bring more awareness to the game. I've talked to a couple new players already, and then this is the event that they came to kind of segue their way into maybe going some locals and some regionals. So. Well,
this is how we grow Pokemon as an esport.
I love it.
We have the support from Pokemon to go and put on the regionals and the nationals and the world championships, but the grassroots communities are really what is the easiest onboarding.
Well, I think I have a little thing or two about those grassroots.
Absolutely. Bringing in the casual audience, teaching them how a tournament works in a small, controlled environment. It's awesome. It's awesome to see grassroots tournaments popping up here.
All right.
Now, we are going to go and head over. I know you got really excited about that one. We're going to go and have an interview.
We got word, guys. We got word.
The Thomas Hayden.
What?
All right.
Are we allowed to have him on stream? We sure about that?
I don't know if we're allowed to have him on stream, but we are. All right, and we're going to head on over to that.
Emerging from the jungle.
Oh, there you are. Oh, you just coded in.
Oh, my gosh, you're here.
Yeah,
Bro,
I'm here already.
Were you
they
chill
said go behind the couch as a microphone.
Were you chill on the Trick Room already?
No, never. No, I need to learn something else. If I actually want to get better as a player, I need to learn something else because Trick Room just simplifies the game. And I recommend Trick Room for any new player trying to get into the game, trying to get better.
No, don't be spreading your propaganda.
Yes.
No.
It just simplifies it. It takes out the minute details of Tailwind, Icy Wind drops and stuff. Are you a dark type? Can I expanding force you?
That's all you need
what's
to
it
know.
Called? Am I slower? No. Oh my God, why not? And then it's just figure out why not, and then go from there. What's
Tell
up,
me
Mike?
why that simplifies the game.
Because once you get Trick Room up,
Yeah.
your Iron Bundle has so
Yes.
many EVs or IVs or whatever it's called in speed.
Okay.
I don't have that speed investment. I have
hear
that
you.
in bulk. I have that in attack. I have that in effective base stat total for Trick Room mons is so much better.
Okay.
So that in Trick Room, when I get if you can't deny me Trick Room, it's just like I have the effective base stat total lead on you most of the time.
Sure.
Like Torkoal, look at 30 speed base stat. It's just the effective base stats of it is so much better. Armorage, I wish it was slower. Thank God it's not slower, guys, for real. Oh my God, I was
Tommy.
using room service in San Diego, so this goes back to San Diego. They broke my mind. Indeed, Armorage broke my brain. I can't team build without them now. It's amazing. It's
Stop
amazing. Where is the
spreading
camera? There.
Yeah, it's right there. Stop
Oh my
spreading
God.
the propaganda. I don't want new players to hear this,
It
blasphemy.
simplifies it.
All right.
Okay. I don't want you to go and ruin the rest of your game for all the other people later on.
I don't
But
care about that.
What are you nervous for the rest of this tournament?
Yeah, good point.
So booster speed flutter is one of them, and I just saw that on stream, and it came, and I was able to get around it.
Got it.
I loved
So-
your choice, Scarsh Ursh, how you kind of U-turn out.
Yeah.
That's how you bring in, and if they reverse the Trick Room, you have something in the back that's going to do some damage at the end.
So I used 4 Trick Room setters at NAIC, and I brought 4 Trick Room setters to World, and I went against that for Pittsburgh. I ended up bringing Lilligant as my fast mode. And then I saw this team beat my friend Luke Bauer at the MSS. He got second place. This team got first, piloted by Nick Donnelly. And that's when I was like, wait, what is going on with the Urshifu scarf and the Ursaluna? I started talking to him next to it. Then shout out VGC Jesse. Jesse Romolo was going to bring it to this event.
Couldn't make it
and
today.
he
One
couldn't
of the-
make it
we were
today.
just talking
So
about
I
that.
have to win for him. And I'm using a version of his team. I made my tweaks. I used my Armorage spread. I used my Hatterene spread. I went Terra Dragon and DD because I love it into
That was
everything but
interesting.
Flutter.
I thought that was really
I
cool.
love it because it just takes the fire moves, the electric moves, the grass, the water. It takes so many different types well.
I'm glad you
and I know
mentioned
what
that,
I
'cause
have
I
to
was
like.
gonna ask that.
Yeah, I have to play around the Flutter main. Duh. I always have to play around Flutter main. So it's like, okay, I already got that built into the rest of the team.
Well, how's it feel beating the man, Joe UX9?
Joe is like the homie. Like Joe has helped me get better. So when I first started playing, I asked Joe to coach me. And it's just like, it's just like
The student has become
yeah,
your
like
master.
I did like
You've
what's
come
it called? I
full
did like 2
circle,
coaching
man.
sessions with Joe after the High Roller League because I saw him doing well in there, and it's just like I can't say enough good things about Joe.
Oh, absolutely.
I could sit here and talk about how great Joe is for the community and how
know,
like
we
many
know.
nice things Joe has done for me. Like we got tacos in Puerto Rico. Just hanging out and being a friend is like awesome too. And I told
Yeah.
him there, I was like, thank you for being a homie for real. You know?
Can I just say that's what I think is really cool about Pokemon as an esport in
Yes.
general. Is just all the friends you make at tournaments like these, all
Yes.
of the friends you make over the course of what happens outside of the matches.
Yes.
It's huge.
I love you, Tom.
I love you more than you know.
Thank you
Can
so
I
much.
shout out my podcast, the Chilling Nate podcast with Conkeldonk
This
and
is the place.
Sableye?
Why not?
Oh my God! Because I already did. If you guys didn't want me to, I was gonna say
cutting
thank
it
you.
off.
I was gonna say ask for forgiveness, not for permission on that one. But go listen. It's been so much fun doing that with them too. And like, thank you for having me on the winners interview. Hopefully the next guest is shorter, but
We love you, buddy.
Shorter
Hey.
in height, so we don't have to adjust
No,
this,
all
or-
the above.
I see. Yeah. Hopefully the next guest is shorter. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
yeah,
Good luck on your next rounds, man.
Good to
You
see
got
you. Oh, I
this.
love you guys.
Wonderful
Thank
to
you
see you
for
do
having me.
well.
Love you.
It was an
Love
honor.
you.
Catch you later.
And there we have it, Thomas
The
Hayden.
beautiful man,
What a
the
beautiful
legend himself. So taking down another legend. So, but I think right now we're at the end of round 3. They're gonna all take a quick lunch break, and I think that'll do us for now. We're gonna take a little break.
Absolutely. We'll see you in round 4.
Base.
Welcome back to the Beastcoast Safari Zone Tournament. Again, I am one of your hosts, still just Mike, otherwise known as Pokesports Mike, here with Nino Pokebros. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Excited to see another match. We got a hype match for you. I don't know if we've already announced it yet, but the last one was pretty cool. I know Joe and Tom, and now these two veteran players are going to be going at it.
That's right. We've got James Evans versus Brian Yoon coming at you later.
Oh, my God.
Now it's going to be an interesting match, but first I have to ask, how was your lunch?
It was good. It's good. Okay, I got to tell you, because Brian gets mad at this. The Yum, it's yum.
Yum.
Yum. Yum.
There you
Brian
go.
Yum.
I would like to publicly apologize for all
That's
of
all
the
right.
Brian Young
We could
fans
just straighten
out there.
out, we're getting
And
straightened out.
We'll do well moving forward. You know, two old guys, sometimes we get things wrong. Okay? And after this, we're going to go and take a nice little nap. We're going to come back tomorrow, and we're going to feel
Speaking
really
of
good.
Yum, have you had any of these
Oh,
control
don't even
protein cookies yet?
Don't even hit me with those cookies right now, man. Don't make me hungry right after lunch.
Oh, man.
Dude. All right, I'm excited to go into this match. This guy right here. We're going into round 4.
I'm actually, guys, I'm playing and casting at the same time, and I asked if my opponent would take an L so I could cast, and apparently he said no.
He's
so
doing a solid.
I got to take an L to be on stage with you guys.
Unfortunate. But, hey, you know what? In the meantime, we do have James Evans versus Brian Yum. James Evans coming in with, it's a pretty standard
I
team.
told you
Again,
we're
with
seeing
Sue
this.
and Arcanine.
We're seeing this team again. Joe was playing kind of the same 6. We got the Gastro. He's got the different one actually.
That's right.
That's pretty nice.
And we've got the Gastrodon in here. And then versus Brian Yum, who's going to actually be bringing in a King Gambit. I haven't seen a King Gambit in a hot minute.
And he's carrying the Dread Plate.
The Dread Plate.
Yes,
exactly.
he's scaring his opponent, so his opponent doesn't know what it does. But apparently, it's the same thing as Wise Glasses.
As
20%.
Black Glasses.
Oh, Black Glasses.
There you
Excuse me.
go.
Thank you.
That's all right. People, you know what? It's going to be a good match. We just harped on King Gambit for the longest time, but there is also the Hearthblade Mask Ogre Pond in there.
Noticed. I mean, if you kind of look at the metagame on the Beastcoast Limitless page, I've been seeing some tournaments that have been run beforehand.
Yeah.
Ogre was kind of having the quote-unquote new toy syndrome, whatever.
Right.
But it was kind of leading the share at above Fluttermane. But on this tournament that Beastcoast is having, Fluttermane and Iron Hands are the top 2 with Ogerpon at 3rd. So people dropped their new toy and went back to their Flutter or their Iron Hands, and they just kind of getting their team set.
Right. One Pokemon that we're not seeing, I believe, between both of these players are actually Chen Pao, which is showing up quite a bit in this tournament. So it's interesting to see them not bring that.
Well, if you're a Dondozo player, which there's only 3 of them today, you do not want to see it have haze, but only 3 people have to worry about that today.
You and your Dondozo, man. There were so many people in the chat, by the way, who were saying, "Oh yeah, this guy's talking about Dondozo over Trick Room."
Hey, respectively
we're here.
so, okay?
All right, Iron Hands and Cresselia versus Landorus and
Dude.
Iron Hands again.
Iron Hands is so good. We got one on each side right now with the Intimidate. That's what Iron Hands doesn't want to see. I mean, it's so bulky and so powerful, and now it's getting intimidated on turn 1. That seems like a good lead by Brian, and we're going to go ahead and see how Justin adapts this, whether he keeps Iron Hands in and deals with the -1 or kind of maybe rotates him out and sees what he can do.
Iron Hands is certainly one of those Pokemon that does not want to take a -1 in any regard.
Yep.
Through an Intimidate, through a Burn, you want to keep those hands strong.
Ah, man, those Iron Hands.
Exactly. Meanwhile, we're probably going to see some kind of fake out right off the bat.
There
And
it
there
is.
it is, right from Brian Yum onto Cresselia. And the Iron Hands faking out the Landorus as well.
Neutral turn going on here.
Half of these Pokemon are playing this game this turn.
Okay, yeah, we got a little damage here, a little chip. Hopefully it comes into their calcs correctly. Now we're going to see some 4 attacking Pokemon this turn.
That's right. I'd like to call what just happened the handshake.
Maybe.
Because it just right across. They just shook each other's hands. They're like, all right, take a little bit of damage. The U-turn going on through the Cresselia, that's some big damage. Getting this Landorus out of the field is going to keep Landorus hopefully alive in the face of this
choice of this Iron
James
Hands.
doesn't look too happy about this play. I wonder, it kind of looks, if this Iron Hands doesn't have Volt Switch, which does he? Does he have Volt Switch? If not,
will find out,
it is vouching to stay in and just kind of do some chip here to kind of set up for the next couple turns.
That's right. So Iron Hands going for the wild charge on Cresselia, going to do some damage there. Both attacks did go on the Cresselia this turn, but really just showing off how much
No! What a call
Oh,
from
boy.
Yum. Yum is gaming right now. Oh, that was a great read by Brian. Calling the Drain Punch, switching and Flutter to that shot, and just doing no damage. And that's why I think James looked a little upset, because he knew the Flutter was coming in and he targeted the Drain Punch into that slot.
Absolutely. This is going to be probably, I would say, a pretty pivotal turn. It's scary to see the Flutter Mane out on the field right now with an Iron Hands at full HP. Flutter Mane does not historically like to take some big damage from Iron Hands.
There's no way Brian leaves in this Flutter with knowing Iron Hands has a heavy slam. So, oh, he is leaving it in.
It in.
But at a -1, I think it might live depending on how bulky it is. So let's see what this does here.
We will see. Yes, the Moonblast does take out the Cresselia. Cresselia took too much damage. It's really bulky, but it just couldn't hang. The Iron Hands going for the Drain Punch on the Iron Hands. The Iron Hands going to heal up the game.
Here we go. It is enough with the chip.
Enough.
So
There it
I
goes.
think Brian is okay losing his Flutter here. He just wanted to kind of get some damage in. And what? Oh, I saw quickly a different Mon that wasn't the right Mon on the screen there. It was the Spider Water Mon, but okay, we're good. The Dewpider was on the screen for a second, but we're good. We're good.
Hilarious. So now James has the choice between Urshifu and
Get that
Hisuian
Intimidate
Arcanine.
off. Let's bring some attack
It's
down.
time.
And oh no! Oh my gosh! No!
Here it comes. Here it comes. King Gambit comes out.
Bro, Brian is sitting happy right here with the Dread Plate and the +2 Defiant, right?
+1. That's
Plus
right.
one, exactly.
Does bring it down, but Defiant brings it up. Attacked up by 2 stages, so that's a net +1.
Thank
for
you,
Brian
thank
Young's
you.
King Gambit, absolutely.
Nice.
Here for the audience.
Oh.
We've got that Iron Hands could go for some pretty big damage. However, important to note that Terrassalization has not been used on Brian or James's side.
Interesting, which is always the meta play. I mean, a lot of people feel forced that they have to call their Terra early in the game, but saving your Terra for an in-game really
Absolutely.
helps the pressure on and really kind of checkmates the opponent, so that way they can't really counter once you get to these last 2 or 3 bombs.
Absolutely. For you new VGC players out there, don't have to Terra right at the very beginning.
Oh man, you're making
Be
me
strategic
miss.
about
You're
it.
making me miss the Dynamax days, man. I love Dynamaxing turn 1.
Brian Yum opting to swap out the Iron Hands for Lander is going to get an Intimidate off on his own side.
Brian playing really good this game, and the Iron Hands is now at -2. We haven't seen James's 4th Pokemon yet, but like you said, he is Terrafaring here, and I think this damage isn't going to be too good, but we'll deal with it.
We will see as the big old heart appears on the Hisuian Arcanine's head. There's no Terra this turn because Brian Yum opting to go for a Protect.
Seeing what the opponent does, I'm thinking maybe 50% damage, maybe 50-60. Let's see what we get
Let's
here.
see. Oh, you
yeah.
know what? You were right.
Yeah,
You
a
were
little
right.
bit there.
Not
Okay.
bad, not bad. Iron Hand's going for the Drain Punch on the protected King Gambit.
good call there. Yeah.
That is not going down today. Now Brian's seen what that Iron Hands can do. Will he opt to Terra here? Will he opt to switch? Will
Yeah,
he opt to?
He is Terra Dark,
See?
so double targeting this slot is really a good call from James. So it's like he knows the pressure that's coming on that slot. He's got a Drain Punch and a Fairy Terra Blast, so it's going to be interesting to do if what Brian's going to do here, whether he's going to pivot it out, he'd go for a double Protect, which would be kind of crazy, but I think this gives Landorus a chance to do some damage too. Oh, we switched targeting here. We do sucker the Iron Hands, do a little chip there, setting up for the end game, but we double it and we take it out.
Down it goes. This Landorus is on fire right now.
Oh man.
Taking
Okay.
out the Iron Hands. No more Iron Hands for that.
Here's the
However,
Terra Blast. Does this kill?
Blast-
Does this kill? No. Yeah, it does. It
Well,
does
it did
kill the
50% last time, thanks to
Okay.
your nice math.
Okay.
Landorus is going right down. There
All
it
right.
goes.
I'm surprised he didn't target the King Gambit here. It's +2. You're just going to leave it on the field. It's a little interesting there. Maybe he kind of predicted a swap.
Now with the Landorus off of the field, this means that this Urshifu will not have to worry about any kind of Intimidate drops. So Urshifu can come out unopposed.
Pretty nice there, yeah. Okay. And we have you can't protect with King Gambit here. So King Gambit's a little in danger, I think, because maybe you just close combated it. But we do have Fake Out coming in, so he kind of puts pressure on the Urshifu there. So who's going to get faked out? I'm thinking Brian's going to fake out the Urshifu here, kind of give the King Gambit another turn, not force him to have to make a read. He doesn't have to protect, so we'll see what he does here.
Well, interesting that you would say that there was going to be a fake out. I would agree with that, actually, that it will be on the Urshifu.
Yep.
Protecting this Urshifu is a great choice right now if that is what James ends up going with. Just because
there's the Terra.
There's the Terra.
What Terra though?
That's going to be on Iron Hands.
Yep. There's no reason to Terra the King Gambit here. It's still going to be weak to both things on the field. So there's going to be a chance here to switch the Terra up, so you're going to be able to avoid a weakness play here.
Urshifu hits the protect.
It does.
Is the fake out going to be on that Urshifu? No, it is not.
Suckers. That's not good damage because he's still at +1. Terra blasting the Iron Hands. He does. So the Terra is a good read here in that slot.
There you go. Knowing that the fake out is an option, he does go for Heavy Slam, but it lives at 4.
Iron Hand, or the Husini Arcanine doesn't weigh too much, but it does do a little bit enough damage to cause a threat here. So
that's Hisuian for kids at home who don't understand what he means. There's a Sucker Punch taking out the Hisuian Arcanine. No more Terra on that side. Down goes Arcanine.
So we got a 3 versus 1 match here. King Gambit's going down, so excuse me, a 2v1 matchup. So can Urshifu carry this back with the 2-1s? He's got the Flutter Mane in the back, Urshifu on. I'm pretty sure this Flutter is going to outspeed it.
However, the Drain Punch does bring it right down to 1. At this point, this is kind of Brian Young's choice between, do I want to hit it with a Flutter Mane? Do I want to hit it with an Iron Hands?
How do you want to accept your? We don't have Flutter in the back. It's not faded out yet, so it is not enough with the Wicked Blow. It's because Iron Hands is so bulky. It just takes so many hits. That's why it's so good. That's why it's number 2 on the meta game list today.
That's exactly it.
It's just I just love it. I wish I played it more, honestly.
Yeah. So a very, very intense game 1 between Brian and James. That, of course, being Brian's win. Congratulations to Brian. Now, moving into that second game, do you think that there's any kind of changes? That
bringing Lando into King Gambit is crazy. Like, I get, like, some players can dodge around it, can weave around it well, but it's just like it's setting up an end game where you have Lando in the back because you don't call King Gambit coming out in turn 1, but then you end game it by giving him the Defiant boost. It's just really scary, but I'd be surprised. I mean, James is a great player, don't get me wrong, and I'd be surprised if he brings Lando again to just kind of have to deal with that bobbing and weaving movement to not give that guy a Defiant again.
Disincentivizing, de-incentivizing this from actually happening is going to be huge. As we go into the second game here.
We're going right at it. They've locked in quick.
That's
Holy
right.
crap. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yep.
Holy crap. So, yeah, he brings King Gambit right out the front. I think I saw James's back already. There is no Lando in this game.
Of course not. Not going to be making the same mistake twice. Brian going to be leading again with the King Gambit and Iron Hands. James Evans leading with Cresselia and Iron Hands as well. Are we going to see the handshake? No handshake today as Cresselia goes back.
Oh, man.
To whom? The Urshifu.
The Urshifu, man. Okay, Dark Urshifu. We fake out that slot. Oh, we didn't call the right slot.
Handshake denied as the Iron Hands hits the Iron Hands.
No, and the Forget about the Lando. I'm going to get my boost on my own and not be at -1. I'm going to be a -2 or a +2. I'm going to be a +2.
I'm going to take my boost when I want to
do it on my own.
That's it.
Wow, that's great. Brian looking pretty strong here.
Absolutely. King Gambit sitting at such a wonderful position, able to sucker punch into an
+2 with the dread plate.
Yep.
Oh, a lot of damage here.
You don't underestimate the dread plate.
Oh, man. Okay, so let's kind of see what James is thinking here. You kind of got to play really smart. I mean, when you're under pressure, you know you have to go for a read here to kind of make up for the how you're behind. So I think James is going to have to make a good read here to kind of get back in placement.
Now, interesting. There was a lot of pressure on this King Gambit to actually perform on this next turn. Yes, exactly. Brian Young understood that. Brought King Gambit out. Brought Fluttermane in.
Wow.
To take whatever King Gambit was about to take. Is that a close combat from the Urshifu?
Wicked blows.
No, it is not. It's going to be a wicked blow.
James making a great read here. I love to see it. James, like, giving the nice stern look like, boy, I got you.
Exactly. Hitting the Urshifu with the Drain Punch, not bring it down to Sash. Actually lives at 31. Drain Punch on the Iron Hands, just going to heal up a little bit.
That was the read James needed to make to get back in this game, to get prep pressure on the King Gambit, make it swap out after that Sword Dance, get the KO on Fluttermane. My buddy, one of my buddies, I was shouting about Diddy. You have a heart attack if you lose your Fluttermane without doing any damage. So I'm sure Brian's having a mini heart attack right now.
There you go. Now with Landorus out, hitting the Intimidate on Iron Hands and Urshifu, this is going to be a bit of a predicament for James Evans here.
Okay, yeah, both of them. But, we don't care about -1s with Urshifu. We just crit all day, baby.
That's true.
Okay,
Going for
so
the U-turn actually on the Iron Hands, interestingly
I
enough.
think Ursh targets that slot again. So it's gonna probably take that slot, which is gonna be the King Gambit. Obviously, is gonna take a Wicked Blow hit, and it's probably going to be like 25% damage. We'll see what we get here.
That's interesting that he's deciding to attack the King Gambit here.
And the Drain Punch again, chipping out the other guy.
Full on choosing to ignore the Urshifu at this point. Why do you think that is?
You know why.
Tell me why.
He was reading a Protect in that slot. But the Drain Punch comes on that slot and just rips away. He doubles that slot, which is covers for the switch.
Yep.
Covers for the 2-hit KO.
Yep.
I think it probably would have 2-hit KO if Lando stayed on the field. So great. James is nodding his head, playing great this game. Love to see it.
Made a amazing prediction there that Brian thought that Urshifu was going to protect. However, now, again, this Urshifu is sitting at -2. The Iron Hands is sitting at -2. This Landorus is out with a Choice Scarf. So
this
it will
is
be
a
outspeeding
good
the Urshifu.
set, man.
Yeah.
I'm loving to see these two players go at it, man.
Will be outspeeding the Urshifu if he doesn't choose to go for a Protect here. At this point, just goes for the Rock Slide.
It's not enough on Urshifu. Yes.
Oh,
and he gets a flinch.
He
gets the flinch. And then Drain Punch into Crest. Okay. All right. Brian's kind of making his way in. Okay, yeah. James saying, okay. My Ursh is still up.
At this point, Landorus has gone for the Rock Slide. It does have Choice Scarf. It's locked into that move.
Protect, right?
It will take out the Urshifu.
He's suckering.
It will take out the Urshifu if this move goes through. But will it go through?
Oh, man, this is interesting.
The Crest also has Ice Beam. And so, in order to combat that, Brian Young terastallizes into flying.
Oh, man.
Now the Ice Beam from Crest won't be doing ×4 damage. That'll be doing ×2 damage.
×2 damage, yes.
That's
it will definitely live.
Urshifu hitting the Sucker Punch, the -2.
Not
Sucker
enough.
Punch. Just getting as little damage as it can off before it goes down to that Rock Slide.
So it's obvious that thing is going to be faster in all cases. So he had to go for the Sucker, and he gets another flinch. Okay,
there
it's okay. James is like, all right, I got the flinch. I'm still all right. I'm still in a good position. I just have to close this game out somehow.
Playing to his outs. Now, there was a world in there where James had decided to protect the
Yes,
Urshifu.
get that Intimidate, James. We want that Intimidate now. We
Here it
either
comes.
swap it in the back or just get it off in the get-go and maybe just start healing up. I mean, he's only got 2 Pokemon left, so I think Crest is okay just like swapping out, getting more Intimidates, healing up, but we're going to choose to leave the Husini Arcanine in.
I'm never going to not laugh when you mispronounce Hisuian. It's
Oh, what?
wonderful.
Mispronounce?
Oh,
Hey,
no, yeah.
Chill.
You
chill.
mean correctly pronounced. So here comes the Iron Hands. We are going to see a terastallization on the Hisuian Arcanine.
I love
Going to get that big old heart right on its head.
Yes. It's little crown heart, and it's going to do some damage onto this Iron
Absolutely.
Hands.
This is a wonderful Terra in the face of an Iron Hands that can
Oh,
hit with a fighting type
extreme
move.
speeds
Hits the
just to kind of
extreme speed.
avoid the Drain Punch, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But no, also to get around the Rock Slide.
Oh,
you don't want your
man.
Arcanine being flinching there.
Yep.
Right?
Nope. That's a good turn for James. James is looking pretty dominant here. I really don't see a way how Brian. Yeah, there we go.
Brian knows it.
Call it. I was just gonna get to that. I really don't see how Brian wins this game. You have another Intimidate you can swap out with. He's not doing enough damage on the floor, so we're sending it to a game 3, baby.
Now, at this point, at that level, at that point of the game, leaving before you let that battle play out is kind of the right play to do, because you don't let your opponent have that information of what I would do in a situation like this.
I get it. Yeah, you say
know?
that for the game 3 reads and just don't let him know. I mean, but then there's the other fact of it. You play it differently in the next game. But
That's right.
no, you don't. It's just like the old days where there was no open team sheet. You just don't want to reveal too much. You don't want to reveal your moves. You don't want to reveal There is a Rock Slide, there is a way.
Exactly. As they get prepared for our third game. Now, my question is, are we going to see any kind of changes here? There are still 2 other Pokemon that
I
Brian has
know
yet to
we're going
show.
to see Iron Hand. I'm just making a read
of
here.
course.
I think I know we're going to see Iron Hands in both leads here, but it's just like, and I think James was smart not bringing Lando, and I don't know, maybe he brings it because he knows he might not bring King Gambit this game.
We've got a change on our hands, folks. We've got Brian Young bringing in Chi-Yu and Iron Hands versus James bringing in Iron Hands.
The
and Cresselia.
famous Judy Chi-Yu has come to do the 252 special attack.
Now explain that for all of the folks at home that don't understand.
Oh my gosh,
Including me. I mean,
just Chi-Yu's a legend in these parts, okay?
Fair enough.
And Judy has made him a legend, and we're gonna see that proved maybe on Brian's side today. But James performed really well last game. Let's hope he keeps the momentum up and keeps Brian on his back foot.
Absolutely. And again, I just want to see that handshake. Iron Hands
the
into Chi-Yu.
handshake.
Iron Hands into Cresselia.
I mean, they should know the speed tiers already. Can we fake out the fake outer and get some damage off?
That
or?
is what happened last game.
Okay.
Brian did fake out the
He knew he was
the
faster
James.
that turn,
Yep.
so he just took it at the
James
end,
Iron Hands.
he had a smart swap there. So the Fire Terror, I mean, guys, the Fire Terror, man, he just puts Chi-Yu in his spot, but he chooses this KOs. No, it doesn't.
Almost.
Oh, man, I love to see that when it KOs. It does not. Iron Hands is big enough where it can take that hit. Trick Room is up. Chi-Yu is the last one that's going to go this turn, and I think Iron Hands and Crest are going to go before both of his Pokemon.
That's a very interesting thing for people to understand in a best of 3, that if you know that your Iron Hands outspeeds another Iron Hands, don't go for that handshake. Go and attack the other Iron Hands with Fake Out. Make sure that it doesn't Fake Out. You now have earned yourself a free turn with your partner Pokemon.
So we're going to see a Loner Blessing. Usually Iron Hands is slower than Crest. Crest is pretty fast, believe it or not, but I need to see how it plays out here.
Certainly not faster than Chi-Yu, correct?
No, correct. Very correct.
There we go.
Unless it is Choice Scarf, Icy Wind. Oh. Not in this case.
We're going to be bringing the Cresselia out, bringing in, who's he bringing in? That's Hisuian Arcanine.
Let's
Sorry,
get some
not
Intimidate.
Hisuian, it's
You don't even know anymore.
Hussein.
Hussein. Like
Of course.
Husseini? Hussein?
Oh, perfect. All of those.
Hussein?
Going to be bringing the Chi-Yu out for the Ogre Pun. Doesn't want to keep the Chi-Yu in because of that overheat special attack drop. Iron Hand's just going for the fisticuffs.
Brian brought Ogerpon this game.
That's right.
He's gonna bring some Ogerpon gaming. I was kind of sad I didn't see any Ogerpon last set, and we're gonna see it on the field.
Does this force the Hisuian Arcanine either to switch out? Does this force the Hisuian Arcanine to terrastalize? It certainly does not want to be out in the face of the two Pokemon that are out right now. Ogerpon hitting with that Ivy Cudgel on that's 4 times effective.
Well, we
Iron
won't-
Hands 2 times.
We
with,
won't see the
Drain Punch.
Husini Arcanine Terra because the Terra fired already the turn before.
That's
so-
exactly correct.
But I'm wondering if we're going to see maybe a swap here. But no, he's leaving it in. Going for a flare, but he's trying to get rid of the Iron Hands. But I'm kind of scared for the Husini. He's going to probably go down the stairs. Oh, he goes for a Spiky Shield. Great call. James does not like that call at all.
And again, just like in that last match, we can see on the face cams there exactly the emotions. That
No,
these players
because
are
I
going
know James was thinking he doubles the Iron Hands
For
here,
sure.
calls the Spiky Shield, but he vowed to hit the Ogerpon instead, and probably regretting not doubling the Iron Hands.
That's right. That's right. That Iron Hand's taking a Drain Punch. The fact that it Drain Punched the turn before did give it just enough HP to survive this one. However, this Flare Blitz will hurt the Hisuian Arcanine quite a bit.
Okay, 2 turns of Trick Room left on the field, and I think we're going to go slower. I don't think the Wild Charge kills Ogerpon, if I'm not mistaken, but we know that slot just protected, so we
Right.
might be able to double it. So the Ogerpon's at like 178, max speed or something like that, so we know if it's speed invested or jolly, it's going to be faster than Arcanine. He takes it out. What are we seeing come in? Maybe the Chi-Yu?
It's
No.
going to be the Fluttermane. Fluttermane hops in. Now, is this going to soak up a Drain Punch? Is this going to soak up an Extreme Speed? There are good reasons to bring in Fluttermane right now.
Wild Charge, good call here. Holds on. He doubled it, correct. And
However, the recoil damage there is pretty huge. Drain Punch on the Hisuian Arcanine.
He
Both
lives.
Pokemon are staying alive this turn.
he lives. Okay, let's see it. Let's see this
see.
Flutter go down.
The
Bye-bye.
Fire Blitz.
Bye-bye.
Now, again, the Hisuian Arcanine took quite a bit of damage there from the Rocky Helmet, from the Drain Punch, now taking even more damage from the Flare Blitz. However, it's not enough to take it out fully.
Okay, and Brian bringing back an Ogerpon now, I think, has one more turn of Trick Room, so he can vouch to just Spiky Shield again. And I don't think Iron Hands goes down here.
Iron Hands lived at 1, by the way. We need
With
to
the Wild
mention
Charge?
that-
With the
yeah,
Wild-
with the
you're
Wild
right,
Charge.
you're right,
It just recoiled itself down to 1. If that Iron Hands had chosen to attack the other Iron Hands with a Drain Punch the last turn,
Got
and that
some time.
Hisuian Arcanine Flare Blitz the Fluttermane, that Hisuian Arcanine would be gone right now.
that's a good read.
Because of all of that damage that
Yep.
that Fluttermane took.
Interesting.
Now, did James predict that? Yeah, only time will tell.
Yep.
But here we go with whatever this next play is.
If freaking Brian doesn't Spiky Shield the slot, I would be surprised. It's like
It would
there's...
be really interesting if he didn't.
I mean, I think maybe Brian might be going for a read that he's reading the Spiky Shield and then just go ahead and attacking. But but James is, I think, hitting that slot with his. What I say, you have to Spiky Shield here and get out of Trick Room. And you got you got a freaking Cresselia weak to Ivy Crudgel Water. And we got another Iron Hands that's just almost dead, but dies to the Spiky Shield.
Goes down to the Spiky Shield.
There we go.
Yeah.
All
What
right.
a great choice by Brian Young, going for a Spiky Shield, taking out that Iron Hands.
Okay, but here's the good part about James' decision. He brings out Arcanine so he can get one more Intimidate off.
Yeah.
And he might, I don't know, if he can't protect, I'm pretty sure it's Choice Band here. I think he maybe switches in Ursh and goes for a Trick Room. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to Trick Room with Urshifu in the back, but maybe just get some proc off here. What are we doing? We just going for damage? No reason to Trick Room. Yeah, I mean, you got Ursh in the back. I don't think it's a good idea to Trick Room. It's a good idea to heal up and just get some chip in.
This game is incredibly close, although both of them are down just one Pokemon.
We haven't seen James's 4th Pokemon
This
yet.
Hisuian Arcanine. It's Chi-Yu. He brought back the Chi-Yu.
Oh, no, I'm talking about James. I'm sorry.
Oh, James.
We haven't
Yes,
seen his
yes,
4th
We have not
Pokemon.
seen him bring out the 4th Pokemon. but his Hisuian Arcanine is down to very, very low HP here.
He's definitely sacking it this
So
turn.
now we're seeing the terrestrialization from Brian's side. Going to be the Ogerpon. So we're
Oh,
about to see
we're
big
gonna
old
see the big mask,
mask.
baby.
wing. There it is.
He gets a special defense plus from this Terra, and Ogerpon already gets a boost normally on all moves apparently, which is something like it's like a hidden fact apparently.
That's right. Yeah.
There's the Ivy. Okay, yeah. James. Oh,
Had
yeah.
his choice of which Pokemon to attack. Decides to go for the Cresselia.
Interesting.
Ivy Cudgel does so much damage. James knows that is catastrophic for
No,
him as he
knows
loses
it's, no,
the Fire
he's
Terra
shaking his head.
Cresselia.
He already, no, James, it's not over. Don't say
As he
it.
loses the Fire Terra
No.
Cresselia, attacking the Arcanine with a Drain Punch, that goes down as well.
Ah.
Losing 2 Pokemon at once is so huge for Brian. Ivy Cudgel does so many things.
Ogerpon's good, man. It's really being welcomed in the meta. It's so cool to see it just counter Among Us. It counters Urshifu. It's just it's. I don't know what Pokemon's doing up there, but I think they understand what's going on because they know this Pokemon is really kind of changed the meta a little bit.
Here comes that Ivy Cudgel one more time. Doesn't do
Too much
damage to
This is
that
going down.
Urshifu.
Yep.
And down goes Ogerpon. That's right. Now, however, can it survive a Drain Punch?
I'm pretty sure it's Sash. It's gonna survive, but we got Chiyu coming back in, and we're already collecting sheets. Oh no, it does survive. Iron Hand gets more back. A Wicked Blow is not going to probably take out the Iron Hands now with that much health. And Chiyu is full health. Just pick your poison. Which one's it going to be?
And yet again, I think we're in the same situation that we were in about an hour ago, where just at the end of the game, you can choose which Pokemon wants to take
Well
out.
played. What a good set,
That's
man.
right. What a good game.
I think-
Congratulations to Brian Young for taking this series 2-1.
Nice. It's nice to see him bring Ogerpon Game 3 and just kind of show this Mon is a Mon not to be reckoned with. It does have a lot of strategy to it. The different kind of, the grass, the fire, and they should have just made the water, but the stone one's kind of weird. But I like it, man.
Absolutely. No, I want to keep on this Ogerpon topic here. Is the Wellspring Mask that was just there. That did so much. I want to focus on Ivy Cudgel specifically.
Yeah.
It is a 100 power, 100 accuracy move.
Crazy.
That becomes the type of whatever mask that you have on.
And has a critical chance.
It has a high chance to
It's
crit
got a
as
little
well.
spice of Urshifu in there. Kind of crazy.
It's a little spicy.
We're trying to get rid of this Mon, not bring some of it back into the meta.
That's right. When you pair that Ivy Cudgel with all of the things that the masks can do, right? Hearthflame Mask increases your attack by 1 stage. Wellspring Mask increases your special defense by 1 stage. That's pretty good. That's pretty sizable. Cornerstone Mask, that brings it up by, I believe it's defense.
Yep.
Yes. It is incredible the things that Ivy Cudgel can do when paired with Ogerpon. That whole kit just kind of feeds into itself so well.
And it's nicely done. Brian really captivated. He took a loss in Game 2 and then adapted in Game 3 and really put himself in a good position. But it looks like we're going to have our winner come on in and talk to us.
And I really appreciate him going to the side of us instead of going right up back behind.
No,
because what had happened
no.
last time was he just kind of shocked me. It was like, oh, whoa,
No.
we're interviewing behind me.
I like how we turn back and look at him, but maybe we should kind of keep our faces so we're not looking at the back of their heads this time.
You know what? It's either I can look up there to go and see him, or
There
I
he
can look
is,
down
our
here.
Vic-
Not really used to this outline, I'm kind of used to sitting on the couch when I get interviewed. But this is,
Oh, just take my spot, Mr. Champion, all right?
hey, bro, what's up?
I feel like this microphone stand has gotten lower and lower every.
Yeah, well,
Dude,
You know what?
I need a chair.
I'm kind of here for it.
All right.
There you go.
Being
And now it's too
6'1"
hot.
is not a good thing sometimes.
all right,
All right.
let's get to the matchup. Ogerpon Game 3.
Yeah, so I was looking at James's team and I was like, okay,
Yes.
James is most likely going to bring the 3 King Gambit resists, which is Iron Hands, Terra Fairy Arcanine, and the Urshifu Dark, and the Cresselia most likely. That's what I assume he would bring. So game 1, I was testing the waters on how he would react to King Gambit, and I was like, okay, his answer is going to have 3 resistors on his team, so King Gambit cannot do much damage anymore,
Right.
even if I get the +2.
Yep.
Because everything resists on his team. So I was like, what if like game 2? Let's see how he reacts. Because like I was expecting him to try to counter lead me, expecting me to bring Ogre Pawn, but I was like, okay, it didn't work.
Can I pause you right there? I want to hear more about the choice to Swords Dance in that moment.
So I was like, I get no value in actually attacking that turn because I knew the Cresselia was going to switch out to the Urshifu.
Right.
So I was like, breaking the sash doesn't even matter in this scenario because like Drain Punch doesn't even bring it to the range of Drain, like Katao doesn't even bring it to the range of like Drain Punch.
Yeah.
So I was like, I want to test my waters. I want to see what he brings just in case he brought like either Gastrodon or like Landorus or something like that just in case.
Yeah.
He's not going to bring He's not going to bring Landorus anymore. I knew he wasn't going to bring anymore, and he didn't.
I mean, like, who knows? People when they get panicked, they can pick another one. You
Right.
know?
Exactly.
Like I've done the same thing at game 2. Like, the game 3 was my panic option. Honestly, if the King Gambit mode doesn't work, I have 2 other modes that work, which is a Chi-Yu Flutter Mane plus Ogre Pawn Iron Hands mode.
And then in game 3, you hit the dunk by bringing in that Ogre Pawn.
Yes.
Tell me about the choice to go and bring that when you didn't bring it on the first 2 games.
So I just wanted to honestly just give the King Gambit the glory because it's one of my favorite Pokemon.
Yes.
And it was King Gambit's really good into James's team regardless if he Terras like the resistance or not. Because if I can force one of the mons that resists King Gambit to Terra by having Flutter Mane, Landorus, and Iron Hands, it becomes King Gambit food. So I was like, that was my perspective on how I approached it.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, I have one last question.
Go on.
Between Dread Plate and Black Glasses.
Thank you. This was my question, too.
Tell me why you
chose
chose
this a
Dread
flex,
Plate.
Brian?
Hey, man.
Are you flexing the Dread Plate?
Hey,
like,
man. When he's a king, he needs to wear the plate.
Oh
he needs to carry around with it.
He can't be wearing glasses.
Hey man, a king wearing sunglasses?
No.
That's kind of weird. When he has a legendary plate, he can carry around, pull him out, and read the sculptures on the freaking plate. Be like, +2 King Gambit, Katao Cleave equals your death.
You're dead.
There's a lore reason for it. I love that there's a lore reason. Well, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Amazing job. I can't wait to go and see what's going to be happening in round 5. That's going to be all for us for today.
Okay, well, real quick before Brian goes, how are we feeling?
How are you feeling? How are you feeling? You're still here. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I wasn't sure if I was supposed to leave it.
Probably, but it's okay. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Like, I drove up here with Justin Tang and like Tyson, my friends Tyson Hughes and other people. And I was like, it's going to be a fun day. I started off with a loss because I got a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm still having a very good time. Drinking in the between of the rounds.
Yay!
I got like two margaritas already. Not gonna lie, I'm a tiny bit tipsy. I'm mostly sober, but I'm having an amazing time.
Nice.
I'm really glad Beastcoast decided to host the event. Like, I'm genuinely having so much fun time meeting people all over like the country that came here to have fun with everyone. I'm having a genuinely good time, and I honestly recommend if like Beastcoast or any organization hosts another big event like this. I honestly suggest a lot of new players come hit it up because it's honestly an amazing experience getting to meet the players that are good and along with other people that just started a game. It's a good way to make friends and start practicing and having a group to go around with.
That's right. Nino and I were just talking.
I was just saying how there's a lot of new players here today. They didn't choose a regional. They chose this event to make their debut, and it's just like, let's grow the community.
And man, in this game, friends are everything.
You know this. Me and you both. We all know this, man.
I'm going to get another drink now. Bye-bye.
Go and enjoy.
Man.
Thank you. Man. All right, folks, before we go, we have to tell you one more time about drinkcontrol.com/Beastcoast. CTRL.com/Beastcoast. Now,
so good.
Just because it has drink in the name doesn't mean that's the only thing they serve. Look at that. We've got some beautiful cookies. We've got some beautiful things that people can eat as well.
The thing that's so great about it just helps gamers in the everyday get nutrients they need when they don't have the time to make a healthy meal. I'm actually a weakness for that. It's like I don't have time for anything. If I didn't have my wife, I'd be starving. So this is the way the gamers can get their energy, their nutrients, and stop spending money on fast food. So. That's
right. So again, thank you so much to Control for partnering with Beastcoast on this. Again, that's drinkcontrol.com/Beastcoast, drinkctrl.com/Beastcoast. That's going to be all from us for today. We'll be back.
Thanks for having us, guys.
I shouldn't say it like that because it sounds like we're going to end the stream, dude. They're going to be back. We're going to be back with much more of the tournament right after this quick break.
There's still some more left. Let's
But
go.
in terms of us, we will see you tomorrow for day 2. The rest of the tournament is still happening after this.
Yeah, we're bringing Bloody and Chuppa on
right.
next, so look forward to their commentation.
excited.
They're a great combo, and thanks for everyone for hanging out.
We'll see you then.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's up there. Oh, that's over there. Welcome back, everybody, to the Beastcoast Safari Zone event. I am Bloody. This is Chuppa. We are going to be commentating your next few matches. How's it going?
Yeah, doing fine. You know, I know that Nino and his friend were doing a really great job casting before us. You know, I've just had a bit of a chance to tune into the stream, and it's so good to finally be on it, especially in these later rounds where the action is really starting to ramp up, and we're going to begin figuring out some of those first players to qualify for the day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, so do we know the scores of these players?
I believe these players are, I'm not sure if they're 4-0 or 3-1, actually. Just because if they're 4-0, I think a win here would actually be enough to qualify them
yes,
for
this would
tomorrow.
be a very hype winning in.
Yes. Both 4-0,
Ooh.
and I do believe a 5-0 score is going to be enough to automatically qualify them to be playing tomorrow. So that this is just a really high stakes game.
Yeah.
The loser is still going to be in a good position, but the winner is going to have everything in front of them.
Yeah, the winner gets to just relax. They get to unwind. This is I feel like this is the kind of match where it can like make or break your whole tournament. Of like, if you make it through, you're feeling good, you're chilling, and if you don't, then the anxiety might start piling on. So. This is definitely going to be a good turning point for Noah Pilo? Noah Pilo and Jacob Mortensson.
And, I don't think either of these are strangers that are, either of them are players that are going to be strangers to that pressure. Jacob coming off of a strong day 2 finish at NAIC, and I know Noah Pilo is like really a staple of some of these New York locals and has played in a number of regionals in the area, so definitely not their first time playing a high-stakes match.
Yeah, and so we see their teams on the screen right now. It's basically going to be a situation of the standard good guys team versus the not as standard. Oh my goodness, this is Arcanine with loaded dice team.
Are we calling Grimmsnarl and friends the good guys? Are Grimmsnarl and the friends ever the good guys?
No, they're the villains, and we want the villains. We root for the atypical villainous teams, but there's Amoonguss is kind of the villain. I say good guys as like, if you look at Jacob's team, these are all Pokemon that have been proven to be very good, except for Ogerpon. But I think even in the last week,
besides Iron Bundle, 5 out of 6 of Jacob's Mons are really at the top of the meta, just absolutely established staples of it. And then Iron Bundle has also really been on the rise lately because it's such a good response to all those grass type Ogerpons.
Yeah, and also Landorus is. Oh, and we're starting. Oh, we have Amoonguss and Ogerpon versus we have the Doggo. We have the Doggo and we have Annihilate. And fun fact about this Hisui and Arcanine, it has loaded dice and Rock Blast, which is...
I just realized who it's going to hit with Rock Blast. It might not be the opponent, it might be Annihilate. Oh my gosh, this is going to be potentially a turn 1 Rage Fist setup on Noah's end.
Wait,
let's see how Jacob responds, because Amoonguss with Rage Powder could be a really good way to take some of Annihilate's pressure away from its partner.
Interesting. Okay, so Arcanine... Oh, wow. Oh, this is going to be cool.
This is the Rage Powder. So this Rock Blast will be redirected for Amoonguss. Let's see what Ogerpon is going for here. This is going to be a Swords
Dance setup. Oh, boy. Oh, this is scary. This is scary if you're Noah. Yep, the Rock Blast goes directly towards Sus, the Amoonguss. Interesting name. Don't know why it would be that at all.
Amoonguss actually taking this really comfortably. That's basically been... This has been 125 power of hit so far from 5 hits of 25, and it only did half to Amoonguss.
And it triggered its Citrus Berry. You're almost upset that it did 4 hits instead of 5.
See what Annihilate goes for. And this is just the Rage Fist really hoping to have that boosted power. This is going to be doing nothing to Amoonguss.
Oh my god, that's less than a Rock Blast hit. My goodness.
So Ogerpon basically got that Sword Stance off scot-free. It's sitting at +1 right now, and I guess it doesn't have the option to Terror to give itself another boost, but that Ivy Cudgel or that Horn Leech are still going to be huge threats for Noah's side of the field. Amoonguss is still in an amazing position right now. The ball is really in Jacob's court right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point in time, Noah has a very interesting maneuver of something's going to get hit with a very strong move, and you're probably going to want to protect something, and you're going to want to set something else up. But it's going to be really interesting to see what he does, whether it's the switch, whether it's the setup, whether you bulk up and you Annihilate, whether you try to Rock Blast again, because the Amoonguss could just jam another Rage Powder.
Yeah, and I don't even think Jacob has to go on the offense just yet. He could put up another Sword Stance knowing how likely it is that Noah wants to retreat Arcanine that turn.
My goodness, yeah, that is very possible. Oh, and the Amoonguss gets taken away. So it's going to regenerate, and now it's the Iron Hands here.
Iron Hand's a great way to use... Ooh, Spiky Shield. This is a really conservative play from Jacob. Perhaps making sure that he doesn't have Terra available or anything, so he just wants to be as safe as possible in front of that Arcanine, carrying Rock Blast.
Wow. Well, I mean, that means that Noah got a switch pretty scot-free, I'd say. Yeah.
Iron Hands does have Fake Out pressure, but Noah only had one Pokemon vulnerable to Fake Out on the field, and it's swapping back into Arcanine. This looks like a really safe play on
really nice
Noah's end, so he might be able to get back into the game based on what move we see this Ogerpon making.
Yeah. Okay, Ogerpon Ivy Cudgel, okay.
Arcanine, the perfect switch for that with a 4x resistance. Ogerpon back at neutral attack, and Annihilate finding itself up to +1 attack.
Wow, this started so smoothly for Jacob, but it is definitely... Oh boy! Okay, alright, yeah, that Drain Punch definitely leaves a mark. It doesn't even get any healing because the Iron Hands hasn't taken any damage.
3 of the Pokemon we see on the field right now have moves that can heal themselves. Arcanine is not one of them. Arcanine is now stuck at very low HP in front of a team with a lot of Pokemon that can, finish it off from 1/3. So if anything, it is good for Jacob that he's got this Arcanine whittled down. Ogerpon actually going to withdraw for Amoonguss, which now has Regenerator back up to almost full.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because you can protect the Arcanine and just take advantage of the fact that your opponent wants to kill... you just wants to finish off your Doggo, because the switch in, switch out Intimidate is so good against Iron Hands and Ogerpon. That will consistently be very annoying, and Noah could take advantage of that desire to get rid of this dog. you know, you can take advantage of that. You can switch out, you can protect, you can do a lot of different funky things. And meanwhile, Annihilate, like, your opponent never wants to hit Annihilate, so.
You know, this is really interesting. I didn't realize exactly how strong this, like, side Rock Blast is, because if you get it into yourself, you're happy. Your Annihilate finally has its signature move ready.
Yeah, and if
it redirects, it's like, well, Amoonguss is just going to be in Rage Fist range at that point.
Yeah.
So I think Noah's actually found an incredibly safe play for himself if he wants to go for it. However, we're actually going to see Cresselia come in, you know, maybe anticipating something like the Amoonguss trying to throw out a Spore this turn.
Yeah, and this Cresselia does have safety goggles. Okay, so the Amoonguss gets switched out. Let's see if we see this fourth Pokemon or if it's going to be Ogrepon again.
So, is this a Flutter Mane, notorious user of Dazzling Gleam, and a very safe Protect from the Annihilate?
Yeah. Now that is really nice because, like, what is what is this Iron Hand's going to do in the Cresselia?
I think that Flutter Switch worked really well for Jacob. The problem is Noah can Terra either of his Pokemon out of, you know, a Ghost or a Fairy weakness right now. But the problem is he might finally be feeling that pressure to Terra for the first time in the game.
Yeah. So what did Annihilate just do? It protected, right?
Yeah, it just used Protect. So it's extremely vulnerable in front of Flutter Mane right now.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely a nice move where you go Wild Charge and maybe Moonblast into Annihilate because, like, they're either switching and you know, it gets taken down or you can't protect. Like that's like a slot that you can take advantage of right now.
All eyes are on the Specs Flutter Mane right now, but first we're going to see Cresselia use its Terra Fairy to make it so that it's taking just neutral damage from anything Flutter Mane can go for.
Yeah.
Really smart play on Noah's end.
You'd absolutely hate to just get Shadow Balled and, you know, go down a Pokemon right now. I feel like this is gonna be the kind of match that once you start getting chipped down, oh, there it is, right into that slot, perfect. The Arcanine has gone down. Very good opportunity for Jacob.
Yeah, even with that resist, I'm, like, pretty impressed that Arcanine went down to that, but I guess just a reminder, Specs Flutter Mane does not mess around. However, Arcanine still putting down an Intimidate before getting knocked out, just to make sure that Cress is taking even less damage and setting up Trick Room. You know, with both Goodra and Annihilate alive in the back, I can see either of these Pokemon putting together a bit of a Trick Room sweep.
Yeah, I can. I feel like, yeah, Cresselia is going to have to switch out here because Iron Hands is the fastest thing on the board now with the Trick Room. And Iron Hands could definitely just throw down a Heavy Slam and maybe mess with the plans a little bit.
I have no idea how strong Heavy Slam is against Cresselia, because this is a -1 Iron Hands. I don't know if Cress is actually afraid of very much.
Yeah, that's a very good point, yeah.
I don't think Annihilate has any stacks on Rage Fist yet, though, so we're still just looking at a 50 power move from that.
Yeah, that's...
So Amoonguss, like, coming in very safely here, I'd say.
Let's
find
see.
out how heavy Cress is. The answer is a little bit.
Yeah, kind of middle of the line there.
The side Moonblast
what?
doing over half to Annihilate
My
without even a critical hit.
Side Moonblast Wild Terror. Do you really... I mean, Annihilate is mad now.
You know, Noah might have felt pressure to go for this because I think this might have been his one way of actually threatening a knockout on the Flutter Mane.
Yeah.
And hoping that Jacob didn't see it. However, this was at a really large HP cost, and now he's going to have to spend a turn going for this really, like, conservative Protect Lunar Blessing to make sure that Annihilate isn't, you know, out there in the trenches with, like, 0 defense boosts.
Yeah, well, it's rough because, you know, Cresselia threw down a Trick Room, and now your opponent has 2 Pokemon that are slower than your 2 Pokemon. It's kind of unfortunate for Noah.
Yeah, I guess that's really just a strong feature of Jacob's team, even though he's got these like Flutter Mane and Ogrepon to really like dominate the aggressive speed tiers. We're also looking at slower Pokemon like Iron Hands and Amoonguss that can operate well under Trick Room.
Yeah.
So Clear Smoke not doing much into Cresselia. Heavy Slam leaving Cresselia with just 5 HP. Cress going for a Lunar Blessing, and Annihilate has actually gone for an attack here, so let's see what it's going to be.
Wow, I'm pretty surprised that the Spore didn't go out on the Annihilate. I figure... I guess Jacob was predicting some sort of a more defensive
Noah would have
play.
been able to clear it with Lunar Blessing before Annihilate even attacked, so it would have been a bit of a null turn.
Oh, that's a good
Even
point.
if Cress survived the turn, it's definitely not going to be able to survive another Clear Smog Heavy Slam combo.
No, not at all.
So this could be a second knockout for Jacob this turn.
My goodness. Oh, okay, so there's a Spore, and then you're basically saying that my Heavy Slam is going to get rid of your Crest.
Yeah,
and
if it
the
can,
Spore is
that's going to be
stick.
a big problem.
Yeah, let's see it.
See.
Oh, no!
1 HP this time.
Look at him popping off. Look at Noah popping off in the corner. And that Lunar Blessing just undid Jacob's entire turn. Now Noah is going to be able to retaliate. Retaliate with a Rage Fist here, wherever he
Annihilate
wants.
at full. It has, like,
One
this
bulk
is going to
up.
be 2 different stacks of Rage Fist and a bulk up at this point, right?
Yeah.
So Rage Fist
Oh,
taking
yeah,
an
there it
easy
is.
knockout on Amoonguss from there, finally picking up the first knockout of the game.
It's only 1 stack of Rage Fist, I believe.
It took Moonblast and it took Clear Smog. Oh wait,
No, Clear Smog
was into Crest.
Cresselia.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I guess one stack's enough to go after a Moongus.
Oh yeah, no.
Annihilate's not a slouch.
It's 100 power Raytress and you're 1.5x. You are a strong Annihilate. Annihilate can be the key to taking care of this.
How many turns of Trick Room do we have left? Is it just one turn?
I think it's just one turn at this point.
Because Crest, or did Crest only go for Lunar Blessing twice? However, regardless, Ogerpon's in a bit of a scary spot right here. It's very clearly the slowest mon on the field. We're going to see the low HP Crest just withdraw into Goodra. Ogerpon with a safe spiky shield.
Let's see where the Annihilate attacks itself in. Okay, heavy slam onto Goodra. Yeah, that's not going to do much at all. I mean, I think this is
really good turn from Noah, basically calling Jacob's move perfectly.
Yeah.
Goodra gets onto the field for free. Annihilate continuing to boost up.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Noah is having a lot of really high value turns, and Jacob is sort of running in his tracks.
Yeah, Trick Room's over, and that's great for Ogerpon, but staring down Goodra, who has a pretty strong natural physical defense stat, and Annihilate, who has those bulk ups going.
Yeah.
I do not know what I expect this Cudgel to do. Not too much damage to Goodra, and here comes the Rage Fist from Annihilate.
That has to kill, right? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I've been playing a little Annihilate on the ladder.
I forgot you're an Annihilate expert.
Yeah, I'm an Ape fan. He's a strong boy. He's a strong boy.
That double doing pretty decent damage to Goodra, but the thing is, I don't really know if Goodra's the threat right now.
Goodra really doesn't feel like the threat right now. Also, Goodra can take its time. You can vibe, heal up a bit. You still have Cresselia. I mean, I don't know. Fluttermane will come down, and Fluttermane has to either go for, I don't know, finishing off the Goodra? I mean, I think you have to go for the Annihilate, but no one can
that's
take
the thing.
advantage of that.
It might just be, because this is a Specs Flutter, I even think Noah might just have a safe double into the Flutter at this point with just Rage Fist and Heavy Slam. And I think if either of those moves gets the knockout, Noah's going to be up with a Cress and one of his Pokemon on the field, and I think they could take on Iron Hands.
Oh, yeah.
This is Moonblast getting a one-shot on Annihilate, so let's see.
Oh, it was a crit, too.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, this is the Fluttermane going down here, and I think that will be the game if that ends up happening.
Drain Punch.
Oh, okay.
And this is a Shell Armor Goodra, so there's no hope of a critical hit here.
Yeah.
Here's a Heavy Slam. This is
bam.
going to be a clean one-shot on the Flutter.
Yeah, and now it's Cresselia plus Goodra versus Iron Hands. Iron Hands, mind you, still has not switched out from getting intimidated all those turns ago.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
it's still -1.
Yeah, Goodra just taking that hit like a champ. Even if Cress and Goodra don't look like they're in great shape right now, the thing is, we know Cresselia is faster than Iron Hands in Trick Room. So this is just going to be a really safe Lunar Blessing and, something like a Body Press or even another Shelter
you
on
can't
Noah's
get crit.
end.
Why not just make it so you can't get hit either? I mean, I think at this point, things are pretty cinched up. I mean, maybe if you go for a Heavy Slam crit on the Cresselia with your Iron Hands, maybe
that
you have
might
a chance.
be the out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe that's why another Shelter is so important on Goodra.
Yeah.
Iron Hands is I don't even think Iron Hands is out damaging Lunar Blessing right now, or it's going about even with it.
It's -5. It does 5 more damage because remember, Cresselia was at 6, Lunar Blessing then went down to 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Iron Hands might get there eventually. However,
Yeah,
I don't think
no,
Iron
yeah,
Hands is going to have that long. This Goodra is getting ready to go on the offensive with Body Press any turn now that it has 2 shelters up.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can just start body pressing right now. There's just very little reason not to. All right, is this going to crit?
No,
it's
crit.
not. Yeah,
we're loading up damage on Crest slowly, but slowly not cutting it.
Yeah.
And this is a shelter up to +6 defense on Goodra. This Body Press is going to do ridiculous amounts of damage to hands.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know
think
if it's able to get a one-shot, because Iron Hands is pretty bulky itself, but still.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. just
just reminding us that Goodra's ready to take over the game.
Okay. So let's see how much this Body Press does. I'm actually really curious.
Ooh, little Terra Fairy Moonblast.
Ooh.
Maybe he has the combo for Iron Hands. I don't know.
Let's see it. All right, a Heavy Slam. Oh no, Cresselia's gone up. But that's not actually a big deal because Goodra is +6, cannot get crit, and is about to get the KO with the Body Press. Let's see it. Oh. Something got knocked over on the couch, and that is it. Noah taking game 1 Nice and easy.
You know, the start of that was a little scary for Noah, but he was just able to recover from that, like, kind of bad positioning at the start so well, just identifying, like, hey, I think Annihilate is the Pokemon that I need to get me out of this, being kind of unafraid to sacrifice Arcanine towards that greater goal. That was just a huge improvement in play on his end.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a huge testament to, even if you get put on the back foot, it's important to just keep playing steady fundamentals, like playing strong. I mean, I think, like, play to your outs and come up with a general strategy. I feel like we saw Noah just take consistent steps to get back into the game and just like identify the win conditions. And I feel like that was I mean, that was a great showing of like a team that was a little less typical, but like even that Moonblast into the Annihilate was like such a decisive call, which, like, you know, who are we to say if it was the right one or not? But it was just cool to watch someone have that much of a game plan, you know?
Yeah, and especially, like, I think it says a lot about Noah's game plan that he was unafraid to set Trick Room in front of a Moongus and Iron Hands, like you identified. And I think knowing that Annihilate and Cresselia could still kind of navigate the game even through those, like, impressive Trick Room attackers was just really shows, like, his level of knowledge with the team.
Yeah.
I wonder how Jacob's going to mix it up for Game 2, because the Pokemon that we didn't see on his end are Iron Bundle, you know, who I don't know if Iron Bundle has the damage to play in a matchup like this, and Landorus Therian with a Choice Scarf. I think Landorus is something that I could see coming to this just because it is a much higher damage Pokemon. However, it's often going to have to use a Terra to access some of that damage with something like Terra Blast Flying, so I'm not sure if it's the right play.
Yeah,
and
I just think
has
that
Defiant too. Maybe Landorus is not the call.
No, I think Landorus is not the call because it's going to come down, it's going to do its Intimidate, it might boost the Annihilate, it might be useful instead, but I think that Landorus is a little bit of a wet noodle in this scenario. I mean, like, maybe you bring your Iron Bundle, but I think bringing the same Pokemon with a different game plan is probably going to be what we're going to see.
Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be Crescent Arc on Noah's end against Ogerpon and Iron Hands on Jacob's end. So this is, he started Ogerpon and what other Pokemon last game?
Amoonguss.
A Moongus, okay. So getting right to work with Iron Hands, I can dig it. Like, this might be, ooh, Terra Ghost from the Arcanine right away, just to make sure that this can be a Rock Blast into Ogerpon. I like that play on Noah's end. You know, Terra Ghost isn't something that we see on Arcanine very often, but it's a really important resistance to have against Iron Hands.
Yeah, and you're also Rock type. Like, it is fantastic to just be able to avoid anything that might really wreck your game plan turn one.
Let's see, is this the Arcanine's Terra coming out first? That it is.
So what do you think this Amoonguss goes for? Like what is the game plan with the Amoonguss right now? I mean, you're staring at Cresselia
This could
with
be
safety
something
goggles.
like a Spiky Shield and Amoonguss coming in. Yeah, this is just a really safe play to make sure that there's not a Rock Blast coming for the Ogerpon anytime soon. You know, Jacob making some plays that are like maybe the last game a little bit too safe, but I think I understand this one a little bit more. Just because Ogerpon's such an important part of your game plan, and now that you've got a Moongus in, you know, perhaps with access to Terra Water to take even less from Arcanine, this could be a good chance for Ogerpon to start going for, you know, perhaps some Sword Stances of its own. Because Cresselia with just like Moonblast for offensive coverage, that's not really going to pick up a knockout on a Moongus or Ogerpon anytime soon.
Not.
Like, I don't think the Calm Mind is making Cresselia much scarier here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like something reasonable to do in the meantime, but I think if you're Noah, you know that Jacob knows that you have your Trick Room and might even be anticipating it. So just throwing it off with a Calm Mind instead. Ooh, let's see. Okay, yeah, the Rock Blast is going to do about how much it did before, but like this is not an insignificant amount of damage. I mean, it's pumping out like, you know, 40 to 60% of the health on Amoonguss.
Only getting 4 hits instead of 5 there, which is kind of important because it means Amoonguss hasn't eaten its Citrus Berry yet.
Yeah.
So Amoonguss is like perhaps feeling very uncomfortable about the idea of something like an Arcanine Flare Blitz here.
Yeah.
Especially because this Amoonguss is using Clear Smog. It doesn't have room for Protect on the moveset.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, Amoonguss is an amazing Pokemon, but it's a Pokemon that suffers with too many good moves, since you're always going to have to cut something. And when you cut the Protect, I mean, it's the kind of situation where your game plan could get really read into. And that's the Terra, and I believe that's going to be a defensive Terra on the Amoonguss. Oh,
no,
it's offensive.
It's Ogerpon going on the offense.
Okay. Oh, look at that beautiful mask.
You know, I can kind of understand this. Like, maybe Amoonguss just accepting, like, that it's going to go down, and the important thing is that Ogerpon gets an attack off this turn.
Yeah, I'm actually so excited. I'm very excited to see what goes down now, because for the first time, and I think this match,
Lunar
Jacob is
Blessing.
going on the offensive.
Yeah, there's no damage to heal, no Spore to heal. So here comes Flare Blitz to knock out a Moongus, and now all eyes are on Ogerpon.
Yeah.
Is this going to be this is a +2 Ivy Cudgel because it's Sword Stance and then the Embody aspect boost
This
with
kills
Intimidate to
Arcanine.
drop it.
I
oh,
think it goes for
easily.
Arcanine. Let's see.
I think
Cudgel?
Arcanine would be a huge threat to get rid of here.
Yeah, okay.
Is that
Yeah.
Grass?
Oh, on the Cresselia, it's just one-shot.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that is a strong mon to get out of the way.
Oh, yeah. You know, I think Arcanine, like, you know, seemed really tempting as a knockout, but you don't get many chances to one-shot a Cresselia.
No,
so
you
you kind of have to
don't.
take them when they're in front of you, especially when you have something like Iron Hands that can come in and really start operating under Trick Room.
Yeah. Yeah, no. So at this point in time, if you're Noah, you kind of have to play a little bit of hot potato for getting rid of that Ogerpon.
Here's Protect from Arcanine. I'm not sure what Arcanine's protecting from here. Like, perhaps a Wild Charge.
Oh.
Ogerpon able to go for a Spiky Shield, so that's basically 2 protects this turn. What are your fighting types doing? Wild Charge into
I wonder if
Arcanine,
Annihilate
and I
is
think
just going
this
for
was
the
a
bulk
bulk
up.
up.
Yeah.
So
that's
this
a really
is
good
a really
bulk
good
up.
turn from Noah.
This is kind of Noah's opportunity to start making a push back.
Yeah, that
Because-
was just a really bold call that Ogerpon wouldn't be attacking there, and it paid off for him.
Yeah, no, so much so. I mean, Annihilate has its plot armor, right? Like, no one actually wants to hit Annihilate. Like, he's the main character. Oh, and then this +2 Ogerpon just gets removed from the battlefield.
Flutter is not a very comfortable switch into any of the attacks that we might be staring down right now.
No,
Wild
it
Charge
is
putting
not.
pretty significant damage on Arcanine, like really getting it in range of one more attack.
Yeah.
Here comes a Drain Punch into the Flutter main switch in.
Well, I guess I'm not super surprised, but yeah, that Rock Blast takes care of it. Right? Like, this Rock Blast takes care of the Flutter Mane.
No,
if it
not
goes
on,
for
not on
5.
4 hits.
Okay,
Even on
let's
5,
see.
that might be kind of close.
Let's see it. Let's see. Oh, okay. All right, so the Fluttermane is alive. It is the fastest thing on the field, and now suddenly Noah might be a little spooked.
Yeah, Noah's only got one more turn of Trick Room to work with. However, this Flutter can't protect, so it is just going to be doomed to a Rage Fist if it stays on the field.
Well, I think it's just going to Moonblast the Annihilate. But
Trick Room is still up for
oh,
one
yeah,
more.
you're right.
Oh,
Okay.
so Ogerpon actually switching right into Ogerpon. Those two Pokemon really just trying to make sure that they use their resists as well as they can. Because an
Yeah.
Ogerpon could take this, like, unboosted Rage Fist pretty comfortably.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like +1 with bulk up, but yeah, no, it's not a lot of damage. It's not a concern for the Ogerpon. Ogerpon's got good stats. My goodness.
And it's not like you really want to, like, Drain Punch the Flutter staying in for bonus damage either. So
Yeah.
this is some really good, like, you know, Jacob maneuvering a scary situation very well, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, for someone who doesn't have Protect, you are like really riding out this Trick Room, and now it's over. So Jacob can go back on.
And I think I see what Jacob's trying to set up. I think what Jacob's trying to do right now is to get Ogerpon and Fluttermane together so that he has his offensive sweepers on the field at the same time.
Yeah, so you can only really focus on one at a time. Yeah, just like forcing Noah to the back foot. Yeah, no, this looks like it's starting to. I feel like the tides are really starting to turn. It's so funny how seemingly insignificant this Iron Hands is. I feel like it's just. I mean, if it gets a Wild Charge in the Arcanine, I think it really makes a big difference, but...
Yeah, Intimidate, like, that's a really big nerf to the +1 Ogerpon. Like, we're going to see this Ivy Cudgel go into Annihilate, getting that 1 in 8 chance of a critical hit to score a one-shot.
Wow, that mattered.
That is a game changer.
Huge crit matter.
We do see Drain Punch going into the Ghost-type Arcanine. However, just Arcanine and Goodra, I don't know if they're going to be able to come back against, like, Ogerpon with a Fluttermane into that.
I don't think so at all. I mean, there could be some sort of maneuverability and maybe a crit or something, but this is a really rough scenario. Like,
I guess Goodra is the kind of Pokemon that you want to have here. Oh, but the thing is, Goodra can't go for a one-shot on Ogerpon or anything.
Yeah, no, I mean...
Ogerpon even, like, not attack into the Arcanine's Protect or anything, so here comes Cudgel for Goodra
Oh, my
doing huge damage.
goodness! Yeah.
And Drain Punch
oh
too.
my god. Yeah.
Goodra not getting a break.
No. I mean, I think once you Jacob and you get that crit, that's like that. You know, that's the opportunity that you're trying to make for yourself. And at that point, you just have to push a little bit harder, and you bring it into a game 3.
Yeah, like knowing that Goodra didn't have Protect there, I think that was actually a very like reasonable play to go for. It's not like Arcanine can knock out Iron Hands from full.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, Arcaninas aren't really here to deal a lot of damage. It's here to do the Intimidates.
I just realized something. So this Arcanine's damage felt kind of low to me, and I was wondering, like, why would you have a low attack Arcanine if it's running Rock
For the
Blast?
Annihilate.
For the Annihilate,
Yeah.
of course. So this might be a really, really tanky Arcanine, and the thing is, that just means that Rock Blast isn't putting out the damage that we expect it to when it's going into something like a Fluttermane, and Fluttermane is just taking the Rock Blast.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see that the Fluttermane lived through that. It just feels like, I don't know, it's a very interesting balance to strike because, when you're doing like mouse ape stuff, beat up is always going to be really tiny. You don't really need to focus on the mouse being strong. But if you have something like Arcanine, something that does have a lot of offensive potential, but you're kind of nerfing your own Pokemon to be able to have your Annihilate live, it's a very interesting team building balance to walk, just like this kind of tightrope of like you swing too much towards one side, you're killing your own guys, but you swing too much towards the other, and then you're just not doing anything to your opponents.
One thing that I think could be interesting to see in Game 3 is Jacob keeps being forced to switch out of, some of his setup Pokemon. Or when I say setup Pokemon, I really just mean the Ogerpon. I wonder if Jacob has any ways to keep that Ogerpon on the field for even longer than he's been able to, and really set up a Swords Dance in the early turns and just take that Ogerpon through the whole game, either with Ivy Cudgel or, maybe something like Horn Leech to heal himself off.
Yeah, I think if you're Jacob, you're leading a Mungus Ogerpon here, because I think if you're Noah, you're going to try to go back to what maybe would work on Game 1. I mean, the whole thing is, I think Jacob can't afford to not bring a Mungus, because if you bring Arcanine, Annihilate, and really set up the Annihilate right away, it's going to be devastating.
I think both players just have their favorite, 4 Pokemon. We know the 4
Oh, no, I mean, what they're bringing to the front. So, okay, all right. So Jacob's going to go all out, full blast aggro to try to take care of the Rock Blast Rage Fist situation. But, yeah, no, I mean, so Annihilate here gets one-shot by the Fluttermane's Moonblast, right?
Yep, definitely.
Yeah. Wow.
And you don't exactly want to use Water Terror in front of, Ogerpon either.
Yeah.
And both of these Pokemon, might take a double up to get knocked out if they do have to use a Terra, but still, I think Noah's under a lot of pressure here.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever gets this turn right is really going to be able to come out ahead.
Well, I think Jacob could just put out a ton of offensive pressure with his Fluttermane and then set up his Ogerpon, but Ogerpon's going in too. This is just a double attack.
Yeah, jeez.
So what is Noah doing? Is Noah just double protecting here? I didn't see what the Annihilate picked.
I didn't either. I mean, double protect would just mean that, okay, I don't think that we want this to be a double protect. Arcanine protecting. Here's Shadow Ball into the Arcanine.
All right, so the Annihilate is here to take.
Is this just going to be a cudgel right for Annihilate?
Oh my gosh, they doubled up into the Arcanine. Wow. That is a risk for sure from Jacob.
And here's a Rage Fist from Annihilate, but with no stacks. I don't know if this is going to be able to get a knockout.
No, it almost never does. This is very interesting. I wonder what...
Yeah, Noah, even though Noah got the turn very right, he's still not... Both of his Pokemon are still very much at risk here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think... So at this point, we saw him select Terra Water. I think what he's hoping is that this Annihilate is able to live the turn. Oh, okay. Yeah, live the turn, get rid of the Fluttermane. But if you're Jacob and you're dealing damage to the Annihilate is gone. It's done. I mean, you have a pretty safe Horn Leech right into this Annihilate.
Well, Annihilate didn't have Protect last turn, so he could potentially be going for Protect this turn, which would maybe scare Jacob off of going into it.
Yeah,
and
you could always just double up into the Arcanine slot because it just protected.
Yeah. I think going after the Arcanine slot is really tempting, and I think that's what Noah is hoping Jacob is going to do.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Here's Shadow Ball for Goodra.
Shadow Ball into the Arcanine slot.
Shadow Ball's still doing pretty respectable damage there, even getting a special defense drop. Here's the Horn Leech for the Goodra.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that is, wow. And then that Fluttermane just goes down. For as offensive a start as Jacob got, for as strong as he started, Noah was able to just, I mean, this Annihilate was plot armor.
Yeah.
No one's going to touch him. He's the main character.
Oh, you're so biased in favor of Annihilate.
I don't know what you're talking about. He is simply the main character.
So, Jacob does actually get to recover a lot from that, free switch out of Fluttermane, though. Amoonguss is going to give him the potential to, I really think we have to be looking at Ogerpon to kind of recover from the game at this point. If his brings are anything like the previous games, that's an Iron Hands in the back. So really all the damage is on this Ogerpon at this point.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Swords Dance time very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think Swords Dance Rage Powder is just, safe. I think Swords Dance and Spore is, an interesting... you don't really even need to be going for Rage Powder. You're so right. Yeah.
And it's not like this is Sapsip or Goodra, so it would be very vulnerable in front of that. Shelter's cool and all, but Ogerpon doesn't necessarily need to be critting through Goodra. It does do pretty good damage on its own.
Yeah, I mean, so like the Cresselia is going to go for the Lunar Blessing, but that means it's not going for a Trick Room, right?
Yeah.
Like you're forcing Noah into doing one thing or the other to sort of recover from this spot because you obviously have a Pokemon asleep, and that's not too great. But Jacob is now, so what did he do with his? Did he Swords Dance just now?
Yeah, it
that
was
the
Swords
setup?
Dance and Shelter at the same time. So
Yeah,
Ogerpon's
okay.
going to be at +2, and so is Goodra.
Oh, and that's a switch out. Oh my goodness. I wonder if Jacob calls this turn and throws down onto the Annihilate slot.
What's Annihilate doing here?
Resisting a fire type move.
I don't know if.
Because he was able to kill
You know what? Yeah,
Cresselia
he
before.
could try and outdamage Crass.
Yeah.
You know what? You're very right. Annihilate is actually a really good switch in for that
Yeah.
right now. Here comes the Cudgel. Is this
it
for
gonna be?
Annihilate?
Yes, it is, and that's what the switch-in does, and it lives. Look at
Annihilate
that.
taking that pretty comfortably.
Main
Nice.
character energy. Oh, but now this is a bit tough.
Yeah, Gudra's just spending a guaranteed turn of sleep here, but the thing is, I don't think Gudra's exactly doing much on the field right now. Like, neither of the Pokemon on Jacob's end really have to worry about a knockout from something as, like, +2 body press is strong, but it's not getting one-shots.
So it's really interesting because like Annihilate kind of has to protect against the fake out, but this could just be a really easy Swords Dance again on Ogerpon.
I think so, yeah. I think something like Fake Out Swords. Iron Hand's actually just switching out. Is this a really huge call on something like Annihilate going for a Protect, or is Jacob even just saying, like, I don't care about Annihilate right now?
Well,
Regardless, he caught the Protect.
Well, Jacob needs to. I think like Jacob needs to power up a little bit because the Horn Leech. Oh yeah. Well, I think the whole thing also is just like
Gudra getting the one turn and
my
is able to
goodness.
go for a Life Dew.
Wow. Okay. This. Oh, interesting.
Oh,
I mean,
this is a huge turn for Noah.
Yeah. It's still so tough because a Horn Leech is just absolutely gonna destroy the Annihilate.
Yeah, and either of Noah's Pokemon could try to withdraw into an Arcanine to put down Intimidate right now. Does look like it's going to be Annihilate going out. That definitely makes sense as a response to a potential Horn Leech.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I was thinking the Swords Dance would come out because you know that you're working with an opponent who has Intimidate. Like, he can just keep throwing it around. So I figured, like, boosting yourself a bit more. I mean, but, like, obviously the Horn Leech is so tempting.
Yeah.
All right.
Ogerpon is really going to have to go for a Swords Dance soon if it wants to get its damage back.
Oh my
I mean,
goodness, that's
Hornleech's still doing incredible damage to Arcanine there.
All right, and this Gudra is setting up. This Gudra cannot be crit. The Fluttermane is gone, so there's no more special attackers. And then just an easy Spore.
I think I understand what Jacob's going for. He's saying that Gudra's not a threat to him. He's comfortable isolating it, and he's just going to keep going for these safe attacks into Gudra's partners, and eventually, Gudra's just going to stay asleep for too long. It's not helping Arcanine. It's not really helping Annihilate enough.
Yeah, so this Arcanine is going for Rock Blast, and, like, I'm fairly certain it is slower than Ogerpon.
Yeah, I don't think Arcanine's seeing the end of this turn.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
So Gudra's going to be able to just spend a turn of sleep here. I don't know if
napping.
Amoongus's attack matters too much here either. It's not like, I guess just Spore to see if, like, Annihilate tried to come in on it.
Yeah. So this is going to be an interesting scenario. I mean, I think if you could get a proper setup with the Trick Room, with your Cresselia, like if your Cresselia is able to somehow resist this Ogerpon, but I don't know.
Well, Ogerpon is just at +1 right now, so I wouldn't be shocked if Crass can actually survive a hit from it right now. The thing is, it's not going to be able to survive too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a Swords Dance. There's a
Ogerpon
setup.
is just ready to knock out absolutely anybody and everybody.
Well, we're going to have to see right now if this is... Okay, this is a Lunar Blessing, not a Trick Room.
Lunar Blessing, and so what are the speed stats here? So Gudra...
So it goes...
Gudra is slower than Crass, and it just has to go for a body press into a Amoonguss, though.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit expecting Trick Room because, like, you can't outspeed the Ogerpon. The Ogerpon is +3.
Yeah.
It feels really tough here if you're Noah.
Like, Ogerpon can just continue to isolate Gudra. I think, like, this has to be for Crass. And I don't think Crass is standing up to one of these.
Not at all, no. I don't think anyone is standing up to one of these anymore. Oh, this feels really difficult.
Yeah, like, Gudra... Well, the body press damage is adding up, but the thing is, like, Amoonguss still has a Citrus Berry to go through.
Yeah, well,
I don't
Amoonguss
think
could just
Heavy Slam
switch
would be
to-
doing much more.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is pretty sunk. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the one kind of opportunity you have as Noah is to set up the Trick Room so your Annihilate is able to try to take out the Ogerpon before it's able to hit you. Because at this point, the Ogerpon is just an unstoppable machine.
Yeah, I think I think Gudra is just not going to be able to come back from this. Like, you know, Protect and Shelter, I can see why no one would want to go for this, but the thing is, like, even if Gudra boosts up as much as it wants to, Ogerpon can just do the same thing.
Yeah.
As
for
long
sure.
as Jacob is able to stop an Annihilate attack.
Oh, no,
Heavy
Cudgel.
Cudgel for Gudra.
Oh,
Noah
lovely.
just staying ahead.
Yeah, that's just a call out, and that is for as many shelters has happened already. What with 1, 2? I mean, that's still a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is just going to force Gudra to go for a life dew even sooner than it would like to.
Yeah.
And with Annihilate having Burnt Hits Protect there, I'm not really sure what it can do about just like, you know, how can Annihilate save itself from a Horn Leech at this point?
It really can't. I mean, you just kind of have to hope. Yeah, you have to hope that. Yeah, I mean, the Horn Leech is going to hit the Annihilate, and then you just have to hope that your one-man army is going to be enough to get this. I mean, like, with a little bit of leftovers, you're going to... The problem is you're just going to get hit with the Fake
Yeah,
Out.
Amoonguss and Iron Hands are just going to keep buying turns for this Ogerpon to, like, get up to +6 without taking more damage. Amoonguss is, like, fine with going down next turn.
Yeah.
You know, I also wonder, like, would the outcome of this game have been different if Gudra was able to go for shelters earlier on and get this body press knockout on Amoonguss a little bit faster?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well, it's quite interesting because, like, Gudra has sort of... Like, Gudra's been strong in this matchup, yes, but... I wonder if switching it up with like maybe Urshifu or Grimmsnarl would have been like the determining factor, because I think Jacob has really throughout the course of the match I feel like Jacob's really figured out how to play this one, and you know, Noah has the benefit of having an atypical team, but once it's like figured out, it's kind of more figured out.
Yeah,
It's interesting
like
to
maybe
keep going.
Jacob's game plan was even like more comfortable with that Flutter getting knocked down the first few turns than we realized, because if it clears the door for like Ogerpon to win the game on its own, that's fine. That's a good sacrifice.
Exactly. And at this point, I think it's just a matter of time. No, you know, Gudra's just going to get knocked out.
Yeah. I think Ogerpon is at +6 after that turn.
Yes.
Like, I can't say that I've been keeping
+5.
great track of it.
I think.
+5.
Because it got intimidated once.
Right. So there's Body Press to finish off of Amoonguss, but this just means a free hand switch, and then this can be like Fake Out Ivy Cudgel, it could be Fake Out Sword Stance if it's not at +6 yet. Either way, this is just going to be a really free turn for Jacob because this Gudra can't protect.
Yeah, Gudra just cannot survive 2 Ogerpon hits, and like Gudra can take down Ogerpon if it's not getting faked out this turn, but I think the fake out makes a huge difference.
I think this game just shows you really like one of those dangers of running Pokemon like Gudra. They're not always there to support their friends, and sometimes they're going to let their friends down in front of offensive attackers like Ogerpon.
Yeah.
Heaviside
Wait,
doing
hold on a
barely
second.
over half the Gudra.
Is Gudra faster than Iron Hands?
I think it might be, actually.
Okay, so we're at +6 defense with Gudra. Gudra did just get a leftovers heal. If this was, if Ivy Cudgel low rolls, doesn't kill, and then maybe Drain Punch doesn't get there?
Well, that's the thing. The Life Dew's not going to be able to pull it back.
Okay.
I think that's Drain Punch.
yeah,
okay,
that's
so
Drain
Iron
Punch.
Hands is going first and just
Oh, yeah.
finishing the game with the Drain Punch.
Got it,
So
got
Jacob
it.
Mortensen is going to be moving on to 5-0, qualifying for day 2.
Yeah, but I think Noah has like a really optimistic stance on these next 2 rounds to try to get. It's 7 or 6.
7.
7,
Yeah,
yes.
that was an impressively played game. You know, we saw
yeah.
Noah getting a little bit unlucky there at the end of the second game. Like, without that crit, I think Noah's really closing in on a win on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it really does seem like Noah has a good handle on how to play against like some of the really good mons in the format. So I have very little doubts that he's going to make it into day 2. But we also wanted to. So we have the next round, but we also want to do a little ad read.
Yeah, we want to tell you about.
Oh, player
First.
interview
okay,
first.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's get
Got
Scraw
it.
over here.
Cool. That's exciting. Yeah, I mean, that was a really great match.
Yeah, no. I think just like being able to see how 2 players like that interact against each other over the course of 3 games is always so exciting, because there's just so many like adjustments you can make. I think you and I also got to like understand the benefits and the drawbacks of how both players were playing, because by the end of it, I really had a deep appreciation of like, I think Jacob just found some really safe plays to go for there. They weren't the flashiest, you know, maybe there were even a few hits in to protect, but I think most of them were in service of a really great game plan.
Yeah, I think Jacob's game plan fell under the radar a little bit, but that's also, I mean, these like really strong mons have really strong lines, and that's like, this is a testament to that. It's always really fun to see what a little bit less of a, you know, established meta team does against the big guys, you know?
Yeah, Grim and Gudra is really one of those things that, like, when Gudra got added to the game, I was keeping an eye out for strategies like that, and I don't think they ended up showing up too much at Worlds, but Gudra is still, like, kind of a ball of stats. It's, like, one of the best, like, body press iron defense mons in the game just because it has that, like, pseudo-legendary pool of stats. It has amazing typing to work with, so it's no shocker to me that Gudra's, like, finding some success.
Yeah, no, I mean, Gudra is, as you said, a ball of stats. I feel like in the right situations, it is an absolute tank. Oh, and look who we have behind us. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, are you
I was
able
told to go
hear
behind
us?
here.
Yes,
Yes.
can you hear us properly as we talk?
Was that?
Can you hear us properly as we talk?
If I'm like this, I can.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. So how about one of us asks questions and then...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you tell us a little bit about that game plan going in? Because in the third game, I was very worried about what was going to happen, seeing Fluttermane go down so early in the game. And at the time, I didn't really think that was part of the game plan.
Yeah, so I realized Noah had to play really carefully around Fluttermane just because he wasn't bringing Grimmsnarl because he couldn't afford to, and it just kind of gets the Annihilate, and he's kind of tricky from the Terra. So I figured he really can only put pressure on with one Pokemon at a time at the beginning of the game, so I just kind of put on as much pressure as I can, go down a little bit early, but force him into a weird position so I can actually capitalize on my Amoonguss.
Yeah,
that was the idea.
Yeah, I mean, the Amoonguss really kicked butt there. I feel like that was a pivotal mon because, like, even from game one, seeing the Rock Blast strategy just get shut down by the Rage Powder was.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a little lucky in that I think he got the 5 hit that time, so I got my berry, which let the Amoonguss stick around a little longer. But no, I mean, Noah's a good friend. I know he always likes to play this like bulk up, super setup oriented stuff. So I knew Amoonguss was going to be good. Just had to figure out how to use it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you like utilized it really well, especially in game 3. Like it was basically just a wall for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's impressive that you're able to figure out what to do against a team like this so quickly when, like, Annihilate isn't something that we've seen in a while. I think there's a lot of people who might see a Pokemon like that and be like, huh, I haven't really fought this in a while.
Yeah, because it was Terra Water, it was all right. If he was in Terra Fire, which I know the Annihilates were sometimes, that would have been pretty tricky, but I was able to kind of pin him between the Fluttermane and the Ogrepon at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you had a really good balance of, like, only hitting the Annihilate when you need to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was that's a really difficult line to walk.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 he got me by self-moonblasting the Annihilate. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, that was
coming
sick.
at all.
Yeah. No, I mean, fantastic job. You're moving on to day 2. That was awesome. That was some awesome play. And, like, honestly, for game 3, we were like, we did not catch on to your strategy until, like, a few turns after you started with it. We were like, oh, look at that.
I'm glad it worked out, because I don't know if that's because I got lucky or because it was actually a good play.
I mean, I think you're doing great.
Yeah, I think, like, really clearing the way for Ogrepon to sweep the game was, like, kind of deceptively strong, because it's, like, kind of a good sign of plays when it's, like, when it looks like they're going bad, but they're actually not.
Yeah.
Right,
And if nothing else, you can tell your opponent that they were playing into your hand, even when they were reading you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
Great job.
Thank you.
Cool. That was super cool.
Yeah.
It was nice to hear that they were friends. And yeah, no, I mean, he adjusted so quickly to that whole game plan.
Yeah, Jacob is a really great player, so I'm, like, very happy to have had a chance to cast one of his matches.
Yeah, no, that was really fun to watch. I mean, it's a testament to, like, this meta is really fun. Like, even if they, yes, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Iron Hands, all that stuff that we have seen a bunch, it's still really fun to watch how it plays out. Like, there's so many
I
different
like
ways.
watching Ogrepon.
Yeah.
It's exciting watching a Pokemon go for knockouts like that. Like, of course, it can be frustrating to play against an Ogrepon getting knockouts, but just, like, seeing a Pokemon that can go for a one-shot on Crest like that, you don't get to see that very
really
often.
don't.
Sometimes you just want to see a Cresselia get knocked out in one hit. I'm not a bad person for saying that.
No, you're not a bad person. You're just a fan of entertainment. All right.
An Ivy Cudgel is an entertaining move.
It really is. They knew what they had on the side of entertainment when they just got this very strong and also very critical hit heavy move. Like, that's a move of the people. It's a move we like to watch. All right, so we also are going to do an ad read. Mine fell. Could you hand me this cookie?
Here, yes.
So we are going to be doing a read for Control. It's a protein cookie. Look at that. Look at all those. And they got protein shakes and they got cookies, and it's got it's got 15 grams of protein. It's got 4 grams of collagen, which is cool. I don't know. I personally ate the cookie. That's why there's none of my left. And it was tasty, and I enjoyed it. So if you enjoy tasty cookies and money showering on you like this ad is showing and meal bars on the go, then you should also buy Control, because I think that you eating cookies is always a good time. This is exactly what was written in the ad read. You know, it's unbelievable. Oh, and look at that. There's also a discount. That's great. You know, thank you for sponsoring this stream and the tournament. And, yeah, I'm going to eat this now, too. And I think we're going to go to a bit of a break, and then we're going to commentate the next round.
Yeah. See you soon.
Dope. Welcome back, everybody. I am Bloody. This is Chuppa. We are at Beastcoast Safari Zone, and we are commentating round 6. And now the two people that we are commentating are 4-1, playing their winning in to get into day 2. How are you doing?
Doing fine. Yeah, just like last round, whoever wins this game is going to be able to move on to tomorrow with an impressive score of 5-1. Not even caring too much about how that last round goes.
Yeah.
And in this round, we are going to have Luca Paz going up against Ian Lee. Both of these players definitely no strangers to the local stage. Luca even putting together a pretty impressive string of regional results last season, being a master of both the Dondozo and standard archetypes. And today we are going to see him using something of that more standard variety.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Ugarte, Landorus, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, we are no strangers to these Pokemon, but the way that they are played is variable and very interesting. It's just a good collection. As we were talking before, Ugarte is always just very fun to watch, but this is a different Ugarte. This is actually Wellspring Mask, so it is a water type.
Yeah, and Water Ugarte is really going to have like a very different feel to how it plays than Fire Ugarte, just due to the fact that as soon as it tears, it's only getting that +1 special defense instead of +1 attack, and kind of just having very different coverage to work with.
Yes, different coverage and just a different board presence. It's not so much of a, oh my gosh, this needs to die now. It's much more of a, oh my gosh, I don't know how to kill this now. But with the other side, there is some nice side spam going on. Ian Lee has Indeedee and Armarouge, the classic, Torkoal, the classic, and then Ursaluna Blood Moon, which is definitely on the newer end of things.
Yeah, Ursaluna Blood Moon, definitely a really exciting addition from Regulation E. Not, similar in some ways to classic Ursaluna, but with just an incredibly strong ability that lets it hit through ghost types, like the Fluttermane on Luca Paz's team. So I really wonder if we're going to see that Mind's Eye come into play. Maybe we're going to see some of those big flashy Blood Moons, but it's hard to say because this Ursaluna is being run with an Assault Vest just to make itself a lot tankier and perhaps give it some potential to function outside of Trick Room, where regularly Ursaluna is going to be a little bit of a sitting duck out of Trick Room, regardless of what form it's in. So definitely just some interesting ideas going on here.
Ooh, and it looks like we're jumping into the match. Oh, that's Champao and Fluttermane, and that is Indeedee Armarouge, the classic. Who do you think is going to try to Trick Room of the two of these?
I don't know. It's always a little bit tough to say, just because Armarouge in these positions, it's not like Fluttermane really wants to go for a Shadow Ball turn 1, knowing that it might just hit into the normal type Indeedee.
Yeah.
It looks like Ian's trying to find a safer play, though. It's something like Follow Me Fairy type from Indeedee. We do see this Champao carrying Lash Out, something that neither Indeedee or our Armarouge want to get hit by. So something like a Follow Me Trick Room might just be the way to start this off.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to sound quite uneducated here. What the heck does Lash Out do?
Lash Out is 75 base power dark, and it gets a ×2 bonus if your stats get lowered. So it's basically it's better than Crunch in a lot of ways because of how often you'll be intimidated.
Is this a new move?
It was in the last games. It's new with the DLC.
Got it. Okay, yeah, that's why I did not really play Gen 8. And look at that, we got
Are we going to get to see Lash Out?
Yeah, I mean, let's see.
Instead, it's, Fluttermane moving first with the Dazzling Gleam, putting down reliable damage on both Pokemon, and this an Ice Spinner from Qianpao to finish off Indeedee and remove the Psychic Terrain at the same time. And with Indeedee going down, there's not going to be any way for that terrain to go back up.
Yeah, and that means that Expanding Force is going to be much, much wimpier. And that's a really big deal for Armarouge. That's kind of the thing that Armarouge likes to do after it does the Trick Room.
Yeah, instead we might have to see Armarouge relying on something like Heat Wave. Not exactly a bad move to have to lock in against Qianpao and Fluttermane either, especially with a bit of help from Torkoal.
Okay, so we're not seeing Ursaluna here just yet. We're seeing Torkoal and Iron Hands, which are two very good Pokemon against the folks that we're staring down here. I think sending in either one of these is good. I mean, the Iron Hands is fantastic against the Fluttermane. And the Torkoal in general, with the Trick Room, you can just jam an Eruption.
Yeah, and I think upping Armarouge's power might be kind of important here, just to make sure that it's doing a little bit of extra to Fluttermane. And because it's very possible that Luca Paz has some more defensive Pokemon in the back, Pokemon like Iron Hands or Moongus who have their Terras available to them and could potentially come in very safely if one of Luca's Pokemon in the field was to go down.
Yeah, well, now we're basically just going to see the situation that happens against Psy Spam, which is, the Trick Room is set up, the Torkoal is down. You need to, if you're Luca, you just need to live. You just need to live the next few turns and try to make this comeback afterwards. But we're about to see a huge assault from Ian I mean, it looks like it's just going to be Eruption Heat Wave.
Armoro is really thinking about this move, though, because it just does not feel completely safe in front of a Qianpao that can now Sucker Punch it. Something that Armoro does not find itself having to deal with very often. I think, this is just going to be the Heat Wave, so choosing to take a risk with the Sucker. It goes into Torkoal instead, so this is going to be 2 attacks from Ian. Boom, here comes Eruption.
This might not kill the Flutter Mane with the Armor Rouge.
However, I don't know, Heat Wave from Life Orb Armor, I think this is just a question of, can Ian find a connection with this? He does, and Flutter Mane is going down in 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice call out of the Sucker Punch into the Torkoal to just make the Eruptions weaker. Even if your 2 Pokemon are still wiped, the Qianpao, the Flutter Mane are gone, this Torkoal is now nerfed to 60%. So that is kind of a huge deal. But
yeah, that's a really big sucker.
Yeah.
Here are the Iron Hands and Amoonguss that we talked about. Luca is going to be down 1 Pokemon. However, he's the side with Terra available, and something like a Terra Water Amoonguss is looking awfully appealing right now.
Yeah, I mean, Amoonguss really does like to thrive in this Trick Room environment as well. So, you're going to be able to start. You're going to be able to start slowing the game down now. I mean, Ian had the big explosive turn, but we're gonna. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out at this point.
I really have to wonder, who's the faster between Armoroge and Iron Hands? Because if Armoroge is faster than this Iron Hands, like maybe it's running a Modest Nature instead of Quiet or something, saving Armoroge for later in the game to just go for a big Sun Boosted Heat Wave or even an Expanded Force against Iron Hands, this could actually be a good time for Armoroge to get off the field.
Yeah, honestly. Okay, and so there's the Terra Water. I have to imagine the Terra Water from the Amoonguss.
Yeah. What Terra is this Iron Hands? Terra Fire Iron Hands could also have been a good option, but I think Amoonguss probably needs this even more.
Yeah, no, just to be able to live. I mean, I think Amoonguss's role is just to calm everything down. Just tell everybody to vibe until the Trick Room is over.
Torkoal opting for Eruption instead of Heat Wave, maybe valuing that more reliable accuracy, even if the power is perhaps a little bit lower right now, and taking a Spore for its troubles.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, what started out as a very explosive start is it's dwindling down into a little bit of a wimpy showing now.
Yeah.
This Torkoal barely got any damage in, and I think the Amoonguss and Iron Hands just turn away from starting to control everything.
Yeah, Armoro's really finding itself in a bit of an awkward position here, like not putting down any damage that turn. However, it could choose to protect against Amoonguss next Spore if it wants to. It's not like Amoonguss has that much else on the field that it would like to go for. So I think this is a relatively safe play from Ian, really trying to escape his own Trick Room right now.
So is this the last turn of Trick Room?
There's going to be one more after this.
Got it. All right, let's see.
What is Iron Hands going for here? This is, a double up into the Protecting Armoroge.
Oh,
good play on Luca, or a good play on Ian's end.
Yeah, good call out with the Protect. But now, with one more turn of Trick Room, Luca can just double into Armoroge. I
think like getting rid of Armoroge would just be a huge play for him. Yeah. And I think like isolating Torkoal is a good idea right now. Even though it looks like Ian is going to have his own Iron Hands in the back, and that really is a game changer against an Amoonguss that's been forced to use Water Terra, I don't know if it's going to be enough if Torkoal's sleeping on the job for so long.
Yeah, Torkoal,
that's the guaranteed turn to sleep.
All right.
Here comes Spore to Armoroge. After seeing the Protect, I'm not sure if Armoroge could do a whole lot about this except try to Protect again.
Well, I think the Spore is really nice because even if you switch, you're still getting a sleep in.
Armoroge actually surviving the turn somehow.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think this is a bad thing.
Yeah.
I think keeping a sleeping Armoroge on the field for another turn or two, keeping your opponent from being able to, start mounting a comeback and maybe setting yourself up a bit, maybe even doing like a side
just
pollen
because
puff.
if Armoroge is able to get a one-turn sleep this turn, this is something like potentially Expanding Force or Heat Wave are both really strong buttons to click now. If both of Ian's Pokemon were able to wake up, this could even be something like Helping Hand Heat Wave.
Yeah.
Oh, then this is the
the
one-turn.
one-turn sleep. And the Heat Wave. Oh my goodness.
That's huge damage on both.
More damage than I expected. I mean,
Life Orb and Sun really combining to make a powerful Armoroge here. However, now Torkoal's going to have to bear the brunt of the attacks from these two Pokemon.
Yeah.
And Amoonguss is eating a Citrus Berry.
Yeah, I mean, right now my concern is much more with the Iron Hand staying alive. I think if Luca wants a chance to be able to win this, he needs to get some more health back onto that Iron Hands. That was a strong Heat Wave.
I wonder if this is just going to be a Drain Punch and a Pollen Puff at the same time. Yes, and this is going to be Pollen Puff, getting Iron Hands back up to around 80%. Definitely not a bad place for Iron Hands to be after already having done so much work
and
this
Torkoal
game.
just sleeping on the job. Oh, that is a toughie. I mean, Iron Hands are going to come out now. Iron Hands does have Fake Out. It's going to be able to throw it down on either of the opponents, and it will give Torkoal a chance to stabilize and get a bit more damage in, but I'm not sure if this is going to be enough.
You know, I don't actually know if this is a fake out turn because this is a clear Smog Amoonguss, and we can assume that Iron Hands is going to be able to outrun Amoonguss. This might actually just be a really safe wild charge into Amoonguss just to make sure you're getting the knockout. In fact, I think both trainers might actually just want to go for like a knockout on the weaker Pokemon here and then lead us into this eventual Iron Hands one-on-one.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a reasonable way to go about it.
Just because, like, this Amoonguss cannot be allowed to spore Iron Hands. Iron Hands, like, cannot, it's not going to have a chance at winning the one-on-one, even with help from that booster energy attack if it's sleeping.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, especially because the Torkoal is just not able to get meaningful damage into the Among Us.
Here comes Drain Punch, you know, finishing off with a low health Torkoal, no surprises there. Let's see what Iron Hands goes for. Like, is this going to be a wild charge to finish off Amoonguss?
I think so. I mean, I think all the points he made were very good, and it's just going to end up as Iron Hands versus Iron Hands. Let's see. Wild Charge, and yeah, Amoonguss is down.
So
hands
with
v
Amoonguss
hands.
going down, we really have to take stake of, like, what, you know, the arguments to make in the case of both Iron Hands here. Luca has the faster Iron Hands, but Ian has that booster energy attack working for him, which is really putting in double time because not only is it letting him do more damage means more healing when we're talking about an Iron Hand set like this. He even has the option to Sword Stance if he thinks he can withstand a few hits from Luca's Iron Hands. I don't think that's such a bad play.
No, I think that's the move. I think you jam Sword Stance and then you jam Drain Punch. I mean, you are slower than your opponent.
Sword Stance and then like maybe 2 Drain Punches would be enough to live. So Drain Punch from Luca's end only doing maybe about 30%. You know, pretty average damage for a Drain Punch. I don't know if that's enough to keep up with Sword Stance and booster energy attack together.
No, I don't think it is. I think maybe you just go for a crit here if you're Luca, but
and because Luca's at full health, he's not even recovering from this next Drain Punch.
Yeah.
No crit, so now it is Ian's turn to strike back.
Yeah, let's see. So you're at 120. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's
Iron Hands does not usually do 80% damage to Iron Hands.
Yeah.
That is not something that we get to see very often. And I think Ian has put himself out of range of a crit here. So I think this might just be a guaranteed win with the next Drain Punch.
There it is. Wow. I love seeing the Sword Stance and the booster energy on the Iron Hands. It really mixes things up.
Yeah, it's a really unique choice that I think only Trick Room teams like this tend to find themselves making. Most normal teams, like, you know, we see Luca running a much more standard Iron Hands. Maybe he needs that Assault Vest or that last move in other matchups. But I think, you know, Ian really showing why he's got the right Iron Hands for the job and pulling a bit of a surprise comeback there, just because the early game there looked like it was exactly how Luca wanted it to be going.
Yeah. No, it was a bit of a push and pull for sure. I mean, I think that Ian starts out just like, you know, starts out explosively, slowing down, but figuring out a way to stabilize, get your ground, and just, you know, win the game there. That was really sweet.
You know, on some level, it feels like both players were doing things that were, like, very well rehearsed to them. I think this is neither of their first time exploring this matchup, and only one player walked away from that game, one happy with the result. So I have to wonder, what can Luca be doing differently here? I think one really important thing about that game that we didn't touch on, Rocky Helmet Indeedee kind of forces Ice Spinner Chien Pao to break its Focus Sash in the process of trying to get rid of Psychic Train. So I wonder if Luca's going to have any other strategies that maybe let him keep that Focus Sash up even as Trick Room is going up.
Yeah, it's interesting because you want to bring your strongest mons, and your strongest mons end up being liability sometimes once the Trick Room comes down. And so sometimes you can pull out an arrangement that does get you past that first Trick Room turn. I mean, sometimes there are some specific one-shots, but, you know, Terra is really getting in the way of that. I honestly, I'm looking over here at this Ursaluna, and I'm really interested to see if we're going to see some
I'd love to
action.
see Ursaluna come out, but I don't think Ursaluna does too hot against the Saltfest Iron Hands.
I know.
I'm not sure if it's going to be his time to shine.
I know. I'm like, you can't blame me for dreaming.
You know, speaking of, like, Pokemon that we didn't in coverage, it's going to be an absolutely dominant presence.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I feel like Ogerpon has a pretty reasonable chance. If you just pair it with an Amoonguss and you get some Swords Dances, and I feel like, you know, if that was an Ogerpon instead of an Iron Hands, I think it could have actually cinched that.
Yeah. And Ogerpon, like, I guess it doesn't necessarily have to tear. It does have, like, reasonable special bulk to work with. But the fact that it's taking neutral damage from fire moves if it can't tear, and Amoonguss probably does have to tear even more.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like the same exact starts. I mean, you...
Well,
Wait, is that
Qianpao
the
and
same?
Amoonguss this
Yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Amoonguss definitely complicating things a little bit more than Flutter. Like, with Flutter, you know it's moving near the top of the speed tier, and Amoonguss is actually threatening to be slower than either of your Pokemon if Trick Room goes up.
Yeah, Amoonguss puts a small wrench into this plan, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to actually change things.
Yeah, and I think Amoonguss, it does have to worry about a potential Expanding Force one-shot from Armorage. However, this could be a good matchup for Amoonguss to just say, like, hey, I'm comfortable using my Terror right away, and just turn it into a Water type to make sure nothing is hitting it for super effective.
Yeah, I think doing that, just throwing down a Spore into the Indeedee is extremely reasonable, because this Indeedee has Rocky Helmet. It does not have any way to prevent itself
Rocky
from...
Helmet, Terra Fairy, that would be a really safe Spore into Indeedee.
Yeah. So I think bringing the Amoonguss is a really good push back from Luca. And
Yeah.
we have to wonder.
So here is Terra Water Amoonguss, so that means there's not going to be any Terras on Ian's side, though.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like what's going to happen is the Trick Room gets set up. Oh, the Qianpao protected. Fantastic, honestly. I mean, it does keep the Qianpao from, just getting knocked down. Because if it went for the same Ice Spinner, get knocked out by Heat Wave, that...
Ooh, here is the Heat Wave.
Is it going to hit? Oh, yeah, it hits. But it barely touches
Yeah,
the
really
Amoonguss.
not doing too much, because Sun isn't even up yet. Amoonguss can take those.
Oh, yeah. And that's a Spore? Wow. Yeah, that is so strong from Luca, because, like, yes, Psychic Terrain is still up, but your Qianpao does not get hurt by Expanding Force, and you can just switch it out now. Like, it does not need to just die this turn. You can use it later.
That's the other thing. Qianpao can stay on the field if it wants to, because this Armorage is Terra-type Grass. Great against the Amoonguss, but against Qianpao, it means either of Qianpao's stab coverage moves have a potential to hit Armorage for super effective.
Yeah.
We're seeing Ian think about going into Iron Hands here, which would actually be really incredible against the two Pokemon on the field right now.
Oh,
However,
absolutely.
the problem is just getting it in safely. I wonder if we could see something like a Protect Armorage and Indeedee swap out.
Yeah, so we're not seeing a swap out here. I think at this point, Ian is just trying to commit to having the Indeedee pump out some sort of value.
I don't know if spending your guaranteed sleep turn is value here.
Yeah.
I think, who's Spore going into? Into the Indeedee slot, so maybe Ian's seeing ahead that he, maybe the Iron Hand switch was so obvious that he just did not want to have to go for it.
Yeah, so at this point, it did end up... The turn did get kind of stalled out, just for a turn. I mean, I feel like this Trick Room is getting a little bit stalled out.
Well, there's no Trick Room yet. Because Armorage just went for, like, Heat Wave Follow Me turn
Oh,
one.
my goodness, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was confused. I was like, well, we were playing really slow for Trick Room having come down. That makes a lot more sense.
I wonder, I think now the Spore into the Armorage slot is just going to be really safe, though. Like, Armorage can't get a knockout on Indeedee, whatever it wants to do, and I don't think Armorage has any safe swaps for this either. Here comes Expanding Force to, like, chip Armorage, maybe look for that Terra Grass, but remove Psychic Terrain in the process, weakening the power of Expanding Force. However, it's just going to be a Heat Wave. And miss onto
Qianpao avoids
Qianpao!
it! Oh my goodness. Wow, that is not great for Ian, and that's a Spore right there. See, that's the whole thing, is if you use your Grass Terra, you don't get Spore, but you get destroyed by the Ice Spinner. So it's a tough spot.
Oh, so Indeedee waking up and getting a Trick Room.
Oh my goodness.
But the Amoonguss now just has a safe Spore into the Indeedee slot.
Yeah. Yeah, Indeedee doesn't really have any... No, it doesn't have any switches at all.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, if you switch into Torkoal, you put Sun up, and then maybe your Armorage is going to be able to get back up in time. I mean, you can now Fake Out. Now that the Psychic Terrain is gone, your Iron Hands does have Fake Out, but this is a rough spot for Ian. What does he have to do to come back?
I'm not really sure. And, like, I think one thing that Luca's really exploiting here is just, like, Indeedee can be awkward on these Trick Room teams when you need to do damage. Like, Indeedee is not going to help you with damage.
Yeah.
I think the Iron Hands is kind of just accepting that it's going to fall asleep on the switch-in and kind of saying, like, hey, at least I can survive for a few turns if I'm asleep, where Indeedee would have been vulnerable to stuff like Lash Out and take more damage from Ice Spinner as well.
So I think the strat here for Ian is starting to rotate things around. Yes, the Iron Hands is going to sleep. However, you can bring back the Indeedee in the Armorage slot and start Follow Me Sword Stance. and maybe utilize the last
Lash out
turn
to
or
pick
two.
up the first
Ooh,
knockout.
That's really good for Ian, honestly. I feel like Armor Rouge is a little bit of dead weight. Like, I feel like
Yeah.
bringing in the Indeedee and Follow Me with Swords Dance is
well,
how Ian can
Iron
win.
Hands is going to have a guaranteed turn of sleep here, and Indeedee is always going to fall asleep too.
Yeah.
And it's like, even if Torkoal came in, like, Torkoal's a Terra Fire, so again, this is just like, Qianpao has Focus Sash up. Amoonguss is not dying to, getting knocked out by one Eruption. At least, I don't think it should be. Or is it?
Fire? If you Terra Fire, it might. Oh, what did it just? Oh, that was just Iron Hands.
Iron Hands.
Terra
And it's not
Fire
like Torkoal can do anything to, like, stall for a turn. There's no protect option. I don't really think Terra Fire can do it, but I also think, like,
So here's the
Ian's in
idea.
a bad spot. He might just have to go for it.
Terra Fire Overheat into the Amoonguss might kill it.
I think Terra Fire Overheat might be enough. Yeah.
Because, like, you could predict the Qianpao to use a Sucker Punch to lessen the...
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think if you go for your non-eruption moves and you Terra Fire, you could actually make a big difference here on the board.
Terra Eruption. Is this like Terra? Is it swapping Indeedee for Iron Hands to make sure that no Sucker goes off?
No.
It just the raw Overheat with no
wow.
Terra.
Okay, let's see how much it does.
No.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh,
I
Ian
mean-
would have needed the Terra to get the knockout there, but now Amoonguss is the
And gets the
freest
berry.
four into the Torkoal slot.
Yeah, that's so tough. I mean, I think the Overheat was... So if
Oh,
you... Oh,
Pollen Puff into Iron Hands.
that
Wow,
is-
so is this going to be Qianpao, like, maybe going for a Lash Out on Torkoal could be pretty safe here? Ice Spinner.
Oh, wow.
Luca just neglecting the Torkoal there.
Unbelievable. Oh, so, I mean, okay, so, yeah, you don't Sucker Punch there as Qianpao because you're expecting the Indeedee to switch in, right? Like, very clearly Luca made the call.
Yeah, I
Indeedee
guess,
switching
like,
in.
you know,
I'm not Sucker
those
Punching,
hitting-
I'm going to hit the Indeedee.
I don't think Indeedee was going down to Pollen Puff Ice Spinner, though. Like, it still would have been on the field. Qianpao would have broken at Sash making that play, too.
Yeah. That's very interesting. I
Yeah.
mean, look, Iron Hands is at 113. That was a non-insignificant amount of damage.
Absolutely. And now, like, Torkoal is kind of like, it has to contend with this Overheat draw. So it's
Yeah.
really not like, I don't know if Torkoal, like, maybe if it goes for Terrafire. Oh, here's just the Eruption, though. Ian
Gotcha.
opting to hang on to that Terra for a little bit longer.
Yeah. Okay, so there's the Rage Powder. The thing is, if you're Ian, you know that your Torkoal slot is probably going to get targeted here because, you know, your special attack is so low that, like, your opponent probably predicts you to switch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you can just free reign Eruption. Finally get that Qianpao down because, oh my gosh, that pesky guy has just been a
Iron Hands,
pesky guy.
Iron Hands getting a
Ooh!
turn one wake. Drain Punch to finish off Amoonguss.
All right, that's the Amoonguss down. The Qianpao is going to be able to get something in here, but I don't think it's going to be able to do anything too decisive.
Well, I think Ice Spinner onto Iron Hands would be really significant damage because it's not like Drain Punching the low Amoonguss is letting Iron Hands heal enough to survive like a double Ice
Yeah.
Spinner right now.
Okay.
And with Trick Room about to end, this is very significant damage.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, you're right. You are absolutely right. That is,
We also know there's very possibly something like a Flutter Mane or perhaps a Landorus sitting in the back waiting to really help Luca keep up this offensive output. It's kind of impressive that like Qianpao and Amoonguss have done this much to the team, just sitting on the field and throwing out spores and attacks.
yeah, I mean, Amoonguss is just extremely impressive Pokemon through and through. And here's the Flutter Mane. We have, what, one more turn of Trick Room now?
I thought Trick Room ended there.
Did it just end? I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out.
Gosh,
That
because
one more, yeah, they just looked. There's one more.
really, oh
Yep.
my gosh,
One more
So
turn?
this is actually like, this is huge. Flutter Mane like can't it can't do anything to protect itself.
No, it cannot.
And
Oh.
Flutter Mane with Sword of Ruin active and Iron Hands having booster energy is definitely going down to one wild charge right now.
I find it very interesting that Ian is going for the switch on the Torkoal here, but I think it makes sense because
Yeah,
like,
to
this is-
protect hands from a sucker, because Torkoal can't get a knockout on Flutter here, and I think that's what Ian is saying he wants most of all, a knockout on the Flutter.
Yeah, well, I think he's also trying to reset the special attack drop too.
Yeah,
Because
so
you know
it's
that-
like doubly efficient.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really great call.
And it's a Flutter swap out into Iron Hands. The Flutter was just bait.
It was just bait. Let's see if Ian took the bait or not. This is actually really interesting. If Ian
Yeah.
goes for the
I think
Qianpao hit,
I think this was just the wild charge, so I mean that's not going to do enough in recoil to knock him out. But Qianpao just leaving itself open. Here's a lash out into Indeedee.
oh wow, that's
so Qianpao getting knocked out through Focus Sash there, and Indeedee getting knocked out in one hit from the Lash Out.
So now it's going to be Torkoal. Now it's going to be Fluttermane. The Torkoal will be able to get an Eruption. Has anyone Terra'd on Ian's side?
No. The problem is, I think Fluttermane with the fast-moving Shadow Ball is just not going to let Torkoal get off a strong enough hit for it to matter.
Yeah, so what if you Terrafire Overheat? How much damage does that do in the Fluttermane?
You might be able to get a knockout on the Flutter, but the thing is, the enemy Iron Hands, you're going to be in range. Because this can always just be something like Shadow Ball the Torkoal and Drain Punch the hands.
Yeah,
and Ian doesn't have any counterplay.
Luca's Iron Hands is faster, right?
Oh, wait, I thought Psychic Terrain ended. Oh, yeah, no, it did not.
No, yeah, Psychic Terrain is still going on.
Okay.
Wait, so we know that Ian
has the slower hands.
Yes.
So what Luca can go for here is just Shadow Ball Torkoal to probably put it into the red, and then Drain Punch to finish off the hands. And regardless of who Torkoal wants to go for an overheated to, I do not think Helping Hand is the play to return.
I feel like. Wow!
The Trick Room did end, right? There's got to be a reason we're seeing this. Here's the Shadow Ball. Can this get Torkoal in one? No, it can't.
So is Ian predicting that Luca just goes for the double up? Oh,
maybe.
Darn. I was hoping.
I don't think there is a way out. Maybe Torkoal just wanted to, show a little bit of moral support on the way out.
I think the way out is Terrafire Heatwave. Get a crit on the Fluttermane.
Yeah.
I just
crit
think
Flutter, burn the hands. You might get there.
Yeah, crit Flutter, burn the hands. I mean, it's unlikely, but you go for it, right?
All right, we are going to see Ian throw in the towel there, seeing the writing on the wall, and these players are going to be heading into a Game 3.
Actually, there is an amount of value of not showing how strong your Torkoal is against the Fluttermane and just giving up on that turn, because this Torkoal might have done an amount of calculations to be able to take down enemy Flutters in a more of a surprising way, perhaps. Maybe there's just some value in hiding that information.
So I think Luca had a pretty good start to that game. I think showing that he was comfortable with the same 4 Pokemon as before, but just using them in a different order.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if how we're going to see the players mix it up for Game 3, because now the onus is really on Ian to do that. And we have to wonder, are we going to see perhaps Ian's own Fluttermane come for the first time, or are we going to see a surprise appearance from Ursaluna Blood Moon?
So I'm thinking right now, what does an Ursaluna Blood Moon, how much damage is it doing against an Amoonguss?
I'm not sure. So the thing is, Ursaluna Blood Moon really wants to click Hyper Voice on most turns, because it can't go for a Blood Moon every turn.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Amoonguss has pretty good natural special bulk. This Ursaluna's Terra Poison, which isn't going to boost any of its offense. I don't know. Blood Moon might be able to do above half to Amoonguss, but the thing is, Ian doesn't have that many Pokemon that can outrun an Amoonguss and do that much damage to it safely.
Hear me out. Indeedee to distract them, and then Hyper Voice, and then Torkoal for the Helping Hand.
I can see it, and especially Blood Moon actually has better physical bulk than regular Ursaluna. It can absolutely take one hit from Chi and Pao.
So that is the same lead with Luca, and we are seeing good old Indeedee and Sean.
Indeedee and Sean.
Love Sean.
That's not Armorous, that's Sean.
That's Sean. What do you mean? You can tell he's got a little more pink in his hair than Armorous.
So I'm sure Ian isn't surprised to see Amoonguss and Qianpao again, which must make me think he's got a new plan for this third game.
Yeah. I wonder if it's just going back to the original Trick Room strategy as opposed to trying to get some damage in at the beginning.
Well, one thing that I think could be a really big mix-up is if Ian is able to get in Iron Hands sooner in the game. I think that would be a huge change for him, and it really lets him punish Amoonguss for it turning into a Water type.
Yeah. No, I think so. I do think that makes a lot of sense. And there is a certain mind game of, is Amoonguss going to turn to a Water type? Is Luca just predicting that Ian predicts that Luca is going to do the Terra, and so he doesn't do the Terra? There's just very interesting mind games that go on here.
Okay, I didn't see what Indeedee locked in. Here's Expanding Force for Amoonguss.
Helping Hand
Expanding Force?
Wow, just a
Is Armorous going to be able to stop? Here's Ice Spinner into Indeedee, so Armorous is getting this attack off.
Yeah.
And I think even with the removal of Psychic Terrain, I don't think Amoonguss can stand up to this.
I don't think so. Oh, this is cool. Let's see it. And
Amoonguss is
let's
gone.
go! Oh my goodness! Wow, that was I mean, that's the strat. Like you
Yeah.
said, Ian went in with the exact same thing. Even though he lost the last game, he had a strat. That was a strat. That was huge.
You know, a lead like that is always going to come down to some amount of reads, though. And I think Ian might have said, like, hey, I'm familiar with this position. I know that I have alternative plays that I can try to make.
Yeah.
However, this Fluttermane coming in is really not bad news for Luca, because I think in the first game we saw that the Fluttermane is faster than Qianpao, so we could see it do something like finish off Ndidi, maybe Ndidi is trying to go for follow me here, and then the only thing that Qianpao is going to have to do is figure out whether Armoroche is terroring. I actually think Luca might have a pretty safe play to do something like Dazzling Gleam and Lash Out on Armoroche, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that is fairly safe.
Just because, like, if Armoroche turns into a grass type, it's going to be taking 2 pretty strong neutral moves there.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Actually, maybe Armoroche protecting would be good here, so that we can see Ian get in Iron Hand safely.
Ooh,
However, it
that's
looks like this
Terra
is going to
Grass.
be the Terra Grass Trick Room.
And then Terra Fairy onto Ndidi. Or, sorry. Terra Fairy onto Fluttermane is what I was thinking.
I mean,
but the Amogus already terrored, right? Or did it?
Yeah.
Did the Amogus terror?
No, it didn't.
Okay, got it.
So here comes Follow Me. If this is just Dazzling Gleam Lash Out, I think this might be bad news. Unless Ndidi. Ooh, so it's Moonblast. So.
Ooh, I don't think the Lash Out is going to be able to be enough to.
Well, we don't know if it's Lash Out or if
True,
it's
or Ice Spinner.
It is Lash
it's a
Out.
Lash Out.
Armoroche
that is
able
not
to survive
enough.
that.
And that's a Trick Room. That is huge for Ian. You are now about to bring in 2 very slow mons, presumably. Yeah, that's Torkoal and
Yes.
Iron Hands into a Fluttermane and a Qianpao with its sash broken. Luca is on the back foot.
Yeah. And especially with Amoongus going down, like, I think that Terra Water was really Luca's, like, best shot of withstanding the Trick Room, and without that, it's just going to be so much harder for him.
Yeah.
Like,
No, this
especially because Fluttermane is locked into Moonblast, that's really not as scary as, like, potentially being locked into Shadow Ball right now, because I think Ian might actually just be free to throw out 2 strong Fire-type moves and say, like, hey, Qianpao, you can go for a Sucker Punch. It's not a problem for me, because you can't stop both attacks.
Yeah, you really just can't stop both attacks here.
Like, and we did see Fluttermane going down to the Eruption Heatwave combo in the other game, so I think, like, you know, the weakened Eruption Heatwave combo. So I think Ian probably realizes that he does have that knockout pressure on the Flutter.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
In fact, I think Eruption Protect actually sounds like it could be a really good play. Just let your Armoroche hang on for a bit longer.
Really? I mean,
Flutters? Ooh, this is not the swap out I expected.
On swapping into Iron Hands. I mean, that Iron Hands, if that's a Heat Wave and a Heat Wave, that Iron Hands goes down.
Yeah, but I'm not sure, but the important thing is, like, so this is just 2 protects. Torkoal's going to connect with a pretty strong move here, but Armoroche isn't following it up. It is Eruption, so, you know, even stronger than Heat Wave. I think Luca's just saying that, like, this Iron Hands, who we did talk about this before and it hasn't come up yet, it has access to Terra Fire, which is, like, more or less the perfect Terra type to have right now.
Yeah, that's extremely fair. I mean, that Eruption did not... I mean, yeah, I guess that is a thick Assault Vest Iron Hands. The Eruption did not even break half on it.
And, you know, I'm not sure if we've seen... I think Iron Hands is probably going to be moving before Armoroche and Trick Room. So Terrafire Iron Hands could really safely connect a Drain Punch on the Armoroche slot.
Well, Iron Hands can also just Fake Out, too.
Oh, yeah, then Fake Out's active.
Yeah.
The thing is, I think what Ian should really be trying to do right now is get his own Iron Hands in, just because, like, Armoroche is under Sucker Punch pressure. That's not your Trick Room Sweeper right now.
Yeah.
Your Trick Room Sweeper is Torkoal and perhaps the Iron Hands in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have a turn or 2 left. Oh, so Ian goes for the Protect,
failing
reading
a
the
double
Sucker
Protect.
Punch. Let's see.
Safe Fake Out into Torkoal. Like, Torkoal doesn't have Protect, didn't have anything to do about
it was
that.
for the Sucker
and
Punch.
Qianpao wasting its turn with a Sucker Punch.
I mean, I just feel like at that point, you can switch your Armoroche to be able to get into a more favorable position.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
However, this is still a decent position for Ian, but... Oh, we've spent 2 turns of Trick Room, and there's still a Fluttermane in the back.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable because I feel like Ian got the Trick Room, Ian got the moves, and was ready to sweep, and just didn't put on the offensive pressure.
Switch outs.
Yeah.
I think this is probably like, yeah, this has to be the Terrafire from Iron Hands. So is this like maybe Terrafire Iron Hands and then Qianpao just going for a Protect for the turn?
Perhaps.
And Armoroche does have access to Protect this turn if it wants to use it.
Yes. Yeah, and I think it's off to me that Ian is going for the stall or just like stalling a little bit when I feel like you should really just be on the offense here.
So Eruption doing reasonable damage to Iron Hands. Here comes that safe Drain Punch into the Armor Roche slot.
Yeah, extremely safe.
You know, Ian is still very much in this game, though, just because of like exactly how strong this Iron Hand's hitting the field, how strong it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, also, again, the fake out. Like, the fake out will make a difference. I mean, there's only so much.
That's the thing. I don't know if we're looking at a fake out this turn, or if this just needs to be something like a Drain Punch or Wild Charge, because I think Ian might need to get 2 knockouts this turn to stay in the game.
Well,
because if you don't, you're staring down Fluttermane and then another very strong Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the last turn of Trick Room, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. 1 out of 5. Okay.
And, I think this might be the last turn of Sun, too. I have not been counting that as closely.
Yeah, I think it is, actually. So
I wonder if Eruption, after being weakened by Sucker Punch, plus a Drain Punch, would be enough to finish off the Iron Hands on Lucas' side.
I think if I'm Ian, I just start Heat Waving. Eruption just feels like it gets a little risky.
I think they're... Eruption's only a little bit weaker, but yeah, you might be right about the Heat Wave. Ooh, so is this going to be Wild Charge into the Iron Hands is an interesting way to cover for the Flutter switch, and just because Flutter can take a fire move at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, so it's no Flutter coming in.
All right, so Sucker Punch officially has now made this Eruption weaker than Heat Wave, but at least it is a guaranteed hit. The Xianpao is down because it did that Ice Spinner into the Rocky Helmet before. Xianpao's done. Wild Charge into Iron Hands. We know it's a slower one, though.
Yeah, and it has the Booster Energy active. Wild Charge is a bit stronger than Drain Punch. That is enough to get the one-shot.
Let's go. Okay, it's exactly what you said. Got the double knockout, but now Fluttermane with Choice Specs is going to be faster, no more Trick Room, and can just jam a Dazzling Clean and see if that does something.
Well,
see if that gets there. Maybe a Moonblast into the Iron Hands.
And but I think we saw Booster Photosynthesis activate for Flutter and its
Booster speed.
So Sun being up, I don't think that matters too much.
No,
Torkoal's happy about it, but Flutter doesn't care.
Yeah. Okay. So if you're Fluttermane, how do you win this? You need to Moonblast the Iron Hands.
I think Moonblast Iron Hands this turn, Moonblast Torkoal next. Just because, like, if you don't Moonblast Iron Hands this turn, you are eating a Wild Charge.
Yeah,
From Booster Energy Hands, I don't like your odds of taking that.
No, the odds don't happen. I mean, yeah. If you're Ian, you overheat. You understand that the Fluttermane's probably killing the Iron Hands before the Iron Hands has anything to say about it.
Okay, here's the Moonblast.
Yeah, I mean, it's Booster Iron Hands. It's going to go down.
Yeah.
So let's see if the Overheat is able to take down the Flutter. This is the determining factor right now.
Can Torkoal do this? I don't know this calc.
We're
about to learn.
Yeah, I think it can.
Torkoal not getting the
one-shot.
Flutter hanging on by a thread.
Wow.
And this means Torkoal is going to have to withstand another Moonblast if it wants to win the game.
And that is tough. It does not have a great special defense.
I think based on...
Let's see it.
Torkoal's got this. Torkoal doesn't got this.
Wow. So close. But Lucapaz just barely cinches it. Gets that 2-1. Gets the... Such a tiny, tiny health difference. Makes it to day 2. Congratulations. And that was well played by both of them.
Yeah, I really thought Torkoal had a good shot to live that just because we saw that Spec Shadow Ball in a different game. Like, Torkoal survived it in the yellow.
Yeah, it did. It went down to about 44 at that point. Wow, that was fantastic. I mean, that was the call. The Moonblast. I'm a little surprised the Overheat didn't kill the Fluttermane.
Yeah, maybe maybe because we see Helping Hand on this Torkoal, it's not quite as offensive as some could be, or perhaps that's an even bulkier Fluttermane than usual.
Yeah, it must have been. I mean, that was great. I think we're gonna get a winner's interview in just a second. So load up your questions.
Yeah.
But that is wow, that was really fun. Pokemon's great.
They just announced last round pairings. We might not have a winner.
Oh, we might not have the winner interview. I mean, we'll wait for production to whisper into our ear if we do get the winner interview. No winner interview, straight into the last round. Are we going to get a quick break before that? Cool. Yeah, I think we're going to take a quick little break, and then we'll be back on this desk in like 3 to 5 minutes. So stick around for the very last round. We're going to see some intense win-and-ins. If we're lucky, I think we will. Yeah. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. I am Bloody. This is Chopper. We're at the Beastcoast Safari Zone, and we are commentating the last round. This is going to be some win and in action with some very interesting teams, and we've had some really good games so far. How you doing?
Doing fine. So we were talking about a little bit about this before the round, but you made the point that we should have this conversation with you, the viewer, as well, because one of our players is running an infamous, a notorious, an incredibly strong here, featuring favorites like this team has 2 different power items. Usually you might think of those as items that you use to EV train your Pokemon, but some trainers have figured out an alternative use for them due to the fact that they have your Pokemon speed. So we are going to be seeing a really unusual Trick Room team that actually utilizes not 1, but 2 of these Pokemon, two of these items.
This is going to be so weird.
Yeah.
It's so cool. Urshifu with the power band.
Urshifu with the power band. Urshifu known for its naturally pretty good speed stat, but Urshifu does have some unique traits like that Unseen Fist that make it a surprisingly good Trick Room sweeper. If only you can figure out how to do something about that actually kind of good speed stat.
Yeah, oh no, my pesky speed. I'm too fast. I can't do this. But the power band does fix that. And we also have, wait, is that
Power?
Oranguru? On the
Yeah,
other
that's
side?
an
Wait, oh.
Oranguru with safety goggles. So Oranguru, like, you know, Ben's team just has like a couple really interesting ways to get up Trick Room between Oranguru and Farigiraf here. With like Mousehold with Friendguard, a really great supporter for them.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mousehold. I just love those little guys. They're so cute. And they're also just, I mean, Friendguard is fantastic. Follow Me is fantastic. And everyone knows that I really like Mouse Ape. So.
Yeah. And we should talk about Carl's team a little bit more. It is definitely a little bit more standard, but it's something that we saw used to success in an online event last weekend, kind of defined by that synergy between the two genies, the infamous double genie, Landorus and Tornadus working together, partnered with 4 other metagame staples. You know, Fluttermane and Urshifu aren't going anywhere. Ogrepawn is a great new face. And then King Gambit.
Landorus is a dog?
Landorus
not
a dog.
a genie.
Could be both.
No.
Are they exclusive?
Yeah, they are. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, please continue.
You know, I wonder what Pokemon we're going to see on Carl's side this game, just because there's some Pokemon like Urshifu known for Aqua Jet and King Gambit really known for that Sucker Punch, and those are just going to be completely nullified by Farigiraf's Armor Tail. So I think some of Carl's like standard Trick Room responses really might not be working out in this matchup.
King Gambit with black glasses and sword stance feels unhinged and Terra-Dark.
This King Gambit set's been going around for a while, but it's kind of just like, you know, if you can stack all the modifiers, why not do
this
it?
King Gambit is one with the knight, and we're going to see it. I'm very excited
one with
for
the
this.
Knife.
Oh, okay. Oh, that also makes sense. I mean, he does have a giant knife on his head. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what both of these buckos are going to lead out with. I mean, I think the one thing that I know for sure is Carl will not be bringing Tornadoes, right?
Probably not. Like, I mean, Taunt would be great if you could connect it, but one of the better Trick Room setters in the matchup has the Armor Tail, so I'm not sure if it's time for Tornadus. However, maybe this could be a good time for something like Landorus to show up, but then again, like, Oranguru even has that inner focus to dodge any potential Rock Slide flinch. So I'm just not sure exactly how Carl's actually going to be stopping Trick Room.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
You know, as confused as we are, it really says something about Ben's team that we're just not exactly sure how he's going to approach it. Not many people are familiar playing against Mousehold and Farigiraf together.
Yeah, and on this end, we see the pinnacle of aggression on Carl's side as we immediately get Ogrepawn with that Terrifier, if he so pleases, and King Gambit. These are two of the most offensive mons on the team here. About to throw down.
Yeah, this is a really exciting way to start off the game. However, you know, neither of these Pokemon have access to a spread move, so I'm not sure if Carl's goal here is actually trying to knock out Mousehold or not. You know, I almost wonder if he'd prefer to do something like leave the Mousehold on the field so that it's wasting time in Trick Room.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You got to wonder if Carl thinks that he can stop or just, like, take any KO here. Right, is he gonna go for the Ivy Cudgel right off the bat?
Mousehold not even taking half from that. What the heck?
Mousehold is strong. There's a lot of mice over there.
Oh, 4 of them not even taking half from that Ivy Cudgel. Farigiraf setting up Trick Room and King Gambit setting up a Sword Stance. So I think that turn played out the way Carl expected it to.
Yeah.
He's got this King Gambit sitting in a really nice position.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Look, you're in Sword Stance. You're in Trick Room. Obviously, your opponent who is used to Trick Room, they should be having the advantage. But it really feels like King Gambit set up with the Sword Stance can just start kowtow cleaving your opponents down with not a lot of opposition at this point.
Yeah, it's not like this Mousehold has Protect, neither does Farigiraf. Farigiraf not really accomplishing a whole lot with something like Dazzling Gleam or Energy Ball right now. This is going to be potentially a really big turn for Carl.
Yeah, and this is so interesting because even if Ben brings out Pokemon that are slower than King Gambit, you can always try to go for the Sucker Punch. Yeah. But it's difficult because there is a Farigiraf somewhere on the enemy team.
I don't think Mousehold is taking the +2 Kowtow Cleave. I think that's the end of the mice.
Yeah, I think as far as hot as a take that is,
with the mouse going down, that means this is going to be a Cudgel coming into Urshifu. This is not a comfortable switch at all, with Urshifu taking a full half from that.
Yeah. No, that is the Ogrepawn King Gambit combo to start with is proving to be so strong. I mean,
however,
you're basically just saying, in spite of your strategy, I have moves and they do damage.
However, I think this is where that power band on the Urshifu is really going to start coming into play, because this is the one Urshifu on the planet that's actually going to be slower than a King Gambit.
Oh my goodness, it's gonna get instructed. It's gonna throw down double here. This is fantastic.
Torkoal, another really good switch in here. It looks like Ben just has the 2 slower Pokemon in the field, and they are both ready to do some damage.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he's especially worried about any defensive terrors on Carl's end either. However, maybe, Fire Ogerpon to get rid of that, neutral from Fire and turn it into a Fire resist. I can kind of dig that.
Yeah. And it's interesting that the Ivy Cudgel is going into the Torkoal. I mean, it shows just how much Carl is respecting that eruption. We'll see if...
Oh, and Torkoal also has to worry about the threat of a Sucker Punch here.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the whole thing, is that Carl figures if I can go full blast on both my dudes, maybe one of them is able to slow down what's about to hit me. Because, yeah, Torkoal is a force to be reckoned with, and we're about to see, surely an eruption, right?
Yeah. I think I might really like this play from Carl's end, but I think we need to see a Sucker Punch to put some damage on Torkoal. Otherwise, King Gambit is going to be going down for nothing.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes. I wonder if there's going to be a Sucker Punch.
It's a Sucker Punch!
Yes! Look at that. Wow, that is huge. And it's
damage.
a Heat Wave.
Torkoal,
Anticipating
yes.
the Sucker Punch.
Heat Wave, probably trying to put Ogerpon into range of one attack from Urshifu. I don't really think Ogerpon at half is going to be able to stand up to this Urshifu
I don't
right
think
now.
so. I really agree with you. Wicked Blow, I think that sinks it. That's
Ogerpon going down.
Yeah.
So Carl not able to do anything with his own Terra, as Ben still has this Terra Torkoal sitting pretty on the field. Carl forced down to his last 2 Pokemon,
Which are
and they have to get
Landorus.
through 2 turns of Trick Room.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the name. The focus sash on this Urshifu is also quite important, because we are going to be able to see a guarantee live through at least 1 hit. So perhaps prompting a double up, perhaps this is gonna be very neat.
Assault Vest Landorus really isn't the worst kind of Pokemon to have to
No,
go
it's
into
not.
here either.
I just looked down to check to see if it was Choice Scarfed or not.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's
No, Assault Vest really paying dividends here. It's not like Landorus is going to be slower than either of these Pokemon.
Yeah.
Oh, and it even has Earthquake to
Oh,
work with,
this-
which has if your Urshifu already wants to be going for a Protect and Trick Room, that's the perfect kind of move to pair it with.
Oh, absolutely. It looks like a Rock Slide is thrown down, because Rock Slide is it's
A slightly more offensive play. Heat Wave missing Landorus.
Oh, that's big. I think the whole thing with not Earthquaking is you don't want to kill off your own Urshifu. So
Heat Wave doing that much? Oh my gosh. So this
Okay.
is neither knockout from Ben's
Oh
end.
my goodness. Is this going to be okay?
Rock Slide, and then followed up with, I think this was a close combat coming out from
I think
Carl's
so.
side.
I think so. So now, it's gonna be Farigiraf and Mousehold. That is not
No,
an
that
offensive
Mousehold
pair.
went down to Kowtow. It's just Farigiraf against the world.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, that is just a Farigiraf.
That Heat Wave miss was absolutely disastrous for Ben, because
for
that was surely going to do 1/3 to Landorus, and then let this turn play out very, very differently.
Oh, absolutely. And still with 1 turn of Trick Room, that would have sunk it for Ben. But wow. Look, that's what you sign up for when you press a move that doesn't have 100% accuracy. For as much as people could be upset about it, that's kind of how it goes. Can this Farigiraf clean up? What is its moves? Does it have Hyper Voice?
No, we're just looking at Energy Ball for the offense. So it
wow.
looks like Carl's found a very safe Protect and U-turn here. That seems like the optimal play to just do as much damage as you can. And Farigiraf with Power Lens isn't going to be doing it any favors once Trick Room ends. So I think Carl...
I have to wonder if there's a critical hit that you can land somewhere with this Energy Ball to be able to make it a 1v1, because both Landorus and Urshifu are really low, for what it's worth.
Maybe a crit onto Landorus would do the trick.
Yeah.
Is Ben going to do it? Or even a skill swap.
To Intimidate! Oh
Yes,
my goodness!
Intimidate, one of the best abilities to steal with skill swap, then taking advantage of that and punishing Urshifu for trying to protect.
Wow, that's really cool, honestly.
Then really showing that he knows this team inside and out, and even in desperate positions, he is willing to keep trying.
Yeah. So here's the problem, is that now you're not fast anymore.
Urshifu also happens to have a move that can ignore the attack drop. It would involve going, using Surging Strikes in the sun. Maybe it's not worth it. Just going to see that close combat instead. Oh, even at -1, that's pretty comfortably putting Furcraft into range of a U-turn from this Landorus.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and say it. That was really cool. I don't think that was... I mean, it's hard to say.
I don't think it was ever winning, unfortunately.
Yeah, but
like, maybe that crit that you had talked about would have been a better way to see this out. However, Ben did get a little bit unlucky there to win. Like, I guess he did have to land a couple of heat waves, though, and it's natural. We're never going to be able to hit all of them.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think it's within standard range, yes. Yeah, I mean, it is unlucky. But, again, that's what happens when you click Heat Wave. That's what happens when you click Hydro Pump. That's what happens when you click Will-O-Wisp. Any of these moves that, there's naturally just, you take on the risk for as much as you don't like it. For as much as I don't like it, I take on the risk whenever I press any of those moves.
Oh, I also didn't realize that this is a Choice Specs Torkoal, so there's not even an option to be going for Protect with it.
I'm sorry, this is a Choice Specs Torkoal?
Yeah. That's what I was saying. That Heat Wave doing as much as it did to Urshifu felt a little bit off.
Yeah. My goodness. I don't think I've seen Choice Specs Torkoal in my short history of VGC, but that's a lot. That is strong.
For a team like this that's going all in on Trick Room, really living and dying by it, I can totally get it.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
I do not think this team is able to set up a second Trick Room very often, and its goal is just sweeping the game with that first Trick Room.
Yeah.
Got to make it use of every single turn.
Yeah, and that's why you have Mousehold and Furograph, because you're able to just protect your extremely offensive mons. But what we just saw, was kind of the byproduct of taking all of your big tools and putting them up front, and then keeping your defensive tools in the back, because it could just get a little awkward. Like you switching out Furograph to be able to put on offensive pressure is good, but then you don't really have a follow-up afterwards.
I wonder what else both of these players could try, because I think Ben's strategy honestly might not need to change so much. I think he could try to do something similar, and he even got the call on the first turn of the game somewhat wrong with King Gambit getting up that free sword stance.
Yeah. I think similar strategy from Ben might be, yeah, look at that. Mouse hold for a grab, trying to get that. Oh my gosh.
Just running it back.
What if they do exactly the same things?
I would not be shocked in the slightest if we saw that. One interesting thing, I guess it doesn't matter, but Ogerpon could even be trying to go for that Power Whip, which is going to be stronger than Ivy Cudgel prior to Terra. Was that the Terrifier selected?
I think that was the Terrifier selected, yes. I believe this is going to be almost exactly what happened before, right?
Wow, going for the Terrifier right away is just a kind of a huge call.
I just think
I'm not sure what Carl's looking for with this. Just because Mousehold...
If you crit it, it'll kill Mousehold.
Mousehold has a Focus Sash.
If you crit it, it won't kill Mousehold. So that's interesting to know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, also with Friend Guard active, I'm not sure if this can even... Maybe this is just trying to push for a one-shot on Furograph if Mousehold, slacks on the job and doesn't go for a Follow Me.
Yeah.
So Mousehold redirecting this. Cudgel. I think we're going to see Mousehold go down to that Focus Sash here, but it's is a Focus Sash Mousehold and a 50% Mousehold, are those really very different things?
No, not really. No, not at all. I mean, especially in the face of everything that Carl has to offer, these things do a ton of damage, or they don't do anything at all, really.
Yeah. So that turn one looks like Carl might have used his Terra too early, but now I'm wondering, does it really matter? Because I think what Carl's really been trying to set up here is that his options on the second turn of the game look nicer than they did last game. Because this can just be a Cudgel into the Furograph again. There's not really anything that wants to take it.
I think there's a very interesting line of play that we might be seeing right now, is that Carl is throwing down this Terra to set up the expectation that he's going to be attacking with his Ogerpon and then get a sneaky switch in.
So that's it. That could be interesting, but what is the switch in better than just connecting the Cudgel is what I have to wonder. Because you can definitely play with your opponent's expectations by using the Terra that early, but Ooh, yeah, this looks like it might just be that really safe double up into the Furograph. I don't really know how Ben... Energy Ball, so
I guess you were expecting a switch there.
Kowtow. So this can finish off.
Oh my goodness!
And then, So Mousehold is going to be able to go for a move.
Yeah.
Super Fang is pretty relevant damage here.
Yeah, no, for sure. Especially because Ogerpon is, slower now in the Trick Room. You'll be able to finish that thing off.
Yeah.
I mean, Carl did just knock out the 2 support Pokemon. Ben is going to jump in here with the 2 heavy hitters. Is it going to be the same 2 as last time? Is it going to be a switch up? I mean, we'll see in just a moment. There's not much of a decision to make here.
And the thing is, okay, so there's the Urshifu,
And probably the
here's
Torkoal,
the
right?
Torkoal.
Yeah, orange feet
That
and
is
black
Torkoal,
tie.
right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone else on the team has orange feet.
Or orange feet, black tie. Is this like new fashion trend that I'm not savvy to?
No. I mean, no.
So Carl, like, he even has Protect on both of his Pokemon if he just wants to stall another turn of Trick Room.
Well,
honestly, I think that might not be such a bad idea right now because he's already wasted 1 turn of Trick Room.
Well, you do get a Sucker Punch now.
Yeah, and a Sucker Punch just because, like, the Specs Torkoal can't do anything about Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
In fact, Carl could even choose to protect one of his Pokemon and sacrifice the other if he wants to stagger his, like, Pokemon in the back in a certain way.
Yeah.
You know, perhaps, like, he thinks he can do something with Ogerpon's redirection.
Yeah. I think Ogerpon, it's interesting because in this situation, your opponent kind of expects you to protect as well.
Oh, and I guess Urshifu can be trying to hit through Protect anyway,
Yeah.
so maybe protecting both isn't worthwhile. Urshifu just going for that Terra Dark to maximize its damage.
right.
So your Sucker Punch for Torkoal.
Oh my goodness, that is so strong.
Terra Dark. Heat Wave, that's knockout onto King Gambit, and Urshifu's not going to have very much trouble finishing off Ogerpon from here.
Yeah, so we're going to be down to 2 Pokemon on Carl's end. And how many? This is still, what, 2-3 turns of Trick Room?
There's going to be 2 turns left after this, because
Yeah.
the first turn was a double knockout on Ben's side, and the second turn was a double knockout on Carl's side. That's going to happen when we're playing teams that are as, like,
Yeah.
pace like Ben's are, where, like, Mousehold and Fergraph, at some point, it's almost their job to get knocked out.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, so here's the thing is that Carl is almost guaranteed a retort in one of his Pokemon because of the Focus Sash from the Urshifu. So
That's true, yeah. Torkoal, like, shouldn't be able to get either one-shot knockout here. However, I don't know, actually, one attack might be enough for him to win the game, just because, like, close combating Ben's Urshifu that can't protect is going to be game-winning if it connects, because then Urshifu could just be trying to protect on the last turn of Trick Room.
Here's what I think the big read should be is jamming an Earthquake.
I think you're right. I think
Yeah.
it's Earthquake and close combat the enemy Urshifu.
Yeah, because I think Ben is really going to try to go in onto Carl's Urshifu here.
But that's the thing. I don't even think the Earthquake is game-winning if Ben finds the right play and connects 2 Heat Waves. Unless maybe he throws in an Aqua Jet for a little bit more damage.
Let's see.
So here's the Heat Wave, you know, doing about half to both. And
Wicked Blow.
Wicked Blow?
Is it onto? Yeah, okay, so did...
Urshifu surviving!
Oh my goodness! Okay, that was unexpected.
Here, okay,
Rock Slide.
instead of Earthquake. This is, you know, you don't want to knock out your own Urshifu if it survives the turn. But what's Carl's Urshifu going for? It is the close combat to finish off Urshifu.
Okay, so now it's a matter of can Torkoal finish off this Landorus?
But regardless of that, Carl's got another turn of Trick Room to just stall out with Protect on the Urshifu.
Yeah.
This should be a locked game at this point.
Uh-huh.
Ben just does not have enough Trick Room to win, regardless of whether or not this Torkoal can survive an Aqua Jet.
Darn. Wow.
I guess I'm not sure why Ben wanted to go for a Wicked Blow instead of a close combat there. Like, maybe he was just a little bit too worried about those drops, but, like, I don't think Landorus was going to be able to finish off a full health Urshifu, even if it took the -1.
Yeah.
Wicked Blow just, like, letting him down. So we're going to see Carl advancing to day 2 with a 5-2 record, as Ben at 4-3 is just going to have to hope that his resistance is enough to qualify.
Yeah, there will be a couple of players that are able to make it to day 2 on 4-3, just thanks to a few folks not showing up. So he's going to bank on that, but that was really well played.
Yeah, those games against really aggressive teams like Ben's are always interesting, just because it feels like you have to figure out this puzzle of, like, how to win the matchup so quickly. And if you're good enough with your team, sometimes you're just going to be able to do that and really deconstruct your opponent's strategy the first time you see it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing there is that when your opponent is coming at you so hard, so fast, you have maybe 3 or 4 turns to make decisive plays to win or lose the game. Every single turn matters so much more, and there's not going to be a lot of stabilizing. There's just decisive moves, and you win or you lose.
Yeah, and one interesting thing about, like, both players using the same 4 Pokemon in the same order both games is we just get to see them make small adjustments to the game. And over the course of a game that's, like, lasting 5 turns like both of those games did, every turn matters so much. Like, let's say the tear on Ugarte led to Ben making a different play on turn 2, which led to a different game state on turn 3. The small changes just make such a huge difference when the games are so short.
Yeah, in those situations, it's just one good read. Just a line of consistent play and one good read. That's really all you need to just be able to take that.
Yeah, and in that sense, like, the one good read on Carl's end for me is just, like, understanding how important that Sword Stance on King Gambit was to really ramp up the damage with the Sucker Punch on Torkoal and make sure that Torkoal couldn't even think about going for Eruption. It had to risk the less accurate Heat Wave. It had to feel like it was, more threatened by things that it wouldn't have been.
Yeah, no, I mean, like we were talking about at the beginning, that the Black Glasses King Gambit with Terra Dark, I mean, it kind of unhinged, and with the Swords Dance, it really, really popped off.
If King Gambit had ever used its Terra Dark, it probably could have gone for a one-shot on Torkoal.
Yeah,
that would have been
Sucker
another
Punch.
really interesting thing to see, actually.
Which is wild. Torkoal has a really high defense.
Yeah, Torkoal is one of, like, the most physically defensive Pokemon in the game, and King Gambit says, nah,
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care at all. No.
I might go down in 1, but you're taking a huge sucker in the process.
Yeah. All right. Are we going to be able to get a winner's interview? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Cool. All right. It sounds like we are. So I guess let. Oh,
Oh, there
hello.
he is. Get behind us. There's a microphone.
Yeah. That's right there.
Yeah, sneak around.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go behind us. Or forget about this. No, you can just speak from behind us into the microphone.
Yeah. We are getting the interview. Can you still hear me through this?
Yeah, I got
Is this
it.
good if I
Yeah,
sit?
that's fine.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
talk right into the mic. You can like pick it up or angle it towards yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Carl. Congratulations on
Thank
advancing
you.
to day 2.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, what was your general strategy going into game 2 with like the exact same board state, the exact same everything? Like,
Oh my gosh.
How did you feel about your adjustments?
Going into game 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about switching it up, and then I was like, if it worked the first time, I just got to go with that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to give him a game 2 win by picking the wrong mons, and then also show him like a different, potentially a different mode of my team, or give him more information.
Right,
in that
it's
way.
almost like losing 2 games at once when stuff like that
Exactly.
happens. So something that I have to ask about that I was really interested in,
Yeah.
what was up with that Terra Fire on Ugarte at the start of the second game? That was like a more aggressive use of the Terra than I expected.
Yes.
And it seemed interesting just because it offered Ugarte the chance to do more damage on like turn 2 than it could in the first game.
Yeah, it was interesting. I probably, in retrospect, thinking about it, should have saved the Terra for Lando, to resist maybe the heat wave or something. I don't know, but I was just thinking I Terra'd it the first game and it worked. Might as well get it out early and start doing more damage.
Yeah, and I think it really made Ben a little bit more scared to go for that Urshifu switch in that he
Yeah.
was able to do in the first game.
Right.
Just when you don't know if you're staring down that like Terrifier embody aspect like Ivy Cudgel, which
Yeah.
might even be able to get the one shot there. I think it really like conditioned him to play a different game, and that worked out for you.
Absolutely. I was thinking to myself, I just don't want him to have a safe switch at any point, because the moment that happens and he gets Torkoal in under Trick Room, I'm like,
Yeah.
it's a rough state for me. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think you did a really good job with, like, you played against a very offensive team, and you sort of just counter-offensed it, instead of trying to, like, slink back. Because it's really hard to slink back when
Yeah,
there's an
how
Urshifu.
can you slink back against?
Yeah, I was like, I have no resource to shut down Trick Room here. Like, he's gonna get Trick Room up. I just got to hope that like the sash on Urshifu and the Lando that I have is very bulky and has a lot of special defense. Special defense bulk.
Lando really came in clutch this game. The Assault Vest with like high bulk just seemed like the perfect set to sort of just like take those 1 or 2 critical hits
Yeah.
and retaliate back.
Yeah, absolutely. I was worried about the double up into Urshifu, but
Yeah. The fact that the Urshifu lived, too, was wild.
that Urshifu lived that Wicked Blow. I was like, thank you, Urshi.
Yeah, that was the move. Well, congratulations on making day 2.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Looking forward to seeing more tomorrow.
Yeah, and thank you, Chuppa. Chuppa helped me put together this team, so a lot of my gratitude goes to you for
Yes, of
for
course.
helping me be ready for this.
So happy to see you put it into action.
Yes, absolutely.
Heck yeah.
Thank you
Thank
guys.
you so much. Alrighty. I mean, that was a really solid match to end on. I believe that we are we wrapping up, or are we coming back for
we
a
might
recap?
we might have a read.
Got it. All right. So, thank you so much for watching. We are going to just thank our sponsor of the stream, Control, and their cookie. Look at all those people enjoying their lovely beverages and cookies. It's got protein. It's got other stuff. It's got cookies and cream is the one that I ate, and it was tasty, and I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say that if it wasn't. So yeah, purchase some Control cookies. They are cool and good, and thank you for Control for sponsoring this Beastcoast Safari Zone extravaganza. It's good stuff.
I gotta try one of those bars that they're showing off in the
Yeah,
ad.
the
Like
bars do
we
look
got to
good.
try the original cookie, but the bars look lovely too.
Yeah. So fantastic stuff all around. Great event. I mean, great event so far. There's going to be so much more to go, and I'm excited to see the matches tomorrow.
Yeah.
But that concludes our time here today. That concludes the tournament's time here today. And tomorrow, at what time production can whisper into our ears? Should people expect us to be back? Noon. Tomorrow at noon Eastern
EST.
time. Tune in. You're going to see a lot of great matches. You're going to see a lot of cool people commentating as well. So thank you so much for watching. And yeah, do you have anything else to say before we sign off?
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing you guys again tomorrow.
Heck yeah. Yeah, fantastic. And where can people follow you if...
You know, it's Chuppa VGC on Twitter. I think a lot of you that are watching this might already know about that. But if you don't, Chuppa VGC on Twitter.
Go
Funny
follow
memes,
Chuppa.
lots of VGC information.
Truly the paragon of VGC Twitter. no one's got any of it on you. And then for me, I'm Bloody. You know, you could look me up or whatever. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful time and have a wonderful night.